All right, Regent Judy Brown, let's try and see if we can hear you and see you.
Looks like you're muted.
She is?
Yeah, she's
This is Randy Ewing. Can you hear me?
We can, Randy. Welcome to the meeting.
All right, been trying to get in. Did we change the provider?
No, it's still Zoom. They just set it up where you're a panelist since we've got people coming in and coming out today. So it'll be more like the normal board meeting tomorrow for you.
so let's do anything or you want to
All right, can you hear me, Judy?
all right, let's see here. No, I think I did.
No.
That's okay. All right, we don't have that. So
Good morning.
Good morning, Judy. I can hear you. Can you hear us?
Okay. And
Fantastic. Go ahead and mute yourself and you'll be ready to participate. Regent May, Regent May, good morning. I can see you. Can you check your audio for me really quick? Regent May?
Yes, I can hear you.
Fantastic. Thank you so much. You're good to go, sir.
Thank you.
All right, everybody, we have begun recording, just so you know, and we will start the meeting in less than a minute. Stand by.
Good morning, everyone. Thanks for joining us both virtually and those in person for our budget hearings this morning. As you know, the budget is definitely one of the most critical decisions that we get to make and discussions we make around higher education. Today, we're going to execute our fiduciary responsibility as members of the Board of Regents, reviewing the FY 21 and 22 budgets for each system and asking and clarifying questions prior to approval. This year, we asked our system presidents to come prepared to answer 3 questions. Number 1 is, how did you use your new federal and state dollars? 2, how did your spending support the master plan, Title IX compliance, and other system or campus specific initiatives? And number 3, what do you need now in terms of Regents FY 22 and 23 budget requests to be submitted in November? In addition, each system will report out on any damages or impacts resulting from Hurricanes Ida or Nicholas. Ahead of today's meeting, we shared with each of you responses from a survey that we send annually to the systems and their financial teams. The survey is comprised of 19 questions covering everything from COVID-19 to student success, affordability, master plan alignment, faculty pay, and Title IX, and capital outlay. I'll remind you that the board's budgetary responsibility is both constitutional and statutory. The authority to approve the budget is specifically granted to the board under revised statute 3932.1, which states that the budget proposals are subject to both our approval and the individual management board's approvals as well. Any budget that's not approved will not be included in the budget request that the board submits for the following year. The board meets tomorrow, Wednesday, September 22nd, to review and consider acceptance of the FY 21-22 operating budgets. At that time, the Regent staff will present statewide summary information for the board's consideration. This month's actions will complete the final step in the FY 21-22 budget cycle. In October, staff will update and prepare a preliminary full formula funding request for FY 22-23. As the chair of the Finance Committee, I'll preside over today's hearings. We will begin the budget hearings with presentations from the Chief Economist of the Legislative Fiscal Office, Greg Albrecht, and Commissioner of Administration, Jay Darden, following by an overview of the Board of Regents budget. Next, we'll have presentations from LumCon and LASA, and then each of our systems will present their respective budgets. Once the systems have presented their budgets, we'll have the opportunity to ask questions. Before we jump into the presentation, I wanted to share our deepest appreciation to Greg Albrecht, who serves as the Chief Economist of the Legislative Fiscal Office. Greg, first, thanks for joining us today.
Thank you.
We really appreciate your insights and your diligence when it comes to revenue estimating for the state. For 36 years of state service, Greg has announced his retirement at the end of October, so congratulations on that.
Thank you.
Wish you all the best of luck in the future endeavors, and we know you'll be very missed here. So we'll begin our hearing now with revenue outlook and statewide overview. Greg, as we know, you're joined by Commissioner of Administration Jay Darden. Commissioner Darden, thank you very much, and you both may proceed.
All right.
I'm gonna defer to Greg.
I like to defer to Jay, actually. But thank you for the kind introduction, and I'm crossing my fingers for good luck in my retirement and good luck for y'all in the next few years. I handed out a couple of pictures and a table to Matthew for folks that are here at the table and for folks on the Zoom. You know, y'all send it to them and whatever. It's hard to do these kinds of things with, presentation or handouts, but people like to have something to look at. So it kind of informs my thinking here. I just got a little one-page set of blurbs that I can chat with y'all about my thoughts about the current situation and the outlook here. Okay. So basically from the current state of the economy and the fisc, I want to go back to just the high points of the whole COVID hit in terms of job losses, non-agricultural payroll jobs, and this is going to be 95+% of all payroll employment or more in the state. It's the big indicator. We lost in the March and April 2020 months, and mostly in April, 284,000 payroll jobs were eliminated. That's 14% of the total payroll employment in that 2-month period. That's almost all in 1 month. In the 16 months since then, the trough was April, and from May 2020 to August of 2021, the 16 months since then, we have regained 140,000 jobs have been added back. And there's no way to know that, a job loss is the one got added back. It's just aggregate job counts. We've added back 49%. It's taken us 16 months to add back just under half of the aggregate job loss. Pretty rapid employment add back, as folks can see by the picture here, in the early months of the recovery, I'm going to call it, and then it has slowed significantly. You have, pretty rapid rise, and then all the low hanging fruit, the easy things to come back, the things you can turn back on, point of person to person activity, et cetera. And I have some sector breakdown on the second page, has come back. And since then, it's been a slow slog. Still got half to go. We might not attain pre-COVID employment, which was about 1.994 million, until the end of 2023, the beginning of 2024, unless we get some, that projection's got some acceleration built in, which not actually seeing that acceleration. There's no sustained periods of months of acceleration. That puts us, that's a long way out to get back to pre-COVID. Point out in the picture and in the reality, pre-COVID to us was flat for 2 years prior to March of 2020 and April of 2020, the COVID event. We had essentially near zero employment growth. So we're getting back to that, but it's not great, but it's not like we were rocketing before that. So we're just trying to get back to flat. And that's a pretty slow climb out for us. More worrisome, and that's what I have on page 2 of the handout, is I've got the various major employment sectors. The first 2 is just total payroll and private, but then the other ones are 15 other separate payroll sectors. And I've highlighted, I've circled in ink, the 6 sectors that have actually gotten smaller from the COVID trough of April 2020. They've actually lost jobs from that job loss trough. We're not all, it's not all coming back. When in the aggregate, we've got job growth coming back, but some major sectors, they're getting smaller. More particularly worrisome, mining, which is oil and gas extraction and all the support activity, and manufacturing. Those are the 2 highest paying average wage sectors in the state's economy. And they are both, mining is 2,200 jobs smaller today than it was in April of 2020. Manufacturing is 4,800 jobs smaller. Those pay the highest average weekly wage of any sector in the economy, and they're getting smaller. Now, manufacturing is going to be tied to mining because so much of our mining sector buys all of its, pipe, tools, equipment from the manufacturing sector. So those 2 are tied together. Unfortunately, they both go down together, and they're continuing to contract. The mining sector is stabilizing, but it's going to be stabilizing at a permanently lower level than it was pre-COVID. And that's kind of its pattern. As we get shocks to the mining sector, it gets a little smaller, and it might cycle a little bit, but it stays smaller. And then another shock and it gets a little smaller. We're now going to probably stabilize around 30,000 employment. Pre-COVID, we were in 55,000. That's a big fall off. Of course, back in the late 70s, before the early 80s shock, we were at 100,000+, but that's ancient history.
And you don't think the dramatically higher price in oil is going to do anything with it?
No. In the employment numbers, the monthlies, you can see a little tip up. It typically falls, kind of climbs out a little bit, but it never sustains the previous plateau. It establishes a new plateau. We're in what, $70 a range, but if it went from 65 to 70, no one's going to rush out and hire a bunch of workers because they know, okay, in the next few weeks, within just a few days, you can lose $10 or gain $10. It's not going to come back.
Is it specific to our?
I don't want to say never with oil and gas. Give me $150 oil. We'll probably see an expanding oil and gas sector. But, aside from those kinds of a price shock like that, of course, that's a recessionary price shock. No, it just gets permanently smaller. They're getting better and better at what they do, pulling oil out the ground with fewer people. And the state's oil production is just, we're on a long run secular decline. I mean, barring some gigantic technological shift that creates oil fracking here, we're not going to have it. Our production is just steadily approaching zero. I may never get to zero, but it's going down, 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 down. Gas is a different story. Haynesville rocketed up. It's still producing almost as much gas as it did back in its peak back in 2011. But you don't hear the boom story. They're doing it with far fewer people. And it doesn't take as much to do it. They were getting a lot of gas out of there, at $2.50 an MCF. They finally got to do it real cheap. A lot of production on gas. Unfortunately, we give a lot of that severance tax away through the horizontal exemption. So the state's tax benefit is not zero, but it's not what you would expect looking at the volumes. But those two sectors are particularly worrisome because of, how important they are wage-wise, and they're connected to everything else. Everything else kind of services them. Transportation, utilities is smaller, rentals, real estate, rental leasing is smaller, management of companies is smaller, and government is smaller. And that's state and local, federal combined. And that's just as of the snapshot of August of 2021. These numbers change a little bit every month. But I've been tracking this for 16 months, and there's always 6, 7, 8 of these 15 sectors are negative. And these are typically ones that have some small negative. They haven't bounced back at all. It's kind of scary. Where have we had big comeback? Retail, 77% of the losses have been restored, but it's a really low paying wage sector. The biggest success story really is in professional and business services. We've got 62% have come back and they pay relatively well, but it's only 62% of that after 16 months. And it does so much work for the other sectors, the mining sector, the manufacturing sector, that those two are going to be a drag on us. Leisure and hospitality, which is big for us. That's one reason why we went down so much. We went down more than the rest of the country relative to our pre-pandemic level because we're heavy in leisure and hospitality, tourism, and we're heavy on mining, and oil and gas extraction, and the associated industries. And consequently, we're coming back slower than the rest of the country. If you put that picture of us climbing out with the U.S. or the South, where our line's going to be below it every month, and it almost always is. But definitely, I just did it this morning just to make sure it is clearly way behind the U.S. and way behind the South in general. Slow climb out, so that sort of informs my thoughts of the long run thoughts here going forward. So more worrisome. We have some pluses, but we've got some negatives in some really important sectors. What has been holding us up all this time, economy-wise, but also state fiscal-wise, federal support programs, funneling through all kinds of programs, but also to households directly. I mean, it's federal income support. It all amounts to federal income support. And you pull down some information from the Bureau of Economic Analysis at the Commerce Department, and they are the standards. They are the ones that put out this income data, personal income data. And in the first quarter of 2020 to the second quarter of 2020, that would take you to basically pre-COVID to the trough of COVID. I guess pre-COVID to the trough of COVID, if you're looking at me that way. On an annualized basis, we lost, according to the BEA, in wages and salaries, we lost $6.8 billion. Now, that's an annualized number. We didn't lose that in one quarter, but if that had been the case for the whole year, it'd been a $6.8 billion wages and salaries loss. The income support, again, in that quarter from first quarter of 2020 to the second quarter of 2020, in an annualized basis, they call it transfer payments. So it's going to be all the unemployment compensation, all the extra payments, all the $1,400 payments out to households. A lot of the healthcare and Medicaid support shows up in that number. 31.5 billion on an annualized. Those are annualized numbers, so that's not really what happened, but you put the two on the same annualized basis, you take the ratio, that's over 4.5 times income support added relative to the loss. That's why we've done so well. I mean, the federal government just went, in fact, the economics profession is applauding them at the first time they've responded so fast and so rapidly. And these were direct COVID related response. And we're not talking about the infrastructure and the social, the 3.5 trillion. That's all a whole different issue. This is just fiscal policy response to a catastrophe in the country, but multiples of the loss. And that's what's really been holding us up. This is going to play out. There's been actually additional support since that quarter, second quarter of 2020 is all. I'm just showing you the magnitude. It's still going out there. So for some time period, I think we're going to have a lot of this federal support, surging through the economy. We tax that in a broad sense, and it's going to help support the state fisc. Certainly supported the state fisc in FY21. In fact, tax receipts in 20 relative to FY19, they actually dropped. We lost nearly $400 million in total tax. And that's about 3% drop. We lost a little over 200 million in general fund tax receipt. That's about 2% drop. But fiscal year 21 that we just ended, and we're trying to close out, and Manfred and I are at the last few digits of what did we actually collect, and it's going to be materially higher than fiscal year 20. And I don't have the beans to spill, but Jay himself has said to committee a number of times, we're looking at $400+ million potentially in the general fund line, and that's 700 million plus in the total tax line. A bunch of that will end up in some dedications for the revenue stabilization fund because of strong corporate and other dedications, but very likely 400 million bucks or more worth of general fund excess revenue. That's not the budget balance. The DOA has to put together all the spending side adjustments. But the bounce back in the state fisc has been dramatic, even though the bounce back in the state economy has been worrisome. I mean, you would think you would think that this line here would be way over the pre-COVID. No, it's not. There's a complete disconnect between what's going on in the real economy and what's going on in tax collections in the state fisc. One of my other slides I typically show people is put all the riverboats together, add up all their admissions every month, and then add up all their house wind and gross gaming revenue the boats take in every month, divided by the admissions, and show the average spending each person is putting in. And you've got this steady drop off in admissions and then a big step down with COVID, even after we open them all back up. And the win per admission is big step up. And we tax 21.5% of that. We've actually collecting more money in FY20 with 2 fewer boats than we collected in FY19. Because they're just fewer people going in, they got money burning a hole in their pocket and they're spending like crazy. That may end up being permanent. That's going to be one of the revenue estimators' judgment calls. How permanent is that? After Katrina Rita, it was permanent. They stepped up the win per admission and they kept it up. Now we got another step up, even though admissions have continued a long run decline and then a big step down with the COVID event. So that might be a plus in there. I don't know if it's for the right reasons, but those are the kinds of headaches that the forecasters coming behind me are going to have to deal with. So the excess receipts for FY21 are going to end up, once the budget balance is established, I think the first official establishment will be in October sometime, but then it has to be, the CAFR has to come out and recognized by REC, et cetera. It's going to be constitutionally constrained. So it's not like you can take that money and throw it into the operating budget easily or anything. 25% goes to rainy day fund, 10% to the UAL system, UAL issues, and the rest is largely cap outlay or some other kind of debt deferral if we want, but usually it's cap outlay. What does that mean going forward for base revenue? I know that's a question everybody's interested in. I'm going to jump down to my blurb I wrote down here. Glad I will no longer have to make these judgments. Typically, in a simple model, you have a big step up in collections in your last year, even if you don't change your growth projections at all. If you were growing, you stepped up, you just keep, you're going to have higher numbers relative to the forecast you had before. I mean, it's mathematically, it's going to work out that way, but that's not what the forecasters are going to have to do. I would be very surprised if we don't raise the forecast for fiscal year 22 for sure that we just started, and very likely will, relative to the forecast baseline, higher 23, maybe 24 and 25 out there. That doesn't mean one of those years might not dip down from the year before, because what they're really going to have to do is go, okay, let me have a new assessment of oil prices. And just because it's $70 today, don't mean it's going to be average $70 for the year. Now, we've only got a $59 oil price forecast for the current fiscal year that we just started. There's probably a few dollars a bump to that price forecast. But a production forecast of that continuing decline has to be made. They're going to definitely see in a few months the production in the state step down for the hurricanes and then continue to decline from that. So they have to make that kind of judgment. They have to look at gaming activity. Is the wind permission going to stay up so that our tax base is actually bigger, even though we have a smaller real gaming sector? And that's across the board. I'm worried about Delta variant, which is, fortunately, our numbers have improved from the fourth wave. Not so much in the rest of the country, but good that we've improved, but people start to pull back. We don't need a mandate to close shops to get people to stop shopping. They stopped shopping before any state government ever imposed mandates back in 2020. People were holding back, and mobility data has been a big revealer of that. I've seen it, I think maybe in the first foreshadowing of this, the August receipts for gaming activity across the board, all gaming sectors, all down sharply. And we had Ida come in at the very end of the month. I really don't think that swung the whole month, but it was across the board in the gaming sectors. And that's the most discretionary spend of all. And people just, if they don't show up at the facility, then we can't make any money at all. So one observation, 1 month is that the story, I don't know, but it was sharply down. Those are the kinds of things the forecasters are going to have to worry about. Corporate tax, I hate to say it, but it's probably the one we guess at more than anything. I got 6 different little models. They all run and they all give me a guess. World and international influence, what's going to happen with corporate? Very strong corporate year, but corporate has no trending. It just does this from year to year to year to year. They would be making some serious judgments there. To be careful, we will probably never say it's going to grow the next year from the 500 to 700 million it's going to pick up in FY21. A lot of judgment is going to have to be made. We're very likely, though, to still have some upside potential for fiscal year 22 and probably for 23 relative to the forecasts that are out there already and that are sort of on the planning horizon. That doesn't mean 23 might not be lower than 22 in terms of year over year, 24 and 25. Eventually, this income support plays out, and we've got a state in, an endogenous economy that's not back. And where's tourism going to start coming back in a big way, in a meaningful way? There's not zero tourists. I go to New Orleans all the time. I just moved the daughter down there. I think she spent more time sleeping here than she slept down in New Orleans down in summer. Yeah, not her fault either. But there's activity, but it's not. That city had 10+ million a year in tourists, and it's not anything like that. They've got to come back. That's probably not until sometime in 22, late 22, 23 before we're normal there. So there's a lot of, I see some upside potential, but a lot of uncertainty. And that doesn't mean that from year to year, you can't have a dip down in the collections, even though it's higher than the forecast baseline we've got in place at this moment. The continuation budget shortfall that Jay's group puts together and puts out in front of the budget committee every month. I mean, it's got an FY23 general fund dollar equivalent problem of $1,072,000,000. And that doesn't include the session actions we passed, which for FY23 were nickel and dime. But then it goes to 989 million and then 720 million in FY25. And then they'll add another year here soon and drop a year and add a year. So we're, bouncing around $1 billion. I think half of that or more than half of that is the FMAP enhancements that the federal government gave us early on, very early in the COVID experience, which are going to go away. And we have to come up with some way. We have to resolve that problem. All these numbers this is the general fund dollar equivalent of fiscal problems we got to resolve. And it's going to be big. Even if we raise the revenue forecast, let's just say we raise it to $400 million that we have excess. We won't do that, but if just say we did, we still got a big problem in terms of overall issues we have to resolve in the budget. Session actions in 2021 for FY23 were minor. Anything we did explicitly with tax was just 10 to 15 million. It was small potatoes, really. The big effects were dedications. We've dedicated $400 million to the risk reduction system payback to the federal government. I think 400 million was done in 20. And then we did this 400 million over a 2-year period. And it's kind of a weird thing. They did a they put dibs on 38% of the revenue forecast growth in the current year. And then whatever that figure is, that's going to go to risk reduction dedication. And then the balance of that 400 million minus that is going to come out of next year's FY23's money. So that's a pure dedication because there's no plan to worry about revenue forecasts increasing then, but they got some dibs on this. And then there's another $400 million has to happen beyond that payment. Then we did transportation trust fund dedication of vehicle sales tax. Going to ramp up to about $300 million in fiscal year 23-24. And that's permanent. We'll have to fit, that's not even in these $1 billion continuation budget figures yet. We will have to resolve that issue. It's going to come out of the general fund that's funding everything else that's general fund. So really the dedications that were the session actions were. I don't want to forget that we did some big tax reform proposals. They all got to go to the voters now, November 13th, reforming personal income tax, the corporate income tax, and the corporate franchise tax. The fiscal notes on those were small potatoes, really. In all three combined, maybe a minus 25 to 30 million per year going out. Revenue neutral largely on the personal income tax side, not quite revenue neutral on the corporate income and franchise tax side, but that was by design. They raised corporate income tax so they could cut the franchise tax, and they cut the franchise tax more than they raised the corporate income tax. The corporate side being the most volatile of all numbers, we'll never know whether we actually hit these targets, but in the structure of it was such that the total effect was going to be pretty minor. We're not changing the world with this tax reform. We're accomplishing some goals we wanted to for a long time, but I wouldn't expect see any kind of dramatic effects on the economy or the fisc or anything. And then sales tax, centralized sales tax collection. We basically told create another group of people and y'all go figure that out. And then bring it back to the legislature. It still requires a 2/3 vote of the legislature to accomplish that, which we couldn't get done the first time. So again, I don't expect there to be some dramatic changes to the economy because that the advocates claim lots of things, the cons will claim lots of things, but I don't think the world's going to change. It may be a better way to do things, but we're not really changing the world with any of these reforms. And then finally, sports bets coming, right? So, I can't believe all the commercials I've saw in the last few games I've been watching. I'm a little scared about everybody having a sports bet app and a credit card on their phone. A little scary. However, we're going to get more money than Mississippi because our model is more expansive and it's not all dedicated away. There's several dedications, but I think there's a good chunk of this that's at this point is general fund money. But if you get 4 or 5 times Mississippi's collections, you're talking 20 to 25 million total. And we have a more expansive model. We will get some multiples of there once we get to a fully ramped up, full year, normal year, whatever that is. I haven't seen a normal year since 2005, quite frankly. But we'll get some money there, but save the day money? No, of course not. But it is finally going to be here. So everybody seems to be excited about sports betting. That's all I've got to say. Some pluses, some minuses, and I'm always worried about the future here. Even if we get back to pre-COVID, we weren't rocking. We were struggling.
I think that's Randy Ewing.
Well, you can see how much we're going to miss Greg for his eternal optimism.
Big round of applause for my departure.
No, seriously, we're going to miss, the state is going to miss Greg tremendously, and we appreciate his many, many years of service, and it's going to be big shoes to fill. I know they'll be adequately filled, but thanks for all you've done.
Yeah, y'all will be talking to Ben Vincent. I want to introduce him. He's not in the room, but my colleague Ben Vincent will be sliding in, and he will be ready to go, and he'll do a great job.
In evaluating our revenue, as you know, the fiscal office has an opinion and the division has an opinion. Manfred Dix is our economist, and Manfred and Greg have always worked very closely together. Sometimes they're closely aligned on their forecast. Sometimes they're wildly apart. What has been a general trend, though, certainly in this administration, is we've tended to take the lower forecast from the two economists out of a desire to be conservative in our estimating. I think you can absolutely expect that to continue for the next couple of years. At one point, I advocated taking a higher forecast, but I think there was only one time that I wanted to do that. And certainly the legislators on the REC are going to, I think, always trend toward a lower forecast. So that's going to affect what we do for the remaining couple of years of this term. And obviously, some of the things Greg talked about are going to have impacts on the next term, and it'll affect the next governor and the next legislature. But in terms of our immediate future, for the most part, I would say it's pretty good because we've got all this federal money that Greg referred to that's coming in. There's going to be a huge amount of spending across the country and certainly in Louisiana as well. I think that'll have some bearing on the construction numbers you saw on this chart, because there's going to be an awful lot of construction taking place in the wake of the storms, as well as the money that's coming in for broadband, and it's coming to the universities to do a lot of work that needs to be done. And we are going to continue to advocate very strongly for a big chunk of our surplus going for deferred maintenance on college campuses. And we were able to accomplish that, not to the degree we've wanted to in the past couple of years, but to the degree that we've had more money for deferred construction than we've had in the past. And as you know, that's a very important component of what y'all do, and that what you need, because the more we let things fester without being maintained, the bigger cost it is on the back end when we have to replace a building or do more expensive maintenance. So we will be advocating a considerable amount of our one-time money going to deferred maintenance for higher education. We haven't had the success we need to have in the legislature. And one thing I would say to you as the board, you need to be more vocally active as individual members with legislators in stressing the importance of deferred maintenance. Because it makes so much sense to us to use this money in that way. And we've, no matter how much we've emphasized it and asked for it, it's always chopped down legislatively. And I just think that's an area where the higher education community can improve and get more resources by placing an emphasis on this. And we have a lot of data that we share, and y'all do too, but I just urge you to continue to do that because we're going to have one-time money. I mean, there's no question some of that's going to be available. Greg touched on the fact that I think our number is probably going to be over 600 million, maybe close to 700 million in terms of surplus from FY21. But of that, a big portion of it was corporate income. And there's a constitutional amendment that creates this revenue, forgot what it's called. What's it called?
Revenue stabilization.
Revenue stabilization fund, like the budget stabilization fund, which is the rainy day fund. And that's going to require us to put somewhere close to 200 million, maybe in the 170, 180 million dollars of that one-time surplus in an account that cannot be touched, basically. It requires 2/3 vote of the legislature to free any of it. And even with that vote, you can only take 10% of the principal. And so that fund is just building up and doing nothing. It was a purported reform measure, but from my look, it doesn't make a huge amount of sense in that we're taking revenue that otherwise could be spent on one-time purposes and locking it in. The design was to make sure we had a 2/3 vote of the legislature, I think, to be able to free up that kind of money if corporate income rose above 600 million. And it's going to this year, which is why that significant sum is going to be locked away in that fund. I doubt the legislature would tamper with it in the next couple of years that we've got left. But we are going to have a significant surplus from 21, that 25% of it will go to the rainy day fund, 10% of it will go to addressing the unfunded accrued liability, which is really getting knocked down on a regular basis, which is a good thing. The remainder can be used for capital outlay and the like. More could be put in the rainy day fund. We're going to be advocating deferred maintenance for college campuses as a main focus of that one-time money. So that's kind of where we are from 21. That'll all be finalized in the next, as Greg said, not too distant future. It'll be official once we present it to the budget committee after the first of the year. And then that'll be the subject of whatever money may be appropriated in the supplemental bill when the legislature convenes. We're only 1 month into the new fiscal year. Manfred tells me as of yesterday that things look pretty good for the August numbers. remember, the forecast dropped dramatically in the wake of the onset of COVID. So our expectations properly dropped because we knew there was going to be big problems with COVID, not having any idea how long it would last or that we'd still be talking about it now. But we properly reduced the forecast. And so therefore we perform better. And that's why we have the big surplus number for 21. We also dropped the forecast for 22, the current year that we're in. So we think that we're going to be performing pretty well during the course of this year. You never know, and we're only 1 month into it, but 1 month tells us, okay, good, we're at least on target with most of our projections and a little bit better on some of the bigger areas like sales tax and personal income tax. I think Manfred said are pretty stable, maybe a little bit better. So that's encouraging, obviously, as we look at what's going to happen in 22, and also we start looking at what the forecast is going to be for the 23 budget, which the legislature will address when we come into session next year. Higher ed is, and I think you know this, I know you know this, has fared better in recent years than it has in the past decade, probably decade and a half, relatively speaking, about a 10% increase overall in funding when you look at money that was allocated for formula funding, an increase in the formula funding, and other increases, faculty pay, and mandated costs. And that's something I can assure you we will be putting as a priority. The governor's made it clear it's a priority. We've always felt it should be a high priority. So you can look for us, if everything stays on course, to be recommending increases for mandated costs as well as hopefully for the formula. Not sure what we'll be able to do by way of raises. The governor wants to be able to give teacher pay raises and for faculty members as well, but I just don't know that our forecast is going to enable us to do that. But certainly we've heard from you that mandated costs are a big boogaboo, and we know that is for a lot of the schools. And so we'll continue to make that a priority. The tax constitutional amendments that Greg referred to, you could see from his comments, are not going to have a dramatic impact. It doesn't sound like on what our revenue looks like, but I sure hope they pass. I mean, these are things that have been recommended for the past 2 or 3 decades whenever we talk about changes in our tax system. And so, it's going to be important, I think, that those items pass. It'll be interesting to see how the delay in the election impacts turnout and what turnout's going to be like anyway. I think there's going to be some money behind a campaign, to pass those 2 amendments. And I think that'll be very, very helpful. So I encourage y'all to take a close look at that and recognize that may be long-term increase. We hope that we're going to see a continuation of pent-up spending in Louisiana as well as nationwide, certainly from a tourism standpoint. That, used to be my bailiwick as lieutenant governor, and it's critical for Louisiana. We're putting a lot of money in tourism from the federal dollars that we received, because it's going to be a very competitive environment as corporations and associations look at where they're going to have their conventions when the New Orleans gets back up cranking with inviting folks to come back from a convention standpoint. That'll be critical to bring back that marketplace. And we're going to continue to help push tourism as much as we possibly can. And I think that people across the country and eventually across the world are going to want to come to Louisiana. It's a place that's always high on people's list, and it's a fun place, and that's what I think people are going to be looking for. Those people who've been forced to stay home and, as Greg said, save their money. There's a lot of money that people have gotten from the federal government. Not all of it's been spent. Although if you look at jewelry stores and car dealerships, 19 and 20, massive increases in revenue. I think Lee Michaels had its biggest year ever, just as an example, in the pandemic year. And you can't find cars on lots. Now, that's because of the chip situation from overseas, but also car dealerships went crazy during the pandemic because people used that money and went and bought cars. So that'll be interesting to see how that plays out on vehicle sales, because that's the one thing that is down in those August numbers pretty dramatically, but that's because there are no cars on the lots. If you look around, there's not much product. So overall, I'm pretty optimistic about where we're going to be. This incredible amount of federal money that has been dumped on states and municipalities is unprecedented since the New Deal. I mean, literally. Usually the feds give you reimbursement money. You go spend the money and we'll pay you back. like they do sometimes in disasters. But with the CARES Act and the American Rescue Plan and what is now contemplated in the legislation under discussion in Congress, they're sending money. They're putting money in our treasury. Sometimes you have to draw it down from the feds and it's not actually in our treasury, but a lot of it comes to us and it's there to be spent. Limitations on it, but pretty wide authority to spend this money, as you've seen the way we're able to use these funds to avoid the massive cuts that you otherwise would have seen in the wake of the pandemic. So I think that's going to spur some economic activity, of course, and I'm hopeful, certainly for the remaining couple of years of this term, we're able to continue our commitment to investments in higher ed. And encourage you to be the advocates that you've been in the past and step it up even more to try and bring the legislature to a level of commitment and enthusiasm that we have for higher ed that we haven't fully seen. Although what they did is commendable. Obviously, they went along with our proposals and you got a significant bump up and I hope that can continue. I know all of you know a lot of questions and suspicion may not be the right word, but a lot of questions from the legislature about the money that went directly to higher ed from ARP and in the wake of the pandemic. How did you spend that money? Why do we need to give you more money? Of course, the answer from most of you has been, well, we use that to reimburse the costs that we had 19 when we had to ramp up and ensure the continuation of academics, which higher ed did to an incredibly impressive effect without seeing a huge degree of interruption, immediately converting to online learning and what have you. So along those lines, I'll just make this observation as well. There are going to be some dramatic long-term changes coming out of COVID relative to the economy of the nation and the world and the work habits of the nation and the world. And you're going to see a lot more people working at home. You're going to, I think, see a lesser need for office space, both commercially and arguably at some point on college campuses when people start thinking about capital outlay dollars and saying, why do we want to keep building when we may be shrinking the need? Now, in-person learning is obviously the best way. It's not going to all go away because of COVID, but we learned in COVID that that can work. So I think we need to be prepared for that. We're going to be looking at that at a state level, particularly here in Baton Rouge with our office buildings. I mean, we've got these 4, 5, or 6 major office buildings that have been great to save lease expenses in the private sector. But as we move a little bit more to people working at home, maybe 2 days a week or some 3 days a week or some permanently, there may be less need for office space. And we're going to be doing an evaluation of that. And incidentally, we were committed to doing that before COVID. Interestingly enough, because of the interstate widening project that's going to take place in Baton Rouge, we had already committed to DOTD that we were going to be looking at figuring out 4-day work weeks, staggered 4-day work weeks to try and minimize traffic on the interstate as this lengthy multi-year project begins, because the numbers are staggering as to how much money and time it saves if we can knock down the traffic flow on the interstate. It will require only the expansion of 1 temporary lane as opposed to 2, and that has a multi-million-dollar impact. I don't know all the gory details, but we already said we were going to start working toward that, and COVID just is accelerating that discussion and probably broadening it to something beyond just the interstate period. One other thing I'll mention that's kind of just out of the blue, but it's something I've been thinking about and worried about as a sports fan. And that is what's going to happen to collegiate athletics with all the changes that are taking place. And that has an impact on you, obviously, as the overseer of responsibilities and dollars for college campuses. And I particularly worry about UL system schools. Just as an example, Oklahoma and Texas joining the SEC, you're liable to see LSU and SEC schools dramatically limiting the number of non-conference games they play. LSU, for example, has always played a UL school once a year. It's a big dollar income. In the big scheme of things, it's not huge dollars, but it's big revenue for a school to play in Tiger Stadium. I could see that going away if all of a sudden you have to start playing additional SEC games. I think the NCAA is going to have trouble surviving under this new world as these conferences become more powerful and even bigger TV deals and start playing each other. The NIL, where athletes can get some money. If you're an advertiser, are you going to spend as much money on a college campus if you're trying to squirrel away some money to pay an athlete a big dollar to your spokesperson or whatever? Paying players eventually is going to trickle down, I think, beyond NIL to individual schools. I just think the whole landscape of amateur athletics is changing, and that's a big component of everybody's life in higher education, particularly in Louisiana, and particularly in the UL schools that unlike LSU, are self-sufficient with an athletic department, and gaming to whatever extent that plays into it. I just think it's something long-term for the board to be considering or just thinking about, trying to be ahead of that whole issue. I may be just dreaming and being a little too concerned about it, but it's something I've been looking at and thinking about. So anyway, I'm happy to try and answer any questions. We're looking forward to working with y'all. We obviously try and listen to the recommendations you make, and we encourage the schools to make their recommendations to you and try not to cowboy beyond what you've recommended. I know that happens, and it doesn't happen as much as it used to, and y'all have done a good job of being involved in those discussions. And the more that higher ed speaks with a unified voice, I think the better chances of success. So we are committed to making good things happen. And that's my pledge to you. And I know the governor's pledge as well. And hopefully we'll have the resources to be able to make good on that promise.
Commissioner Darden and Greg, thank you all very much for the presentations. Always, it's very interesting. We could go on and on. We are running a little behind, I think, at this point, but I guess I would ask one quick question just to summarize. If you have this projection, right, that job growth doesn't return to flat even for several years, does that investment of federal funds carry us through to that point such that it tips or not?
Well, we can spend these federal dollars. The deadline is December 24. So, we move into those fiscal years that you're talking about now. And the legislature's properly been judicious in its allocation of those dollars. We had a huge amount of money. The legislature only spent basically half of it, reserving the remaining half to see how they want to spend it. Broadband expenditures, which is big. I didn't mention that as well, but I know you're following that, and with the system that you've got, along with what we hope can do with broadband, that's going to be a big significant investment as well. And again, only 90 million of that was allocated to be spent in the current year. There's another 90 million to be spent, and the plan pending in Congress right now is going to throw a lot more money at broadband. So I think my answer would be yes. Maybe Greg differs, but I think we've got some comfort level that those federal dollars are going to help us.
And I echo Jay's comments about the optimism in the short-term intermediate term, because of the federal spending that's not going through households, is going through programs and entities like higher education institutions and governmental institutions. We're going to be spending that out for a number of years. And I don't think you actually have to have the dollar spent by December 31st, but you got to have some commitment, and that drags it on in. So that support is going to be there for the next 2, 3, 4 years, probably, if not longer, really. But it will diminish over time, and it gets more and more targeted depending on what program you do. Broadband's a lot of spend. It's a good example. How much does that stimulate the state economy, just to spend to the build out? It's not as big as people think. When you go and buy broadband equipment or installation, where are you getting it from? How much of that stuff do we produce in the state? How much value added to that 90 million, and what ultimately is going to be a lot more than that, is produced in Louisiana? And it's going to be surprisingly little. We import almost everything. And we produce and export to other people, but the fiber optics and all the equipment and stuff, these things, we have these nominal dollars, and then the value added in the state is usually relatively small. The thing is, we have a very large amount of nominal dollars in these programs, and we have a list in one of our books it adds up to 20 billion, and it doesn't even include the unemployment money and the money that went to households and stuff like that. So I think it's going to be supportive of us for some time. We just have to get but you can see the rest of the economy's just got to come back. It's going to come back slow. Is it going to be a perfect match? The federal diminishment is going down, and the state, internal economy is going up. No, it's probably not. So, and that's the root of my worry, really, is that it won't be this perfect matchup.
Just one other point. I know you want to get rid of us and move on, but let me, I just got this morning. We were really lucky from a higher education community standpoint with Ida. The damage was not nearly as severe as it could have been given the utter devastation that individuals and other communities have had. But it looks like we've got more in reserve for Nichols now than any other place. We knew Nichols and Southeastern were the hardest hit, but risk management tells me this morning that they've increased the reserves for Nichols because apparently there's a good deal of work that has to go on there. And originally we didn't think that was the case, but those are the two biggest hit higher education institutions, although some of the technical schools and community colleges have work as well.
Thank you both so very much.
Thank y'all.
And Greg, thanks again to you for all your service. Thank you.
Thank you.
We are running a few behind, but we'll hear next from Deputy Commissioner for Finance Administration, Terrence Ginn, and then Associate Commissioner Matthew Lumberger.
Yes, thank you, Regent Solomon. Generally, this is the time where we recognize our staff. We're virtual this year, so the staff usually joins us here at the meeting. So rather than calling all their names and introducing you to them, I'll just give them a virtual thank you for all the work that you do on the finance team to make all of this happen. We are a 16-member team. That includes IT, human resources, purchasing, and all those things. So to all of you watching from home, thank you for all you do in the background to make this day and all days possible. We'll move right into, in the interest of time, Matthew going over the Board of Regents budget. As you know, we are 3 programs. We're a Board of Regents program, which is the administrative function. And we have LASFA, which is our student financial aid. And we have our Marine Consortium, LUMCON. So those executive directors are here with us, and Matthew will go over the Regents program very, very briefly.
Thanks, Terrence. And I'll do a quick higher ed overview. The first graph is just the means of finance between state funds and tuition and fees or self-generated revenue over the last 16 years. So that gives a look of where we were pre-Great Recession to where we are now, and that the tables have turned from being state funded to now student funded. If we go on to the next slide, this is degree granting institutions, so med schools, law schools, and the 2- and 4-year institutions. We can see that thanks to the increases that higher ed received this past session, we brought that percentage down a little bit, so we stabilized from growing further apart. On the next slide is where the current higher education budget is overall. We have $100 million increase in state general fund. This includes the faculty pay, mandated cost, and funding formula increases, as well as line item increases and financial aid increases. For faculty pay, we had increases that range from 2% at some institutions all the way to 28% at one institution, with dollar amounts ranging from $1,000 to $15,000. So a lot of needed work was done to increase faculty pay. On the next slide, this is just how we spend our dollars in higher education. The vast majority of funds is for personnel services. So this is faculty and staff. We have a large amount for other charges. This includes the scholarship programs. This includes contracts, interagency agreements, some mandated cost, and research dollars. And then on to the next slide. This is the mandated cost slide that we show every year. So you can see that mandated costs this year are $700 million. In 2009, they were $445 million. So we've increased by over $260 million for mandated cost over that time period. What's interesting to note, we still have less dollars for operations, but last year we were over $300 million less for operations. So we've clawed back the dollars to spend on our students to get them through the finish line. On to the next slide. So this is another way to look at it. We spend, for every state dollar we receive, we give 75 cents back in mandated costs. Last year, we gave back 80 cents for every dollar. So again, those increases that we received for mandated costs and the increase for higher education as a whole was well received. Last year, there were 8 institutions that gave back more in mandated costs than they received in state funds. This year, we're down to 7. So again, we're making slow increases into righting the ship. And that will do it for the higher ed overview as a state. And I'll go through, I'll run through the Regents budget real quick. A reminder that in 2016, Act 314 was passed, and that consolidated Board of Regents, LASFA, and LUMCON into one agency. Next slide. So this is how the entire Board of Regents, including LASFA and LUMCON agency budget is allocated. We had an increase in state general fund. This was for TOPS, the largest increase in Go grants at $11 million, the Foster Scholars Program, and then for statutory dedications, this includes funds for Higher Education Initiatives Fund, which I'll get into in a later slide. The decrease of $3 million is the CARES dollars that we received through the state in 21 to replace state general fund due to COVID. And then federal funds, this is mainly due to a U.S. Department of Education grant that Lewis, the Louisiana Library Consortium, received from the U.S. Department of Ed. Next slide. So here's the significant changes for Board of Regents as a whole. Again, the largest was for Go grants. We received a like amount for TOPS. We've got the CARES money swap was restored. The higher education cut within Board of Regents from FY21 due to COVID was restored. And we received increases for mandated costs within the agency. Next slide. And so this is Board of Regents program itself. We had an increase of $6 million for state general fund. Included in that is the $3.25 million that was swapped out for the CARES dollars. We received an additional $1 million for STEM, an additional $1 million for nurse capitation. And there's the $1 million for the federal grant from Lewis and statutory dedications within the Higher Ed Initiatives Fund and the Cybersecurity Technology Fund for cybersecurity jobs. And that was $1 million. So if we go to the next slide, this is how Board of Regents allocates its dollars. Board of Regents is a pass-through agency for a lot of different initiatives in higher education. Within that other charges, the support fund, the $22 million for the support fund is within other charges. There's $11 million for federal research grants that we received to pass through to institutions. This also includes STEM, cyber, SREB, the regional contracting program, where we pay for slots for different medical programs that we don't offer in Louisiana, and nurse capitation, and as well as the Lonnie Network. And if we go to the next slide, this is the overview of the significant changes that I touched on. And that will conclude the Board of Regents budget. Oh, and forget about Lonnie. This is our network that we provide internet and computing services to the institutions across the state, including private institutions, as well as Lewis, the Louisiana Library Network, to its 47 members across the state, which has saved a large amount of dollars since its inception for libraries across the state, higher education libraries. And they continue to do great work through the OER programs and helping students through COVID as well. And so I know that was quick. I was trying to get us back on time. And that concludes the Board of Regents overview.
Matthew, on a percentage basis, as the overall pie has grown, have any of the programs not grown in the same proportion necessarily, or do they all kind of grow at the same rate?
The pass-through dollars, so some have stayed the same, none have decreased. But whenever we get additional dollars from the legislature that's marked for certain purposes, that's where it goes. So 2 years ago, we received $1 million for STEM. This year, this past session, we got another $1 million. So STEM has doubled within the past year. And that's for the regional STEM centers that are housed across the state. So we're able to support those further. For nurse capitation, there was a point in prior to the Great Recession that it was over $10 million that we were given to nurse capitation. Now we're at 3.5 million, but we received 2.5 million 2 years ago and an additional million this year. So we've really ratcheted that program. And then there was a fund created in the past session called the Heroes Fund that used some of the stimulus dollars to further the nurse capitation and health needs that we'll have access to and y'all will be discussing tomorrow at the board meeting.
Mr. Solomon, I would like to also state that we have to have the general fund investments that Matthew mentioned, but the decreases have occurred in the support fund. And that's because the dollars that we receive are based on interest from oil royalties. And so obviously that's gone down. We took steps in the last legislative session to change that. We changed the legislation. We were successful in changing the legislation to change the investment portfolio and how we invest those dollars. So we should see over the next, once it passes the vote of the people next year, hopefully it'll pass, we'll start seeing an increase back to the previous levels for the support fund. So that's one of the major areas that I can say I think that we've decreased, but everything else that Matthew stated is absolutely correct. From the general fund standpoint, especially with this administration, we've been able to see some investments that he spoke about.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Should we take a very quick break and then resume at 10:05? Would that be good for you all, Kim? And all right. We'll come back at 10:05.
All right.
Thank you all.
Bye-bye.
Okay, we're going to get back on track and we're going to welcome back everyone. Next up is our Marine Consortium LumCon, Dr. Craig McLean. Hope you're doing well after Ida. Thanks for joining us today and please proceed.
I also want to introduce both the Regents commissioners present to John Stassi, who is our new CFO, who took over actually at the beginning of the year, late last year, but hasn't been to a Regents board meeting yet. So I want to introduce John.
Great to meet you.
It's been a really nice addition to our team. Go ahead and proceed to the next slide. Thank you. The first thing I want to address is for the last fiscal year and this fiscal year, we've actually received an increase in funding of around 1.75 million. And I want to talk a little bit about where that additional funding is going. So when I came on in 2016, part of my startup package was to hire in 3 new faculty members. And so some $300,000 are continuing to support the salaries of those faculty members. BITNIP, which is the Baritarian National Estuary Program, so it's one of the 24 national estuary programs, is actually part of LumCon. In previous years, their funding is from the EPA, and we have to provide a 1-to-1 state match to that. And so their funding has actually increased and will be increasing to $1 million. So 600,000 of that is to meet that 1-to-1 match. A little over 50,000 to cover pay increases to staff in FY19. And then the last of the funding, 725K, is to support the salary and fringe of LumCon's currently filled in essential positions that had been previous to COVID, supported by self-generated revenues. And I can get to, and I believe the next slide, please. Thank you. So this is the COVID impacts. Education outreach there, you're looking at total students. So in 2019, pre-COVID, 3,600 K through 12 and undergraduate students at LumCon. 2020, that was down to 661, and that was pre-COVID, in those few months there. 2021, 0. We have no, we've been closed to the public, closed to K through 12, closed to undergraduates on site since the beginning of COVID. Just by the nature of our work, there's not a way that we can do that with, do the kind of work that we do with students in this. What these numbers don't reflect is we've largely moved on to digital. We were in the current final stages of bringing on a digital production studio until Ida came, and I will talk about that in a bit. We moved to online curriculums. We've done online lecture series, so we've really went all in on the on sort of bridging the digital divide. Unfortunately, that has been really essential to our mission, but unfortunately, getting revenues back through those is just not possible at this point. Although it has opened up the door for more grants in education outreach through either federal funding agencies or both private foundations. So we have received money in specifically for our digital programs in that. Research days. So these are the number of days that a consortium faculty member, so a faculty member from one of the 24 private or public state universities and colleges. This is the number of days that a researcher or graduate student from these other consortium institutions spent at LumCon doing research. 2019, that was 903 days. 2020, back a significant drop down to 117. This year already we're at 164. So we're starting to piece in operations as vaccinations became available. As we know more about the virus and create better protocols and things like that, we're able to actually try to ramp up the consortium research activities at LumCon. Of course, some of those numbers also reflect that the lowered capacity of faculty everywhere, including in this state, as parents have had to take care of their children, teach their children from home, have, all the things that have come with COVID, that they're much less willing to travel to, say, Cocodrie and, take the opportunity to do that. Self-generated operating revenue. So this is just education, the revenues that we generate through educational fees, research, non-federal grants, interagency transfer, special projects, dormitories. Oh, no, it doesn't include dormitory there. So that was in 2020, 2 million, and in 2021, down to 1.2. Vessel revenues, 2020, 2.8. So this is from the rental of our large research fleet to a variety of scientists. It's down about 800,000, although that our ship schedule is starting to pack back in again. In fact, I believe in the next fiscal year, it'll actually probably exceed what we've done in previous years because so many people are coming back. In fact, we may have crewing issues that we need to resolve relatively soon in terms of getting backup crews so we can keep the ships going. Dormitories, obviously they're offline for the most part. So there's been almost $100,000 drop there. So the total impact on self-generated revenue was 1.7 overall. Next slide, please. So the ways that we've addressed this, obviously the COVID relief funding that we've gotten from the state for the last 2 years has made a significant difference. The cafeterias and dormitories have been offline. So we did lose a staff. We lost the chef of the cafeteria. Luckily, we had a position open on one of the vessels, so we're able to transition over to the chef on the Point Sur. Because of suspended activities and services, at LumCon, we're able to actually gain about $15,000 back on our electric bill every year since COVID began. As we've had natural attritions of staff, we've not replaced them. So that's gained us back about $200,000 there. We've gotten some supplements from the National Science Foundation for the REU program that has put additional money in. Our development program has really ramped up. So in 2020, we went from 37 donations to this fiscal year to 78 donations and overall a doubling of our development program in terms of small. Those are annual giving contributions. Those are not large gifts. We also are in line as soon as the feds release the funding for a GQs. This will fund our environmental monitoring program that's largely been supported by marine ops and self-generated revenues in the past, but that's an additional $500,000 that will support both the equipment and the technology needed for the environmental monitoring program, as well as the staff. And then we've secured NSF has provided us, and UNOLS have provided us for vessel support grants. So they basically paid us port fees for our vessels just to set in port when it's not going out due to COVID-related impacts. So between a variety of between these things and these cost-saving measures that we've done, as well as these COVID relief, our budget has been stable through this. Now, I would say the real impact, obviously, outside of morale and those sorts of things, is that we are at a reduced staffing load now, especially in education and some other key areas, facilities as well. Do you have anything to add to that, John, before I go on?
No.
Okay. All right, next slide, please. So our grant status, we have currently 26 currently active research grant. And I will note here that when you see these numbers, you have to keep in mind that this is generated by 6 faculty, not including myself. So 7 faculty, including me. So we have 26 currently active grants. The total funding for those grants now is $3.9 million. The total remaining direct funds, so how much we can still charge against those grants, currently is a little less than $2 million. The total remaining indirect funds, so those funds that go for overhead into LumCon, is a little less than $500,000. In 2020, those 6 faculty, although I think I may actually be in there with a couple of my own, 41 submitted grants. This year, so far, 26 submitted grants. Our success rate on that is, and so in 2020 it was 6, and this year I think we've got 3. So it's a little bit above the national. So funding at NSF, which is primarily our main funding agency, the funding rates, depending on the program, are somewhere between 5% and 7%. And our success rate on grants is usually somewhere between 7 and 10%. So we're outperforming sort of the averages. Some of that I think we're going to continue to get better. Most of the faculty right now is junior faculty. They're earlier in their careers. And as they continue to expand their research programs, gain expertise, move from assistant to associate professor level, they'll start drawing in bigger and more grants.
I can add to that real quick, in my short 9 months here, I have, because I submit the grants when they give them to me, but I've seen the grants. The last few are in the millions of dollars range rather than the ones that we had from the private foundations last year were in the $50,000 to $150,000 range. So that'll make the IDC go up as well.
And so one specific example I want to mention is last year NSF released a program called the Coast and Peoples Program. And they were to generate these basically coastal science hubs that would be funded for $5 million over 5 years, so $1 million per year. And that program received over 150 proposals. And the one that was led by LumCon that included also Tulane, Dillard, UNO, and UL as a joint proposal. Ours was ranked, did not get funded, was ranked highly competitive out of that group. We were the only one in the state that was actually ranked highly competitive, and we were greatly encouraged to resubmit this year. So we are currently working on that. That deadline for that is early December. So we think we have a very good chance of actually getting it funded in this round, which would bring in, $1 million per year into LumCon to support research, education initiatives, postdoctoral programs, and things along that line. Next slide, please. Critical funding needs for FY22. So 2 of the associate professors will be seeking promotion to full professor. So that'll require adding into our budget for those salary increases. We're currently at 7 faculty, including myself. Expanding our faculty up will make us less with such low numbers of faculty.
There it is. Thank you.
Yeah, Regents, why don't y'all go mute? We can hear y'all, some of y'all talking.
With such low faculty, we're particularly sensitive to changes in funding rates and things like that. With more faculty, we can get a little bit more of a buffer of that. And so we'd like to hire in 2 faculty members, but specifically tie them to the Houma Maritime campus and the Blue Works. So their primary focus would be engineering, technology, and computer sciences. So it's expanding the mission of LumCon or expanding our research footprint some. Some critical rehires, 2 educators we need to replace back. Hopefully one of those we can get back through grant funding and indirects. Social media coordinator, consortium coordinator, that is a position that used to be called the University Education Coordinator, and we would like to replace that with a consortium coordinator. So someone whose full-time job is to manage our relationships, build up relationships, and of course attract education and research from the consortium partners into LumCon. We're down to facilities personnel as well, new staffing needs, Blue Works positions, and at the new campus. So that would be educators, the 2 faculty that I mentioned before. Deputy director position has not existed in the past in LumCon, but as we went through the strategic planning process this year, allowing my position to basically work at a national level, represent LumCon at that level, spend more time on development while having a deputy director that would manage the daily operations of LumCon would actually probably increase the footprint of LumCon as well as revenues into LumCon in the long run. Port engineer, our vessels, our research fleet is increasing. I'll talk about this, but we're replacing the Pelican. We're starting the design process for that now. We're gaining the Gilbert Mason, the RCRV, which is twice the size of our largest ship now. That's being built too. Having a port engineer who can oversee both of those vessels, plus our smaller vessels as well, is like a critical need that we have as our research fleet is growing. We've also spoken about a communications director to work more closely with the Board of Regents and a grants administrator. We're processing so many grants now that having additional capacity in our admin staff, someone who has grants experience would be good. And then an administrative assistant position, either tied to the associate directors, the leadership team, or in the back with John as well. IT upgrades, phones, things like that, just, the constant need to replace that. The last 2 things are sort of not, they're not I would say not critical funding needs, but what we, part of LUMCON's mission has our mission statement has an explicit tie to serving those underrepresented in the state in education. So seeking a little bit of money to help build up DEI initiatives at LUMCON. And then the Synthesis Center, we want to serve and should be serving as the hub of sort of marine and coastal synthesis in the state. And so that 50K would be to help support meetings and people coming to LUMCON as groups to work on sort of key issues in coastal and marine science and conservation. So I was asked to speak a little bit about deferred maintenance and critical funding needs of this. This is the McMurdo. It's the Antarctic Polar Station. And I had the privilege of being there for a few months when I was a graduate student. And I put that there for one key reason and I remember showing a slide like this when I interviewed for the position at that time with the Regents then, and sort of saying, LUMCON is not your typical university building. You have to think about LUMCON in a very fundamentally different way than almost any other building in this state. It is an extreme science outpost in a very extreme environment. And that requires both from us internally, but from the state level as well, an increased amount of investment in the infrastructure and showing it up against things, the variety of flooding, of saltwater damage, hurricanes. And next slide, please. And so to give you where we're at right now, that was Ida's trajectory. The eye wall passed within 8 miles of the Marine Center in Cocodrie. So we had sustained winds of over 140 miles an hour for well over 4 hours at the center, recorded by our environmental monitoring station before it went offline. And so we took a hit from a Category 4 hurricane. And so I want to give you an update about what our status is after that, where we're at now a few weeks out. Next slide, please. Okay. So we have no electricity at the center. We have no idea when we're getting electricity. The parish has told us at Energy have suggested that we might have it by the end of the month. We've been operating we have 2 generators. One is a backup generator. We've been operating on a single generator since the beginning of Ida. The second generator is not operational right now. The wind from this blue water inside of the facilities building, and we had roof damage there as well. That water actually fried the transfer switch and the controller for generator 2. And so we have to replace those. Those were a few weeks out. They're actually now here, and we're waiting for this team, hopefully this week, to come in and install those, and then we'll have the backup generator. So that the new parts are 2 weeks out is outdated there. So in that aspect, we've had power. The problem, of course, some of this is the generators are, I think, original to LUMCON. They're not, so they're over 40 years old now. They're powerhouses, but all the electronics, all the things that go around with them, when they fail, it's getting harder and harder for us to find replacement parts, which is why it took us almost 3 weeks to get in the transfer switch and the control board. Having conversations now about potentially replacing the full generator system to something more up to date is something that we need to start having conversations about. And the other thing is, because our generators are so old, there's only one service provider that will actually work on them. So it takes us a while to get them because they're the only group that will work on the generators that we have. Our HVAC is not operational. So in retrospect, probably not the greatest design for LUMCON, but our HVAC system runs on a water tower. So it's a cooling tower. And so it requires a consistent delivery of water. And so parish water has been down since Ida. We have no idea when it's returning back. It could be weeks. We've tried to attempt to supply it with a trailered water, but that was unsuccessful. We have a break in the line somewhere. So when we pumped it in, we went through 1,000 gallons of water in like 3 hours. So that whole system is likely was damaged in the hurricane in ways that we don't know quite yet. The good news is today a trailered HVAC system is arriving at LUMCON. So we will have climate control back at LUMCON as of this afternoon. And that will be able to pipe into our existing infrastructure in the building itself. So, in terms of the actual damage to LumCon, so there were substantial damages to the dormitories and offices. Most of the damage that we experienced at LumCon was either due to roof damage or due to the lack of storm shutters. So without belaboring the full story, we got capital outlay and deferred maintenance last year to replace the shutter system that was 15 years old across LumCon. That process has not went smoothly. We are not managing that. That's being managed by FP&C and the architect. That project was supposed to be done in March of this year. Now it was projected to be done in November. It's likely to be not done until end of March. So what that meant is we went into hurricane season in Ida with only about a third of LumCon's windows having storm shutters. Several of those actually failed. So the design of those, the other ones, I would say another third had plywood up on them. And the plywood wasn't secured appropriately, so it came off. Most of that came off. And then the third of the building that had the third that has the dormitories and the offices had no protection whatsoever. So a lot of our damages to the dormitories and offices is due to the shutters. And so the remediation team is on site now. They'll be clearing out anything that needs to be removed, including walls and things like that. We should be finished by the end of the week or early next week. So that's loss of furniture, loss of some windows, loss of ceilings and walls. We have secured a general contractor. They're supposed to come down tomorrow to actually begin that. So we're making progress. The ball is moving along. We've insurance adjuster should be down. Sedgwick should be down this week for on Thursday to do that claim. We already had the insurance adjuster for the shutter company because they are liable for anything related to the storm shutter. So they came down last week. Our walk-in science freezer is not operational right now. So the fluctuating power and water damage to the electronics basically has fried our freezer that was original to the building. The age is preventing substantial repair to be done. So we have a handful of deep freezers that are on their way to LumCon today. And we have the UNOLS organization, the freezers that go on our vessels that are sending one down, which should be down by the end of the week. So we will be looking to replace our walk-in freezer. Our plumbing is unoperational right now. It's on the underside of the building. That also includes our saltwater delivery plumbing throughout the building. There's many breaks in the system, so that'll have to be replaced. Like I said, Sedgwick ORM still has not conducted a site assessment. That they're scheduled to be down on Thursday, but they've canceled twice on us so far.
How much of your losses are insured?
Almost all of them. Well, we're pretty confident that all of our losses will either be covered by the insurance of the shutter company or the contractor for the shutter project, ORM through our insurance or through FEMA. It's just the time that it'll take. Yeah.
You mentioned the shutter project has been slow or challenged. Is it
challenged?
Is the realities of what you're now dealing with change what you think you need of that shutter project?
I'm not sure. It's the shutter project is largely out of my control. Like we can provide feedback into the architect and to facilities planning, but it's not managed by LumCon. And so, Chris Herring has been working we've been keeping him in the loop and talking to him, and both Chris and I have expressed lots of concerns throughout the project. And it's sort of one of those things where, yeah, our hands are a bit tied on this. So in terms of deferred maintenance requirements for LumCon, full replacement of the roof is needed. We've had substantial roof damage. The good news about that is that we've already gotten some money from the damage that we experienced last year in Zeta. We'll get more money from the damage that we experienced this year because of Ida. So we'll have that. We replacement of the operating system for the HVAC system, replacement of both HVAC chillers. They're outdated, which is one of the reasons why we're having problems now with the breakage and stuff like that. I'm not clear of how much of this will be covered under insurance and FEMA. One of the long-term things we need to think about is the addition of emergency water tanks at Lumcon. If we're going to continue to use a water chilled system, then we need to have a water supply not tied to the parish. I spoke about replacement of generators and control systems, replacement of the walk-in cooler and freezer, replacement of the elevators. So the elevators, Lumcon was built at a time when it was considerably different coastline than it is today. And so the elevators are hydraulic lifts from the bottom. And so the hydraulic pits basically flood, every Thursday when we get water at Lumcon. So we need to move to a top lift system. And if we're replacing the roof, that would be it would be cost effective to do it at the same time. Fan blower units in the dorms, part of my misspelling there. 3 air handler units that are original to the building, boardwalk replacements. And they're sort of listed there in terms of the priority of those.
Great. Question, I hate to ask a silly question, but that looks like a lot of severe damage. And I guess my question would be, is the approach to make all these individual repairs, is repairing this building at the age and the condition that it is the right approach, or is with the addition of Blue Works and the new Pelican to follow at some point in the future, is there a reimagining of what the role of this facility should be? And that is
a question that part of the new strategic plan for Lumcon will include at what point, how long do what are the critical thresholds in which we say that we are not going to invest in this facility at this location anymore? The state of Louisiana will always need a frontline laboratory and educational facility, perhaps not in Cocodrie, perhaps behind the levee system. So you will always need that kind of facility, but there's a lot of stakeholders that I think need to be brought to the table to have that discussion, in terms of where it should be, how much do we continue to invest? The thing about it is a lot of what you're seeing here is not just damage because of IDA and things like that. It is, a lot of these systems are original to the building when it was built in the early 80s. Mm-hmm. And so because they're old and aging systems, they are more at risk and sensitive to hurricanes and things like that. For example, the freezer blowing out because of fluctuating generator supplies, or the fact that the generators are creating fluctuating energy voltage. And so that being said, the facility, the bones of the facility are, it took likely will be categorized as a Cat 5 hurricane, almost as a direct hit. The tower's there, the tower windows are still in, like I said, with a shutter system, we wouldn't be dealing with a lot of this work. And so, or with a roof replacement, like the building is good to go. And I think with a little bit of additional investment now, come next hurricane, this lag of return back to operations of this was going to be much shorter. Keep in mind that before this one, even after Zeta, in which we got damaged, we were back in normal operations within 48 hours. In every other Hurricane Barry, we got 6 inches of mud. We cleaned up one day and we're back at operations the day after. So IDA is not our typical, is much something significantly different than what we've experienced in the past. Yeah. But you're absolutely right. It's a discussion that needs to happen now.
There's a question from Regent May, I think, up there. Meg.
I'm just curious if you are able to take electric service at that facility?
I'm not sure I understand the question.
Well, if they had substantial damage, you may not be able to take electric service at that facility. Do you know whether or not you can take service there?
Oh, we can. Our campus's electrical grid is not harmed. It's all underground. In fact, that was actually updated 2 years ago. And so the reason why we're not getting, so they just have not made it down to Cocodrie, so to speak. And there is less of a priority for things outside the levy system because it's not primary residences, it's people's fish camps. And so, that puts it as a sort of lower priority than the rest of the parish.
Yeah, I'll check on the status, but we do have power on in that area.
Thank you.
And like I said, it could be by the end of the week,
Thank you, Bill.
Next slide, and I'll try to expedite it. I'm sorry, the IDA made it a little bit longer. Updates on the vessels. The RCRV Gilbert and Mason is scheduled to be delivered in 2024. There's been some delays in the building process. That's being managed by the National Science Foundation, so I'm just reporting out from that. The shipyard is in Homa, so it had damage. It didn't damage the vessels in their current states, but they are still not returned to work yet. So there will be further legs because of that. Next slide, please. The plan for replacement of the RV Pelican. So we are in the design phase now. We were actually supposed to have the first design meeting the Monday after IDA. So that's been a bit delayed. We're going to have it next week. 12 months of that. The procurement support vessel construction port is another 18 months after that. Warranty period is another 20. So that's sort of sea trials and things like that is another 12 months. So, and then beginning operations about 4 months after that. So we're looking to bring the replacement Pelican online in 2025. And so the current Pelican will actually be put back on Homa. I will skip the stuff on the maritime campus for the sake of time.
Anything else?
Is there any questions?
Just at a high level, when does the maritime campus intend to open, do you think?
So Blue Works is scheduled to come online next summer, late next summer. I'm not sure what the IDA delays are in that.
Did that facility suffer in construction?
Luckily, it's only the concrete that's been poured. There's no superstructure for the Blue Works. So no, not really. The only damage we got at the new campus is where we had parked our small boats and trucks there, and IDA lifted up a pontoon boat and put it on top of our truck, like the whole punt anyway. And so, yeah, I'm not sure about Fletcher's. I'm not sure about this timeline for Fletcher's. They haven't broken ground yet or anything. So I think that was supposed to happen this fall. The Marine Ops building and the bulkheading is supposed to go out to bid within the next couple of months, which would be completed by the end of next year.
And when y'all get the Gilbert Mason?
2020, late 2024, but now I suspect it'll be 2025.
All right. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
All right, we're going to move on to LASFA. Dr. Butte is with us. Apologies for being delayed. We're doing decent.
Yeah.
Not perfect.
Lots to talk about.
There's a lot to talk about.
Especially when you had the hurricane up there.
Morning.
Good morning.
Okay, so I'm not seeing the operator, so are you operating?
Chris.
Thank you, Chris. I appreciate it. Good morning, everybody. So I will try to set a timer to see if I can give you back some of your time. And go. Okay, we can advance. All right. The first slide that we like to show you is the separation or the division or the buckets of funding that LASFA operates with. You'll see that total $428.4 million. The majority of that, of course, is going to be state general fund, statutory dedicated fund, and a small amount of IATs. The biggest takeaway for us here is that you will note that the majority of the dollars that LASFA experiences and receives, the vast majority of the dollars come in our doors and out of our doors to students. 88.9%, 90%. So it's a misnomer to think that when LASFA gets more programs that cost more money, that helps LASFA to administer those programs. That's not the case. right? Because those dollars go to students. You can see that we pride ourselves on being able to keep our admin expenses low at 2%. Our outreach dollars, which really that's our pride and joy, because without our outreach dollars, you don't get to distribute those financial aid dollars equitably, right? But look at where they are, relatively speaking, 1.7%, right? So that is where at the end of the day, I'll just give that away, spoiler alert, that's really our ask, is to continue to expand our outreach capacity such that we can keep pace with your master plan goals and Regents' student success goals. Next slide, Chris. And thank you again for doing this. We like to say that LASFA has 3 main missions, which do align with your student success goals, we feel, and your master plan: to promote, prepare for, and provide equity of college access. Right? If a student doesn't know about a thing, a family doesn't know about it, a returning adult doesn't know about the resource or about the supporting services, it really doesn't do you any good to have the dollars if they're not aware that it's there. The next thing is to prepare. So yes, we understand what the minimum qualifications are for TOPS. Yes, we are going to understand what they are for MJ Foster. We understand what they are for completers. But to be able to get those awards, right, you'll see, as the data will show in a subsequent slide, that there is no substitution for preparation. So you see here our breaking down of our services into the promoting, starting with the 529 suite, which is the regular start program, the ABLE program, Achieving a Better Life Experience, which is a 529A for account owners that are disabled, and our Start K-12 program. You'll see the main differential with that is that your state general fund it's a little bit cut off on this slide. That's $2.9 million over to the right, but that is used for the earnings enhancements. Note that only the Start Saving program has earnings enhancements, which is basically 2 to 14% based upon the account owner's AGI. It basically is an incentive to save. The ABLE program and the Start K-12 program do not have earnings enhancements legislatively associated with them. Underneath that, under promoting and preparing for, you see there we get into the heart of our outreach. Our student engagement division is our newest group, working there, as you see, with the nursing accounting groups right now, accounting, which is recently expanded to accounting and finance and engineering. So trying to connect individuals in STEM and high demand fields to professionals that look like them, professionals that may have stories that are the same as they or different, and as well as with internship opportunities. So that is our burgeoning field of outreach that basically we've got to work on how we help students continue to and through to completion, as opposed to just, can you get in college? Our Gear Up, that is a federally funded program with a state match that is required. That's going to be primarily concentrated in the K-12 area. You'll see a slide subsequently that tells you where we are in that program. Field Outreach Services, that is a state match for Gear Up. Primarily what we use that for is to say, if you're in these schools intensively providing services in a cohort approach, this year we can serve 11th and 12th grade in our cohort schools with Gear Up. What happens to the students that are in 6th through 8th and 9th and 10th in those same schools? So we put that state match primarily to use in those schools. Our public information and communications, that is a Swiss Army knife, which has to get all of this information about all of these programs out to the entire state. We are not limited by socioeconomic status or zip code. Our job is to serve all Louisiana families. And that's a huge equity challenge, but it's one that we certainly welcome and we strive to meet. Next slide. Here we come to the providing. So you know about the program, you're prepared for the program, you've done what it takes to get you there. When we say provide at Lassville, we mean this is the suite of programs that we currently administer. Some are Regents programs funded, some are programs that we administer on behalf of other entities, like our Strategies to Empower People, the TANF STEP program that's a partnership with DCFS. Unfortunately, due to COVID, DCFS did not operate that STEP program. They had some infrastructure issues that prevented that from being operational, but as of May, June, it is back up. So this is our suite of, if we can get you to the door, how do we pay for you to get a college education with a maximum amount of gift aid and a limited amount of loan debt, or to no loan debt in a perfect world. Next slide. Okay. You also ask us specific questions about those programs. Very good news for the world of need-based aid in Louisiana, with a very generous appropriation by the legislature led by this body and by the governor in $11 million for GO. This basically represents, when you're looking at what you're looking at here is the allocation for 2021-22. The cliff note is that if you compare 2021 to 21-22, what will the 40.4 million have the potential to do? It's a bit over 37% of an increase for each system. Next slide. All right, so we're also asked how many students received GO grants. So what you're looking here at is the last academic year, the 2021 academic year. We will not have data for you on what GO is doing under the 40 million until campuses can bill significantly. And as you know, Ida affected the 14th class days of many campuses, and there are multiple campuses who have not yet met their 14th class day. So we will certainly continue to keep you apprised. But as of last year, you see it that prior funding, the 29.3, that overall state average was $1,180 and change. You see below that the system averages. To the right, you see the minimum GO grant award, which is $300, and the maximum, which is $3,000. Next slide. You also ask us what happens with completion rates. You know, if you're providing aid to a student, particularly students with need-based aid, students that are getting Pell, which is of course that is an entitlement. If you qualify for Pell federally, you are going to receive Pell. GO, not so much. Just because you qualify for GO does not mean you're going to receive GO, because there isn't enough GO for everyone eligible to receive it. But be that as it may, you know, what are the takeaways on completion rate? What difference does this funding make? When I look at this chart, there are two big things that I see. My number one soapbox, there is no substitute for preparation. There's no shortcut around that. A well-prepared student is a more successful student. If you've prepared that student with whatever you've done, not only information-wise, academic-wise, socially and emotionally wise. Those of you that watch CBS Morning saw them run a piece that said, "Where are the males?" Right? They talked about the social and emotional readiness. They talked about the things that needed to be done. They talked about my pride and joy, which is match and fit. You kind of sort of need to know what that is before you show up on campus. Because if you're needy, you cannot afford a scenic route through college. You just can't. So, and even if you're not needy, that's somebody else's money. You need to go there focused, right? And take the direct route towards earning, which reduces loan debt. So when you look at this slide, you see the effects of preparation, and you also see a subsequent effect. Preparation plus braided funding makes the largest difference. Case in point, students that are booking it on their own, right? They've got skin in the game. 31.2%, 30.9% as their completion rate within 150% of time. Now look at those students that have just the need-based aid for Pell. Very, very low completion rates. Now look at what happens when you add GO. You're still not where you need to be. So you more than likely here have students that are not as well prepared. And why do I know that? Because that student didn't qualify for TOPS. Remember, TOPS is a 17, 18 or 19 for TOPS deck, and then the 20 to enter into the TOPS regular OPH suite. When you go into those students that are well prepared, not necessarily needy, they don't get Pell, they don't get Go, look at the rate, right? Which is why TOPS, that's a success rate of TOPS. If we can get them to qualify by taking the core, by being prepared, by being driven, by worrying about their grade point average, those students are more successful because there's no substitute for preparation. Now, when you put Pell and TOPS, right? Not as successful, right? So you're still having to work on that preparation, but look at what happens when you add preparation and braided funding. Now you've really narrowed your gap between a top student that did not get any need-based aid and a top student that did get the maximum need-based aid from multiple sources. And maximum, when I say that, I'm saying they're getting Pell and they're getting Go, not that necessarily they're getting max Pell and max Go. Next slide. So to that question, when we are looking for if we could give every student that was eligible for Go the amount of Go that we need, you can look at that two ways. Here you can see that on average at that top left, basically 45% of the students that are eligible receive the award. So just because you're eligible does not mean there's enough money to provide it to you. Campuses have packaging policies. Basically, that's their priority order. If you stuck with their packaging policies, that's $100 million to maximally fund Go. If you said, I don't want to just have to worry about a packaging policy, I am going to wave a perfect world wand and I want to give every student $3,000 in Go, that's $176 million. We will take it if you find it. Next slide. The MJ Foster Promise Program, a new addition to the LASFA family and suite, a definite collaborative effort between the LCTCS system, LSUE, Southern in Shreveport, Board of Regents staff, where now this program is our burgeoning effort at monies dedicated for returning adults. Monies dedicated for returning adults that are primarily aimed at shorter term programs. This is aimed for individuals that are 21 and older. It's aimed for people that are coming back that not really, this is not aimed for a 4-year degree. Right? You cannot have an associate degree to be able to partake of this program. This program is a work in progress that requires multiple gates to get through for eligibility, which requires multiple memorandum of understanding with other departments. And you can see here our progress. We have a work group that meets bi-weekly. That's comprised of representatives from each of these participating schools and systems. And so it is folks that have significant experience in financial aid and processing, because this is where the rubber meets the road in processing awards, as well as our collective staff, legal, outreach, student engagement, scholarship and grants. It's an all hands on deck. So we are making progress. We do have, thanks to the Board of Regents and legislative efforts, basically a $5 million seed advance, if you would, for that program, which will allow us to be able to do efforts to be ready to hit the ground running for the next academic year. Next slide. You also ask us about the projected growth in TOPS, how many students receive TOPS and what is the average award. Here we've broken down that average award for you by opportunity, performance, and honors. You can see that that average is $5,799.75, basically $5,800. TOPS Tech, which it would really be an outlier to throw that average award in with OPH and Tech, which is why we segregate that. Here you can see the payment summary as of September 13th, 2021. This is hot off the press. I will tell you that last Friday, I had a call with the commissioner for our monthly update. At that morning, when I talked to her at 8, we were 88% down in billings. That afternoon, we were not 88% down because we had processed Thursday's billings. And so now we're less than 20% down. But so you're seeing the projected growth. It's basically a 2%, 2.8% on a high road from 2021-22 to 22-23. Where does the projected growth in TOPS come from? It can't come from tuition because the TOPS award amount is no longer tied to tuition, right? So where does it come from? Changes in student behavior. What does that mean? Well, if we set the bar, as the Clater bill did, to say that last year we gave those students a pass, but this year graduates of 2022 to get a performance or honors have to have a grade point average of 3.25 and 3.5 respectively, as opposed to 3.0. The average for TOPS to get the Basic Opportunity Award, ACT, has not changed. It has not changed to be able to get the Tech Award. But when you set the bar for students reach the bar. So if more students begin to qualify for performance and honors awards, guess what? That's a change in student behavior. They cost more because they have a stipend. Another reason they cost more is because if they're well prepared and their ACT scores start to increase and their grade point averages, guess what? They can go to higher cost institutions, because TOPS is not a flat award amount. It is that amount that was frozen in time, right? That was the tuition at those institutions at the time. So again, these are, I would say champagne problems, but I'm going to say champagne in air quotes, because I would say it's a good problem to have. If the purpose of TOPS is what? To get students to stay in the state for post-secondary. TOPS is not an economic development work in Louisiana program. That's somebody else's cart to pull, right? Ours is, can you get them to stay here to go to school? Can you get them to take a challenging core while they're in high school? Can you get them to worry about their ACT score and their GPA, i.e., can you get them to be concerned about being well prepared? And when you do that and they reach that goal, guess what? That cost us, right? But what's the antithesis of that, right? It costs us even more if those students are not. Next slide. And here's that comparison to for you where you're seeing, okay, so as a result of COVID, was there a change in TOPS awards accepted and or retained? You'll see the acceptance rates held pretty steady. So we've got, an 83.3 acceptance rate for opportunity, performance, and honors, only 81.2. I would not say that that is a significant decrease. That billing amount, that story I told you, the commissioner's story at the top, right? September 18th of 2020, 8 schools had billed by this time for 37 million, right? September 13th of 2021, 4 schools bill with 1 million, right? So again, what is the elephant in the middle of the room? It's called IDA. And pushing back of that 14th class day, we were 88% down. And by the end of that day, we were 19% down. Now, why is this even worth mentioning in a slide? Because it's these numbers, that's where that projection on the prior page comes from. Because we start to look at fall to fall. What did we say was the cost of TOPS? Student behavior. Are they staying? Where are they going? Who qualified when we ran eligibility in June? Did you have more performance and honors or more tech or more opportunity? And with the retention rate, when you see that kind of quirky, how is an opportunity retention rate 88%? Because I'm looking at the part that you can see. You can't see the other part. You can see it, I'm sure, on your tablet. But you would say, well, if the opportunity students have the lower ACT scores of the 3 comparatively, opportunity, performance, and honors, and why do they have a higher acceptance rate? I am at my 20-minute time. I will speed up. What happens is if a performance or honors student does not maintain their GPA, that student does not lose their award, they lose their stipend, and they revert to opportunity. So guess what? Then that kind of expands or over-exaggerates opportunity because you've got a better prepared student, right, in terms of ACT and GPA that's now in that opportunity category. But guess what we are seeing? We are seeing that trend this year flip. We are seeing those performance and honor students holding on to those awards. Champagne problem, because when they keep that award, you got to keep paying them, right? And that is a good thing. It costs money, but isn't that what we want them to do? Next slide. Exceptions, what happened with respect to COVID for exceptions? Well, we had a lot last year. We had a couple of hurricanes roll through. We had COVID roll through. And, we got a question that says, did students take advantage of the blanket exceptions that were given to them for the hurricanes by the proclamations and the legislature codifying those exceptions? We don't think so. Because look at your stats. You had 1,035 exceptions received for TOPS. You had 799 exceptions that were approved for TOPS. You had 260 students that got COVID exceptions, right? Look at the bottom. You had 41,327 students receiving hurricane exceptions. So folks didn't lie about the hurricane or lie about COVID or blame it all on COVID and the hurricanes, because you can see we've got data on the exceptions for 2021, and those are the different categories. They still took parental leave if they needed it. They still did death of immediate family member, or selective enrollment, unavailability of courses. You can see how that 260 in COVID exception stacks up to the total that were received. You can see here, when at the very bottom left, if you're comparing 2020 to 2021, you see you're not seeing a huge spike, 509 to 608, but you're seeing a big decrease in COVID exceptions. We actually, through your approval and guidance, made COVID exceptions a regular exception, meaning it does not have to double the time to go through our committee, the advisory committee, and the Board of Regents. It just stays in our committee. That helps a student, right? But we still did not see students that we feel like this data do not show that students are misusing those exceptions. Where are we right now for IDA? There is not an executive order or proclamation currently for IDA. We are working with the commissioner. We have submitted language that is, again, above our pay grade, but if that were to be granted, that would mean it would be blanket. Until such time as that, students that were in parishes designated as affected by IDA or not IDA, my house flooded in May, can apply for a natural disaster exception. That's not a blanket, that's an individual, about a 4 to 6 week timeline, and requires that documentation. So that's kind of where the state of where things are now. Those Q&As are on our website so that students are aware of what they can do and what the difference is. Next slide. We will also ask, what is the plan for our Gear Up funding? That is our federal funding that services primarily 6th grades through 12th grades. Our cohort, you can see here in yellow or gold, whichever one you prefer. We are in year 6 of the 7th year of the grant. Next year is our last year of that federal funding. What does that mean? Well, we cannot apply for a new Gear Up grant until this one ends. So you cannot even apply for a subsequent grant until the end of the grant you're in. So at the end of next year, there's a couple of ifs. If there is a competition, if we are funded, then we would receive federal funding. If we are not funded, then the Board of Regents, the state would have some decisions to make as to how we want to view and proceed with outreach. Next slide. And
would there be potentially a gap in to continue it if they approved it? If you got the grant,
yes.
Would there still, just because of the timing of how you have to apply and be awarded that grant, would there be a gap in services to be provided?
A small gap, potentially. What you can do with that is if you have dollars left over in your 7th year, you can apply for what's called a no-cost extension, meaning they're not going to give you any more money. But you can use that money to be able to tide your gap over. In a perfect world, you learn about whether you're going to get that grant in the summer. When we did not get the grant we're in, we didn't get it initially. I got a call maybe in, I think other people had been working like June, July. I think I got a call in the fall saying, can you do it if we give it to you? Absolutely, because what we did is to use our state money, which is not dependent on this grant, right? We used our state money to say, hey, I don't have a big brother looking over my shoulder. Here's what you're going to do. You're going to go in those schools, you're going to keep serving them, and you're going to do only that which worked the best, not that which was nice or felt good. So there's going to be no candy coating, right? No, no candy coating on an M&M, just plain chocolate, right? Still going to be nice and sweet, but just plain chocolate because that's all we have. So when the Fed said, are you ready? We were like, let's go, because we're already in the schools. That's how we would handle that. Our plan for outreach. You have three basic tenets for your student success. You are focusing on access to success, right? That is primarily K-12 as LOSPA is right now. That's LOSPA's primary wheelhouse. But what about MJ Foster? That's not K-12, right? What about completers? That's not K-12. If we're doing anything with braided funding to engage offenders, or all of the 9 to 10 adult populations you have, that's not K-12. So you have a focus on adults as your second tenet, and then you have a continuation through to completion as your third. We are really strong in one of the three. We are working to expand services in the other two of the three, but there's going to come a point in time where you can't stretch that rubber band with the same people to do three things instead of one. So we looked at what's our plan, what do we do, what do we want to continue to do for engagement, and what does that cost? Next slide. And this brings us to that decision tree that we talked about. So when you look at the budget for right now, what we do, student engagement, connecting students to campuses, to people in the field, to internships, great story about our student engagement networking groups, which is Ms. Malvo continues to remind me, Doc, I've only been on the job 4 months. I'm like, keep running, Ms. Malvo, keep running. It doesn't matter. We had a student that was very involved in our accounting group. Not going to say her name. That student got a job, graduated. As a result of the economy, that student got laid off. That student decided to continue to participate in our networking groups because they wanted to give back. So how about when we brought on an employer as a presenter in our accounting networking group that connected that student to them? That student was able to send them their qualifications, hearing that it was a match and fit. That student is now employed with the employer that presented at the group. In my heart of hearts, in a perfect world, this happens on a regular basis. That's what outreach really means to me. Our Gear Up dollars, our field outreach services, that's our state match for Gear Up, and our overall, gotta let everybody know, public and communications you see is 8.8, right? Now, if we lose Gear Up at the top, you can say, okay, well, that's 7.4. Right? But that's 7.4 dedicated to a specific group of schools for a specific cohort in K-12. That does not touch all of your access to success, and it does not touch either of your other two tenets. So what does? That little 1.4 down there is trying to be the little engine that can do all of those things, right? So you'd have some decisions. Would you want to plug that hole? And would you want to continue with the outreach that we have with the 1.4? Would you want to say, hey, now I'm going to say you can keep that state money and we'll continue your outreach and you tell me what works? What we would love for you to be able to do, regardless of which of those prior two that you do, we'd love for you to be able to commit another 1.4 for us for our outreach at the bottom, which is the all y'all outreach for everybody, not just specific schools and cohorts, such that we can go from 1/3 of what you're asking to the whole of what you're asking. So I didn't triple it, right? I would have liked to, but I thought They'll laugh a lot. So we would like for you all to consider that. If there's money under pincushions, we can use it. And we have results that show that we did not quit during COVID. We did not quit during hurricane season. LASFA may not have folks running in and out of our offices. No, we don't. What did we do? We said, hey, do you need assistance? Here are our virtual office hours. Hey, here's our virtual fly tour. Our in-person fly tour used to be around 1,400 students. We went virtual last year. We served 5,400 students and 600 old people like me on YouTube. We did it. We lapsed just 0.4 percentage point of being number one during the height of COVID when other folks stopped in March, and we kept going by ourselves. Last year, what I say to my people, can't, never could. Let's get after it. We regained that number one spot. COVID's still around. So we feel like we've proven that we can do it. I applaud my team, and I applaud the support that you all provide to us. And I want to give a huge shout out to Regent Sterling, because she was one of, and we would hope she was the first, but not the last, Regent member that agreed to be a guest on our student engagement and networking groups, so that folks see, hey, I can be like this. This was your path and your story, and what can I learn from you all? So I think that does it for us, Chris. I think that's our last slide. You can click one more time. That's it.
All right.
So what we do? I think I'm okay.
Dr. Boutte, thank you. We appreciate it. I think we're going to take a quick break. We're about 10 minutes behind total.
Or do you want to just roll through?
Roll through? Let's roll through this.
Let's roll through.
Awesome. I love that.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr.
So next we have Dr.
Monty's here.
Monty Sullivan. Since Monty is here. Dr. Sullivan's going to present on the LCTCS systems. Dr. Sullivan, thanks for your patience. I'm running a little behind, and the floor is all yours.
Oh, very good. Well, glad to jump in here, and I'm going to begin with a reminder that this is the 8th time that I've been at this table. In the last 8 years, each time I come to the table, I think all of you know that the early days were not fun times to come to the table and talk about budgeting. Today's different. So I'll point that out just to say thank you. Thank you to the governor. Thank you to the legislature. Thank you to our commissioner, who has just done an incredible job bringing this higher education community together. I also want to remind you that each of those 8 years, I finished the presentation with slides that outlined the importance of adults in Louisiana, and the fact that this body has responsibility for adult basic education. We know 18-year-olds. We understand the traditional university path. But what we haven't historically understood is that adult basic education is a part of the higher education community. I bring it up because I want to tell you a story. About a month ago, our governor, I think, a brilliant move in implementing something called Shot for $100. That Shot for $100 was an effort to try to target a population that had high transmission rates, and specifically to make sure that college students were able to put cash in their pocket for taking the vaccine. Our commissioner, I think the project was announced on Friday. Our commissioner spent all day Saturday and all day Sunday working on a number of items to include the issue of whether adult basic education students qualify. I say that to you because I want you to know our commissioner understands adult basic education, understands the importance of that group of students to being able to receive. I mean, this is one of the most vulnerable populations we have, from healthcare to financing to transportation to you name it. That group is critically important. All students are important, but this group in particular. Commissioner, thank you. Very much appreciate all of your work. A few things about 2020. We could sit here and bemoan multiple storms. We could bemoan pandemics. We could bemoan ice storms, floods, cyber attacks. We could talk about a whole litany of things, but that's not who we are. What we need to talk about is the progress that we're making every single day to make Louisiana and its people better. You heard a few minutes ago from Suhan Bute, what a tremendous partner Suhan and her team have been in development of the Foster Promise program. Very much thankful for the great work that is going on there. A bit of an update for you, in case you're not seeing what's going on at the federal level. The America's College Promise has been proposed as a part of the current continuing resolution. House leadership included that America's College Promise, in addition to another big piece for us here in Louisiana, and that is recovery funding. So the America's College Promise would allow for a state program like the Foster Promise to leverage those state investments to be able to draw down a larger portion of the federal dollar, so that we could turn a $10 million fund, $10.5 million fund in current dollars for Foster into $40 million. Imagine the impact that we're able to have with a $40 million fund. So keep that in mind, because we'll come back to it. We also had a nationally significant, I think, effort around Reboot Your Career. Our governor put forward $10 million as a part of the CARES Act funding that he had that was discretionary to the governor. You have heard of this program before. We talked about it. $10 million. We graduated 5,200 individuals in short-term certifications. Let's just do a little bit of math in the budget hearing, okay? 5,200 individuals that completed a certification, most of them unemployed at the time, okay? Most of them minority and most of them male. Just to give you a picture of who we're talking about here. These folks completed certifications in 5 high-demand fields and have now been able to go to work. So if you assume for a second that they make a base salary that is historically going back 4 years is 10 to 12% below what we have historically produced in our colleges. But let's just assume for a second, because we don't have the data, that group only makes $32,000, $35,000 a year. They are returning to the state of Louisiana $14 million in tax collections in the first year. Invest $10 million, get 5,200 graduates, and earn as a state $14 million in the first year. I don't know where you find that kind of deal, right? That's the discussion we got to have. And so when you flip this master plan on its ear for a second and look at the population that we're focused on, the different groups that we have out there that have the ability to grab those skills, take them and go get into the economy, that is the group that is dragging down the state's budget. And it's the group that we have the most ability to improve their circumstance. We cannot have a budget discussion in the state without hitting this point. We'll come back to it in just one second as we talk about the future. We also had what I believe is one of the most positive rebuild efforts in the history of disasters in higher education. Sewella Technical Community College, moving from an August 27th hurricane that was unprecedented. No one had seen that kind of impact. Walking on that campus the day after the storm and just seeing the tears in the eyes of a guy named Neil Aspinwall, who's just done an incredible job now rebuilding. This is a college that is back on its feet. It's running. It's doing exactly what Southwest Louisiana needs, which is produce the workforce, put people to work. You talk to anyone in the construction industry, anyone in the petrochemical industry in Southwest Louisiana, and the first thing they ask for is, can you help me find talent? And that Neil Aspinwall is the go-to guy. Last success point I'll mention before we go into a couple of other points specific to your questions. We wrapped up this past year, June 30th, 2020, with our Louisiana plan. That plan was a 6-year strategic direction that said, this is what our colleges need to do on behalf of the people of Louisiana. There wasn't a financial ask in it for us. There was nothing that said, this is what our colleges need. What we did was we developed 6 very specific targeted goals that said, this is what we're going to do for the people. In the midst of a pandemic that struck in March before June 30, we managed to accomplish over that 6-year period 4 of the 6 goals, made tremendous progress on the other 2. We still have work to do in terms of graduates, but guess what? You already know that. You know that because of the master plan. So I want to hit just a couple of the areas that you have specifically asked for us to respond to, and I won't go into too much detail here, but I believe specifically one of the asks was around the impact of COVID on enrollment, or the impact of multiple issues on enrollment. It's no secret from 2019 to 2020, we lost about 20% of our total enrollment. When you are 65, 70% tuition based and you lose that level of tuition, it's a real problem. The second part of that is the storms have tended to have about a 10 to 15% reduction. So I'll give you an example. Laura hits Sewello on August 27th. They lost 9.2% of their student population that just didn't come back. Mostly because they were displaced home-wise or displaced family-wise or lost a vehicle. All of these are circumstances that our population is the most vulnerable during a disaster. So in addition to a COVID impact, add to that a Hurricane Laura impact, and then a Zeta impact, and now an Ida impact. And by the way, following Ida, the two campuses that probably took the biggest hit were in Thibodeau and in St. Charles. That St. Charles campus is a brand new campus. First semester, we're so excited because we had about 500 students who were showing up at this campus. Could not have been more excited about what's going on. By the way, prior to that campus being created by the local United Way, the largest parish by population without a higher education institution. That's why we built there. That's why we found this partnership. It's because the people of that community needed it. Unfortunately, in both of those facilities, two things happened. We tarped the buildings up. We did not tarp them well enough, obviously. Storm comes along, the next storm, we all know. Nicholas visited us last week and dropped gallons of water on us. And so those two facilities will be delayed. We have been able to realign those students into other campuses, into programs that allow them to continue to progress. The biggest challenge that I see around Hurricane Ida and the follow-on to Nicholas is not so much what our colleges need, but more what our faculty, staff, and students need. It's really tough to say to an anatomy and physiology teacher who's lost their home and vehicles, you know, can you get that syllabus updated? Can you get your course uploaded to an electronic platform? They don't have electricity. They surely don't have internet. So we're trying to bring those faculty together, not in a work environment, but in an environment that allows people to kind of process what's happened. We can talk all day about the importance of graduating students, but I can tell you, if our faculty are not in a position to be able to focus on that, we will see long-term implications. So I urge you to keep that in mind as you think about your own operations, your work here at the Board of Regents, and really all of our education. It is a real issue for all of us to be dealing with. Beyond that, there's some questions around the Title IX structure. I would just reiterate to you, we have a very strong effort in Title IX, but it's different than what you might see in the universities. We're non-residential. We don't have residences where students are on campus. But let me tell you, that doesn't mean we don't have Title IX related challenges, just as every other institution might. As Chancellor at Delgado Community College a few years ago, I just encourage you to think about the population that walks through that campus. Just as one example, some are students, some are not, right? It's a very different kind of environment than you might find in a self-contained kind of circumstance. And so we've had to develop processes by which we deal with Title IX. We do not have a full Title IX staff at every campus. We don't, and we're not going to. I can't justify spending the dollars for a full Title IX staff in Manny as an example, when I can't afford the faculty, right? We got to have students to teach there. So what we've done is put together more of a regionalized kind of approach. When there's a Title IX issue, there is someone trained in that region who has that responsibility. And so we're having to cross institution lines, we're having to cross campus lines, all in an effort to make sure that we are complying with Title IX. But I can assure you this, it has our full attention. And I think that's the point that all of us need to make to our legislative colleagues across the street, as well as to our students. This is a serious issue for all of us. I want to, by the sake of time, I'm glad to answer any questions that you may have specific to the ones that you posed, but I want to take us back, if we can. Faculty salaries, I do need to hit that one. We have made a huge amount of progress in faculty salaries. As you heard earlier in the overarching presentation, I cannot say enough about the work that our governor has done to specifically make investments in faculty. The reality of our business is this: I don't teach a single student. I don't graduate a single student. If we aren't doing something to invest in our faculty, either professional development, salary increases, benefit increases, all of those, we will lose our best and brightest. And that is a real concern for all of us. We have been able to make significant progress at these colleges, but the work is not done. I think we all need to commit ourselves to an iterative kind of approach to seeing these increases in a way that attracts and keeps excellent faculty. We have the additional burden of hiring, finding the talent, and keeping the talent that industry is competing for. If you go down to River Parish's community college and you look at the 4 or 5 faculty that they have in their P-TECH program, I can assure you any one of those can leave on any given day and go to work in industry making significantly more than what they're making right now. So when events like IDA happens and companies lose people, there's a squeeze that happens on the partner side out here. But then there also are these opportunities that present themselves to a faculty member that's making 55 grand that can make 6 figures easily and might need to as a result of some of the losses that happen. You have an environment that causes change in people, in every element of life. And so I just urge you to keep those in mind as we walk through. I want to turn our attention to something. There's a good colleague of ours out there that Kim, you've had an opportunity to work with as well. I'm sorry, Commissioner, you've had an opportunity to work with as well. Ames McGinnis will talk about strategic planning and sort of lays it out in a way that's almost oversimplified. But he asks the question, do you have a plan? I think our answer to that right now is check, we got a plan. We got a game plan. Number 2, do you have a leader? We have a leader. Number 3, do you have buy-in? I'm here to tell you, you have the buy-in of the community and technical colleges, and I'm convinced that we have the buy-in of this board and the other 3 systems as well. No doubt in my mind. We have those things in place. Now, as an aside, I would share with you that we are in the midst of our next planning cycle of the follow-on to our Louisiana 2020. You will see in that document a reference very specifically that our community and technical colleges are willing to bite off half of the goal, at least half of that 85,000. Why? Not to be big and bold, but because Louisiana is a rural state. You cannot expect 27, 28-year-old folks to just pick up and move to the urban centers to go to our universities, period. It's not going to happen. Instead, it's investing in those people in those local communities that is going to make a difference. So when we say we're in, we are in. Now, I want to be really clear because in for what is the next part of what I think we have to spend some time on. The final 2 areas that you will hear from Ames McGinnis. Number 1 is a strong policy environment. A strong policy environment. I think that's where we need to begin to put our focus over the next year. And then the final point is the extent to which we are spending our limited resources on accomplishing the goals that we set out in the master plan. So I'm gonna love what Suan and her team are doing at LASFA, and I don't in any way intend for this to come across as a negative toward LASFA. It's not. In fact, it's policy, it's law. It's what the legislature said we're going to do. But if we say to you that we're going to graduate 85,000 students a year, and that 85,000, is it going to consist of 18-year-olds? Well, the reality is we're spending 72% of our financial aid dollar on 18-year-old kids. You cannot qualify if you're something other than 17, 18, or 19. Why? Why have we created a policy environment that puts 72% of our financial aid dollar toward a group of kids? I got a couple of them at home, I think I can say this, that aren't sure what they want to do in life yet. Meanwhile, we have this huge circle of adults that we now have for the first time a promise, a commitment. And that happened because of partnership and work between our commissioner, between Tom Galligan in his time at LSU, between Ray Belton, and all of us, 4 of us working together to make sure. Even Jim Henderson, who had nothing to gain from the Promise program, says, you know what, that's the right thing to do. That's a community coming together. The Promise program is going to have a huge impact. Ultimately, I think we're looking at about 9,000 students in the Promise cohort from the beginning. But I want you to stop for a second and think about it. We still have that 1.1 million working age adults out here that we're spending 28% of the financial aid dollar on, and we're making an advancement. But boy, until we make a decision that really changes the funding structure, we're not going to see the big impacts. So the second area that I would encourage you to look at from a policy point of view, nationally, the fastest growing credential in the higher ed market is not a degree. It's not even a college certification. It is an industry-based certification. It's a coding certification, or it's a medical license or a lineman certification. By the way, to Regent May, to Regent Perez, to all of those that are out there fighting this fight and rebuilding, thank you for everything that you guys are doing. Regent Temple, I know that you guys also are working daily to make sure that you have the right people to restore power and all of the utilities that are there. Our colleges are with you, and we're excited to see ways that we can continue to grow that workforce. All of these areas are not degree required areas. They're industry-based certifications. There are a couple of policy principles that are playing out nationally that you need to be aware of. And I'm going to give the example of Louisiana's demographics. Average student on our credit enrolled side, as I've told you before, is 27. 27, 2/3 are female, right? And most of them have dependents. So you kind of get a sense of what that looks like. On the workforce side, where someone walks into the door, pulls out money out of their pocket, lays it down and says, I want to learn X, to weld, commercial driver's license, be a lineman, whatever. They come out of pocket with it. All right. Some of them, their employer is paying on their behalf. But I want you to think about the demographic difference between our credit enrolled students, right, and this group. Average age 36, 75% male and mostly white. So what we're saying is the fastest growing credential in the country, the greatest need credentials in the industry, are limited in terms of who can access them to people who have cash in their pocket. So we're sitting here with $400+ million in aid, and it's not getting to that group. Now, through the work of the commissioner and Suan, we have been able to take steps and pilot dollars like in the GO grant, and made the GO grant available for some of these. We were able to create Reboot to demonstrate to people what the impact is. So we've shown a couple of pieces and parts. Now we have a responsibility as a higher ed community to now begin to collect that data. Because remember, the only data that we submit from our community and technical colleges to the Board of Regents is our credit enrolled students. Well, the market's asking for something different. And if we as a higher education community don't stand up that data structure, we're not going to find ourselves in a place to be able to reward it, number one, but then also to be able to tell the story nationally. Because where we're headed as a nation is not more baccalaureate degrees. Nothing against a baccalaureate degree, proud of mine. But we are headed in a direction where it's more skills. That's the whole concept of promise. In 1910, there were compulsory education laws that said you got to complete high school. Today, what we're saying through the promise effort is something beyond high school is required. We have to do more of that. If we're going to meet the master plan, those are the areas that we have to spend some time on. I want to hit one final area, two areas actually, and then I'll wrap up. The first is policy decisions that I think this board has in front of it. 2 years ago, we made a decision, the right decision in the middle of COVID, to step back, if you will, from the admissions criteria, to look at them differently maybe than we had before because of COVID. Heck, you couldn't sit for an exam. Just a reality. However, that change has now created a situation where we have institutions going test optional. What has happened as a result is the best relationships we had in transfer and in institutional relationships 2 to 4 have been torn apart. A situation at Southeastern, where North Shore was on the Southeastern campus, we lost hundreds of students who now, because of test optional admissions criteria, are going back to Southeastern. Maybe that's great. But at least as a board, wouldn't you want to know what the success rate looks like? I think I can tell you. I think over a period of the 80s and 90s, we saw thousands of students attend for a short period of time, get some credits and not complete. And our friend Jim Henderson is doing a great job with Compete Louisiana to try to recover as many of those as we can. But why do we have them in the first place? We had them in the first place because we didn't have the success structure set up for that student when they got to the institution. You know what? I want every student to experience Tiger Stadium on Saturday night. But I want them to experience it in a way that they're able to keep up with their studies in the classroom. That's what matters. I'm interested in knowing who failed out in fall 20. Who went to the university because they could, because we relaxed the standards, rightfully so, but who didn't cross the finish line? Who fell out that we now need to go recover back into higher education? My question for you is even deeper than that, though. If we as a state have put in place selective admissions criteria, and those selective admissions criteria also come with a funding policy that says the more selective the institution, the more they receive in reimbursement for an FTE, then wait a second, if we don't have selective admissions, why are we sending more money proportionally to our more selective institutions? If we're gonna have admission standards, then I'm okay with having a differential in how we fund. But if we don't have admission standards and it's a free-for-all, which is kind of what it feels like right now going into fall of 2022, because it's already clicking. We have to do something different. Another example, TOPS. Why in the world, if we're not going to have selective admissions, would we send $9,000 for an opportunity kid to LSU versus $4,500 to BRCC? For the same kid, with the same grades, with the same ACT score, we're sending that kid half the money to go to Baton Rouge Community College. Why? That kid earned it. Why would we send that much more money to an institution that is no longer being selective? We got a real policy discussion to have here. And let me make clear to each one of you, this is not in any way a shot at our flagship. Please don't misunderstand my point. The point is still, we are all in this together. That's my master plan. I know that's LSU's master plan. I know that's the Board of Regents master plan. And if we're going to make Louisiana better, that $289 million that Matthew showed us a while ago, which is the real money we have to operate these institutions and to produce an educated state, we'd better find a more efficient way to spend that $289 million. We have to. And so I want to see it improve. I know you want to see it improve. My emotion around this issue is very simple. There are people in the state who need what we do. We have to be bold to make decisions that get to the people of this state. That's the reality. So I will share one final piece. For over a period of about 6 months, I was engaged with the folks from the governor's office on the advisory council on rural revitalization. Our rural communities, in case you didn't know, most of you live in them, you know, are dying in many regards. We're seeing declines in population that have been a historical shift. One of the only assets in most of these communities is our community and technical college campus. The challenge for us is, as of today, producing a credit hour in a little town of Faraday is reimbursed exactly the same as producing a credit hour right here in Baton Rouge. One of the fundamental questions we got to ask is that right? There should be an efficiency factor in a place with a population like a Baton Rouge or New Orleans that is different than Faraday or Gina. We need to begin to think about those ways. Is there value in producing a graduate in the little town of Lake Providence? Of course there is. There's a huge increase and impact of producing a practical nurse in Lake Providence. But today we're rewarding that as exactly the same as producing another LPN in the Baton Rouge market. Those are all questions that I think we have to talk about together. We are in this together. I've shared with you before the concept of 127. The issue of producing graduates, engineers is always the example. My university, Louisiana Tech, produces excellent engineers. I want those engineers to stay in Louisiana. And I have a job in that. That job is one professional engineer supported by 2 people with baccalaureate degrees, supported by 7 people as technicians. If you don't have the 7s, you don't get the engineering position. And so the role of community and technical colleges to grow the workforce of this state, to invest in our people, is just as much beneficial to our university partners as it is to our people. We are in this together. I appreciate the fact, and I've said this to you before, that our master plan has something for everybody. My ask of you is, let's spend some time talking about role and mission of our institutions, because if we're not aligned and all pulling in one direction, we'll never get there. And it happens with budget. It happens at this table as we talk about how we're going to spend the resources. The pledge that I make to you, and I know that our board and our chair, Paul Price, are committed to this. You have a partner in the LCTCS. And the one thing that we promise of you, we're going to work with you to make Louisiana the best place we can. But we're also always going to be honest with you and call it what it is. And right now we have bold decisions to make. So glad to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Dr. Sullivan. Any questions from our members?
I guess one, thank you so much. It's always good to hear your spirit and your passion. We got lots of ways to improve all the way around. But speaking about these 8,000 or so students y'all lost in the last year plus, what's your projection for the spring? Do you see some of that coming back now? Is it coming back a little makeup from some of your enrollment?
Yeah, no doubt. As you look at institutions, I'll take Louisiana Delta just as one example, had a huge dip in enrollment from 2019 to 2020. They are this semester, they may very well increase their 21 and fall 21 enrollment above their fall 19 enrollment. So there are some specific instances where you see colleges that weren't impacted as heavily, say, by a storm. But let's be real. I mean, Louisiana Delta had its share during the ice storm. So I don't think anybody was spared in this thing. But when you compare a Sewella to a Louisiana Delta, clearly there is an increase and a good clip there that I think is going to help all of our colleges restore. The other thing that we're working closely to do now, we just had a great exercise with our friends from Deloitte to help us look at campus by campus. What does it cost us to produce a credit hour? We were on a pathway where we were reducing the cost per credit hour that it cost our colleges to produce by about a 4-year time frame. We were sliding down 1%, 2%, 3% each year. What happens when COVID hits? See that number ping up. So if you think about it from an incremental perspective of a cost, it is not an easy one. We are right at about $300 a credit hour right now to produce a single credit hour. That number was $267 pre-COVID. So when you think about the increase there, we're seeing that impact. We've got to find a way to deliver programs and credits to small rural communities at an incremental rate that allows us to be able to keep the doors open. That's not an easy exercise. We found probably 4 of the foremost experts in this space that are working with 5 or 6 different states right now. States, in fact, that are looking at consolidations and all the craziness. They came in and they took a look at what we've done and they said, we believe that there's a way for us to help you slide that cost per credit hour downward. And so we'll continue to drive that one. The reason I bring that up in this context is because many of the institutions that have been impacted by COVID, by the storms, they have many of those high demand programs that can be delivered electronically. And so it might be that you begin to see a Sewella, as an example, begin to look at opportunities in further north of Lake Charles, so that population that's coming down to work in Lake Charles now has more of an access. We realigned 4 campuses this past year to help deal with some of the financial challenges. That was also one of the reasons, is to make sure that we're meeting that workforce demand. But enrollment is a big, big issue. But let me be really clear. Declines in enrollment are directly related to events that we can point to. And there is absolutely no reason outside of those events that we should see a slide in enrollment. We have too much of a population that needs what we do.
And do you have any projections on when you think you might get back to 52 or 53,000?
Yeah, I think our fall 2019 total is well within reach in fall 22.
Oh, great. Yeah. Well, and how do y'all measure completion?
So good question. Completion for us is, let's start first with the ones that are similar to ones that you know about here at Regents. An associate degree nurses, as an example. Those students enroll, they complete, all of those things, degrees. We then have a series of credentials below that are college certifications. A student can go in and earn a certificate in or technical diploma as an example in process operation, and then come back and get the associate degree later after their employer's willing to sponsor it. So many of those credentials you are familiar with. They're much like the undergraduate credentials, the UCs that you've been seeing lately from some of our colleagues. Now shift to those credentials that are industry standard credentials that are issued by a third-party credentialing group. We simply take the curriculum and the content that they've identified and said, industry said that's what they're looking for. We teach that curriculum according to the standards that they have given us, and we coordinate that student's certification with that body. That group is about 15,000 students a year. That's what we've been looking at. Now, we use some of that data as a part of our master plan update. You'll see, I think, tomorrow, right, as that's rolled out. What we are convinced of is that data needs to be collected by Regents, because we need to be able to tell the story of this is the total impact. Regents needs to do that. If I tell the story always, am I going to tell the positive side of it? You bet I am. I'd love to have a partner who is the objective third party who's saying, this is what we're producing in these credentials. This is the value those credentials represent, which is even more important, I think. So those are
more base level. What's the completion rate, even if you're calling whatever credential they are?
Yeah.
What folks are just coming to the system and going out with nothing?
So I can tell you without any question, and Reboot is the classic example. These short-term programs, while we may have associate degree programs that have graduation rates in the 20s, right? These short-term credential programs are typically in the 80 to 90%. And the bottom line is that should show you that the real enemy here is not college algebra. The real enemy is time. I'm 27 years old. I got to pay the rent. I got to pay my car note. I got to feed my children, right? I don't have time for an associate degree program. But if I can get this credential, 8 weeks, $500, if I can get through that, can I get to the first step? The first step's not the end. The next time they come back to the college, the expectation is to get that next credential, another couple of bucks an hour, to work your way into that middle class. Another example area that I think we are really struggling in as a state is we have lost. I am the product of Louisiana's ag education program. Was a state officer in the FFA. It has had probably as big of an impact on me professionally and personally as any affiliation I've ever had. But the accountability movement has killed ag programs across the state. Our good friend Eric Smith, who runs FFA, struggles to try to keep as many students in these programs as possible because we have spent so much time focusing on take the test, take the test. That AP exam isn't going to do a darn thing for that student. But I can tell you this, if I learned the basics of welding, if I learned the basics of electricity, the basics of safety, the basics of all of these things, I can go to work and make a living, take care of my family, right? That English AP exam isn't going to do me a darn thing. I'm sorry, that probably wasn't said very well, but I should have said it without the appropriate grammar. But it's that certification that matters. So here's the question: when we talk to the education folks, Department of Education folks, they talk to us about the fact that they have a limited number of ag education teachers. Well, let's come forward with an alternate teacher certification for somebody who finished an industrial maintenance associate degree, who has 4 or 5 different expertise areas, and let's put them in the shop and let them teach these students in small rural communities all over Louisiana to stand up again that ag education component that has benefited so many around the state. So those are the kinds of solutions that I know we have to bring to communities because we cannot give up on small rural Louisiana. To give you an idea, 4.6 million people, 750,000 of those live in rural communities without broadband. Let that sink in. And a few months ago when we said when COVID strikes, we're going to go online, go to St. Helena Parish. Putting it in the cloud doesn't matter in St. Helena Parish right now because they can't access it. They can't access it from a broadband point of view and couldn't before the storm in many areas. So anyway.
So we talked a little bit about the faculty pay increases as a method to try to close the gap of, I guess, the retention challenge that you have with staff and in the unique circumstances of the settings they're in, right? Mm-hmm. And I guess I wonder, there was questions answered about the retention and recruitment impacts.
Yeah.
Is that a statistic that y'all track in terms of faculty retention on a numerical basis? And how do we know that those faculty pay increases are actually adequately chipping away at that turnover rate?
Yeah, great question. There is such variability on that point from campus to campus and college to college. Because here's the reality, if you live in a small community, Winfield as an example, that job down at the college is a pretty good one. That's a good job as compared to what you might find in the rest of the community. And so you're not going to see as much turnover in some of those small rural communities as you might in some of the larger areas. So we certainly can get you that information and take a look at it. I think moving in the direction of 90% of the SREB average, which is what we've been working toward, some of the numbers that you see in here, those came from us. I mean, some of the largest numbers in this mix came from two-year colleges, but the reality was we had the largest gap to make up. So we're doing everything we can to make that happen. In a career and technical education program, the single greatest factor for success of the program is consistency and quality of the faculty member. It's that simple. It's not how good the system president is. It's how good that faculty member is, right? And that's why we got to make sure to put dollars there. We also implemented over this past year a salary floor, which is something we had not done before. But we did have faculty. In 2018, we had 182 faculty who were making less than $40,000 a year. These folks have to have a master's degree, right? Or a doctoral degree. They're teaching 10 sections, 9 months, and making less than 40 grand. Some of them in the low 30s. So we committed, the board said, we're going to set a floor. You have to have a floor. You can't have folks making that level. I want you to think, somebody making 30 grand, they're making $3,000 a course. That's adjunct rate. That's not appropriate. We got to put people in the classroom and reward them when they do well, and they are doing well.
Any questions?
This is Randy.
There you go.
Yes, sir.
I think he's right on target, and I appreciate the presentation. You know, in that book that was sent, Human Work, it points out what the future job market is going to look like and how well we're doing on preparing our students for that. And I think there's a great question on how well we grade out on doing that. But I do know what he said about preparing youngsters with a skill that is employable in a short period of time was the driving intent when we created the community college system. And that has been pretty successful in a lot of ways. But those short-term programs that prepare people, whether it's someone that's in diesel engineering or whatever, that gets them in and out in just a few weeks or a few months and gets them on the job path, that is certainly something we need to look at. But if you haven't read that book, Human Work, then I think that was all sent, wasn't that sent to all of us that are on the board?
That's right.
It drives the point. And we've had several presentations, including the one we had down there at Nicholls State, that helps us get in focus of what this is going to look like, not only in Louisiana, but around the country. But I thought your presentation was excellent, and I'm certainly support what the points that you made.
Thank you, Regent Ewing. One point to make, and it is part and parcel of the book that you're referencing. Technical skills are the focus right now, and the market is responding to technical skills in wages and hires and advertisements and all of these areas. But we cannot forget the critical thinking skills that go along with this that help that same individual to be able to come back later and get the next certification. It is a continuum. It is not a one-shot deal. Students are approaching us in an iterative kind of fashion. We need to make sure they're prepared the second time they show up to our door.
No, I don't disagree. I do agree that the humanities needs to run with this to a large degree in the thinking skills, but I'm not sure that you need to know a lot about Shakespeare to fix a diesel engine.
Can we quote you on that?
Yes, if needed. Anyway, thank you for your presentation. I enjoyed it.
I'm not sure let's
Did you
try.
have her hand up, Regent?
Regent Williams Brown, do you have a question?
Madam Commissioner, if I may, I'd love to get a copy of this to every one of you. This is the Rural Revitalization Task Force report. There's a pretty heavy component of education in it to include some work around healthcare education as well as, broadband access and the like. Important.
Please.
Sure.
Okay, I'm curious about, so Greg Albrecht started our meeting today.
Yes, I
And
saw.
talked about,
Yeah.
as you saw, the economies that are not coming back, right? And the drag in the economy. So
Mhm.
I'm curious, as you position your community colleges close to market of the community, how are you responding to the employment pipeline and the change and the uncertainty to make sure we're getting people into the right credentials?
Great question. And we have I think a prime example playing out in Southwest Louisiana. So you're familiar with the Reboot Initiative. It has 5 very specific pathways. Not included in those pathways are hospitality and gaming. You all know, you heard from Greg today, the largest producer of revenue for the state of Louisiana is hospitality and gaming. The challenge that we're having was when you look at the star rating, you don't see the demand, number one, in terms of the total number of jobs. And secondly, you didn't see the earnings, you didn't see the salary. So what happens, but the group of owners in the southwest part of the state, all of them got together and made a commitment of an incoming hourly wage and said to the college, would you train? So Reboot didn't make sense because we were targeting those only to those highest demand, highest wage occupations. But oh, by the way, this group of owners over here who want to see their industry stand back up in Southwest Louisiana, they went to Sewella to have a conversation about how they train that next level group. Because you all watch those buses come across the state line from Texas. And if they don't show up, they don't make deposits. So these folks, the owners have come to us and been very clear. We need help and we need it now. And so that's what's playing out across the state. I think we need to be very careful not to adjust the pathways because those are really clear in the data. These are areas that are growing, but we also can't ignore those that are declining. Early childhood education is another great example. If you have children or don't have children, let me tell you, a crisis is happening every single day where someone either can't find childcare or can't afford the childcare they can find. It's playing out everywhere. We have to find a way to fix that issue. It's impacting our students, it's impacting our faculty and staff. So it's a major challenge.
I'm glad you mentioned that one because, we have a person working now at Regents in early childhood because we want to partner with Monty, stand up as many childcare centers on community college campuses or partner to do that because we know that is critical to making sure students can attend. So
it is.
Thank you for
no
that.
doubt. Thank you.
Hearing no other questions, Dr. Sullivan appropriately returned us to time and we're very grateful.
Glad to do that.
Thank you, Dr.
Thank you,
Sullivan,
guys.
very much.
Appreciate your work. Bye.
And once you have that report,
Yes, I'm gonna have Katie send over the electronic.
electronic,
Good.
yeah.
Thank you
Push it out.
so much.
I
Thank you,
believe we
guys.
regroup at 12:45, is that right, Meg?
12:45.
All right.
All right.
See you all back at the Southern Section at 12:45.
All right, everybody, this is your 5-minute warning, 5 minutes, and we'll get back to the budget hearings for the day.
It's about, are you willing to do what it takes to make sure
long speech you want to give? Welcome so much, Dr. Belton, for coming. Appreciate you all being here. I see a spring in your step. I can tell you just.
It is.
You're jogging toward retirement right
I'm
now.
on my way.
Congratulations to you. Well,
Thank you.
Thank you for answering our questions. We look forward to hearing from you right now and getting your presentation on how the Southern system is doing.
Well, good afternoon to you, Mr. Chair, and members of the Regents. I want to bring greetings on behalf of the entirety of the Southern University system. I have the benefit of being accompanied today by all of the chancellors, albeit they are online. And so hopefully when we have the occasion to answer any questions, if there's a need for additional elaborations, they are available. And of course, I certainly want to recognize Mr. Francis McClinton, who is a longstanding asset of the Southern University system. You know, I think the chancellors would agree that we should begin this presentation by expressing our genuine support to the legislature, certainly to our governor, but equally important to this board of regents. We have literally benefited from the leadership of Commissioner Kim Hunter-Reid and the collaboration that we enjoy with the staff. Your role as a governing board has really been felt. And I think it is in keeping with Kim's leadership that I think as a university higher education community, I think we're all on the same page, you know, working together for the benefit of the state of Louisiana. And particularly this last session, again, was just unprecedented. It was historic, if you will, you know, funding to support, you know, faculty pay, unfunded mandates, you know, the federal match that we received for ag and extension, and of course, GO grants. They really enabled us to bring about some financial stability for the Southern University system. And I have to emphasize that has gone a long way. Next slide, please. As a result of that, I don't mind sharing with you, and I think we may have already reported this, but I think it's appropriate to give indication of it again, that as a direct result of the support that we have garnered over the last few years, all of our campuses now have been awarded reaffirmation of accreditation by SACS. And you know the challenges that we had at SUNO. They have not only been removed from probation, but they have also been reaffirmed for 10 years. Their last visit, they hosted a team, and upon their departure, they left with no recommendations. And so I certainly want to credit Dr. Ammons for his leadership in that regard. And I should say the very same thing for Chancellor Ellis, where they hosted a visit, and also the team departed without accreditation. The Southern University Law Center is scheduled for review at the December meeting, and we fully anticipate the Law Center as well to be reaffirmed at that time. Next slide. You know, over the last 3 years in particular, the Southern University system has been guided by its strategic plan, fulfilling the promise, promoting student success and excellence. You know, interestingly enough, just last week, Southern University, Baton Rouge was recognized as one of the top 20th ranked HBCUs in the country. You know, I normally would not gloat about being a top 20 ranking, but quite frankly, we improved from being ranked 34 to now being ranked 20. And of those 20 institutions, only 11 are public institutions, And of the 11, only 5 of those are peer institutions. And so we think that there is indeed evidence that we're moving in the right direction and keeping with the goals that we have promulgated, specifically commitment to student success and affordability, fundraising and philanthropic support. Southern, I'm not sure if you're aware, but Southern amongst HBCUs, we're ranked 7th in the degree of fundraising and alumni giving amongst HBCUs as well. Next slide. And again, a reflection of where we're going in terms of our numbers over the last 3 years. And again, this is data that we are grading ourselves on in terms of enrollment. We've grown as a system by 3%, 23% increase enrollment. And actually, I think it's 40% increase in terms of out-of-state enrollment and 69% with regard to the number of doctorate degrees awarded. The next slide provides for you what we anticipate as being our projected enrollment for the fall semester. We have had, because of the storms, there's been some disruption in our efforts to really process those students who are representing our pool right now. So these are literally preliminary numbers as I speak. But certainly in the case of the Law Center, you have noted a rather significant increase from an enrollment last fall of 831 to right now, they're at 928. Southern Baton Rouge is back on track, so to speak. In the fall 2019, our enrollment was right at 7,100 students. There was some slippage last year because of the storm. We had actually projected our enrollment prior to that being right around 7,400 students. And right now we are tracking right around about 7,700 students right now. And so we are very optimistic that we are gonna come in within that range, and that certainly would put us back where our strategic plan gave indication where we were going if we're successful with that. SUNO, right now they're projecting just a slight slippage, but I have to tell you that we're very optimistic about the direction of that institution. You may be aware that over the last few months, quite frankly, the chancellor and his team has been developing more online offerings for the university, and most particularly interesting is the development of a new BSN program in nursing, which we really think will drive enrollment at that institution. And so we are conservatively giving indication of a modest increase in the system's enrollment as of this fall 2021. And again, some indication that we are on track as it relates to our strategic plan as an institution. Next slide, please. These numbers should not are no stranger to you, because this board was certainly instrumental in helping us realize these dollars. The first being faculty pay. I should say to you that we provided for all of our faculty salary adjustments that range from 4% to as high as 7.5% at New Orleans. During the analysis of the Board of Regents, it was clear that when you looked at the variance between where we are now and where we should be at the SRB, the Southern University system, regrettably, the variance was higher than any other system in the state. And within the Southern University system, the New Orleans campus was further out than anybody else. And so I'll speak to this a little bit more, but the need to bring about not only equity amongst our faculty ranks, but to continue to invest in our faculty such that we could retain and recruit new faculty. That is clearly an imperative for Southern University. I should also say that that imperative is realized as relates to our staff too. But again, I'll talk about that a little bit later. The federal match is going to enable Dr. McMeans to begin to work on some facilities that supports not only ag, but most importantly, extension. The deferred maintenance for the ag center is right at 15 million, and he's going to use these dollars to help mitigate some conditions and renovate some facilities to support ag and extension research. The mandated costs of the other 350, those dollars are going directly to Southern University at Shreveport, and the campus has historically and continues to shape work in partnership with some community entities to advance workforce development. And those dollars are dedicated for that and to as well support a regional recruitment for the campus in Shreveport. And so I could tell you all of the campuses are grateful for the supplemental funds as we move our agenda forward. Next slide. And these represent, and I'm not sure if you can see those very well, but they do represent needs for FY23. The top two, as I spoke to, has to do with faculty increases and staff increases. Just to give you some context, prior to if I use the Baton Rouge campus as an example, prior to FY17, there had not been a salary adjustment on the Baton Rouge campus for as many as 8 years. So we have started out in the hole and we're trying to grow that. And not only for faculty who represents the heart of our institution, but for staff. And I would submit to you that our salaries are simply not competitive. And so it's in many cases, we are losing staff as a result of the inability to provide the kind of acknowledgement that our staff needs, and we have limitations in terms of attracting, appealing to people to come to the university as a result of our salary scales. And so those are two things that we will continue to work on. We obviously use state-generated funds to help support staff increases this year as well. Deferred maintenance, of course, is another imperative that the university continues to try to navigate within for the system. As is pointed out here, we have as much as just short of $130 million in deferred.
I was going to say, I wish it was just 100.
I wish.
We can take care of that.
Right, exactly. I should also point out that in lieu of the increases, in, one of the things I said, to this board, as we advance the notion of providing pathways to the university that complements our mission as a HBCU, was the need to build upon our academic support entities. And so we have really invested a lot into academic support, hiring more advisors, more coaches, there is a continual need to hire even more faculty who's facilitating gateway classes primarily. And so you will see that represented in this chart in terms of recruitment and retention, and particularly academic program support that is continually needed. Next slide. And of course, I just want to, in one respect, well, in several respects, again, thank you for your support of our capital outlay initiatives. This board more recently supported the degree to which the university could move forward in taking advantage of the HBCU capital financing program. I should say to you that as of last week, I believe it was, last week, we closed on that loan. That would enable us to not only build new residential facilities for the university, but also to construct a new student union. And I think the interest rate was right at 1.7%. And so, so certainly that I think will have long-term benefits for the university. And as the staff is certainly aware, we have also been working with DOA, Division of Administration, but one of the things I certainly want to bring to the attention of the chair and members is our challenge with the ravine at Southern University, Baton Rouge. You know, there has historically been erosion taking place that are now compromising buildings and are seen as health hazards for our university community. And there had been some calculations that, you know, that the major implications would not compromise the university for years to come, but because of the movement and because of the weather changes and the back and forth with the river, the erosion has accelerated. And so that has become a major impediment for the university. Again, there is some fear that if not addressed, that not only on the bluff, but throughout the campus, that buildings, our health center, academic buildings that are sitting, that are aligned with the ravine, that those buildings in and of itself will be compromised to the point that we can no longer service students at those facilities. So the good news is everybody is working on it, trying to find a solution. But I certainly, Mr. Chair, want you to be apprised of how critical it is that we generate longstanding support for that. Next slide. So as my colleagues, we embrace students this fall, returning, facilitating students face-to-face to the extent possible. You know, last year, this time, when we surveyed students, the majority of them, I want to say as many as 70% of them said that we want to facilitate classes online in keeping with their anxiety. This year, almost 90% said they want face-to-face instruction. And so that's what we are doing. That changes a little bit given the proximity, I think in New Orleans, the Chancellor, and in Shreveport, there are some variations of what degree are the classes offered online as opposed to remote, given their unique proximities. But for the most part, we have increase the number of online offerings, but are trying to hold true to providing instruction in person. And I think that's, for us, that's very important because I believe, again, in keeping with our mission, we think that one of the characteristics that make us institutional value is the ability to touch students and work with them to ensure their success along the way. We continue to work with Fair South, a community health center that's on our campus, and we have very meaningful relationships with Orshner and Our Lady of the Lake, who's, and of course, we continue to be a vaccination and testing site. Mr. Chair and Madam Commissioner, are you aware that you came out firsthand, and we certainly appreciate that, where the National Guard continues to have a presence on the campus and supporting us in that light. Next slide. So these are the federal dollars that we've received to date as it relates to the system. And they, as is indicated, they included dollars that went directly to students, institutional dollars that helped us mitigate losses, and dollars that we are encumbering in response to and as relates to COVID-related expenses and losses. The next slide provides for you just an example of how we're using those dollars. And this really kind of reflects the efforts of the Southern University Baton Rouge campus. But many of the activities are comparable to what is happening on all of the campuses. And one of the things I want to highlight, and as it was required by the CARES and her legislation, we were required to give students direct allocations to mitigate any challenges that they have. But you will see here that on the Baton Rouge campus alone, that we have provided additional awards to support students in terms of tuition assistance. To date, we have provided over 1,900 students additional awards in that light. And so you will see things like classroom technology upgrades, again, dollars to support information technology. But even this semester, we are looking at expenditures that may be used to support student grants above and beyond the requirements as stipulated by the legislation, and infrastructure such as HVAC repairs and revenue losses.
Dr. Belton, does that include your debt forgiveness? Does that include some debt forgiveness, or is that just tuition?
That's just tuition.
Yeah,
Okay.
It's tuition.
we also have debt forgiveness. I think for the Baton Rouge campus, about 2.3 million.
Okay.
The New Orleans campus is $1.2 million, and for Shreveport, 3.8. 1.9.
Use federal dollars to do your debt forgiveness?
Right.
Excellent. Excellent.
I'm about through, but I did want to share with you the impact of the hurricanes. I would dare say that the New Orleans campus got the blunt of Hurricane Ida. For them alone, we incurred expenses of about $384,000. To a lesser degree on the Baton Rouge campus, where the bulk of our, where we suffered just debris for the most part, and trees removal and things of that nature. I just want to give you a glimpse of that. The next slide kind of speaks to our Title IX funding. I have to tell you, you know, the discussion about ensuring that we have appropriate infrastructure was really a healthy discussion. You know, it really enabled us to kind of reassess where we were on all of our campuses. And we agreed that we would have some minimal requirements on each of the campuses in terms of full-time employees. We also established a system coordinator who's responsible for ensuring that all the guidance that is being promulgated, not only by way of policy, that we could have someone who can monitor our adherence to those expectations. And so we have invested not only at the system level, but on each of the campuses, ensuring that we have some redundancy as it relates to staffing to address Title IX. So we remain committed, and we remain committed to ensuring that students have devices to mitigate any challenges they have in terms of accessing the university. We established policy in that regard, where now all incoming freshmen are required, and we provide access to laptops at a minimal cost. We have already distributed more than 2,000 laptops to students and faculty. Again, you know, our number one priority is ensuring that we have a safe and healthy environment for the university. We are poised to, we did, once the Pfizer vaccine was fully approved, we did give indication that the university will prohibit students from registering from the spring semester until such time they could show that they have adhered to our immunization requirements that include now the COVID vaccine. And so that has been the case. I'm actually pleased. We don't have fixed numbers as of yet in terms of the number of students who are vaccinated. We have a pretty good grasp of those on campus, but we are just acquiring a process to identify our entire population of students. And so we could get back with you on that. But I can tell you that we're using student leaders, fraternities and sororities, major cohorts, the bands, athletic programs as messengers now, and students are indeed responding. So I'm really pleased that each day, the degree to which more and more students are getting vaccinated. And of course, I think next week, we will anticipate seeing having documentation in light of the fact that students will be pre-registering for the spring, you know, within that time frame. So I'll stop there and just answer any particular questions that you may have. But we remain committed to advancing our strategic plan and ensuring that doing so, that we are in alignment with the Board of Regents master plan, and certainly making the needed investment to constituents of the state of Louisiana.
Thank you, Doc. Questions, Kim?
So, sure. So Dr. Belton, thank you so much. I think one of the things that, you know, as we try to make the case for investment, reinvestment, one of the things that really worked, I think, was that we were all in together. We had a strong message to share.
Yes.
I'm curious about the specific line items from the federal government, the stimulus dollars. What have those allowed you to do? Have you been able to move beyond revenue loss to specific investment, or are you still just trying to catch up with the loss in auxiliaries and all of the other things?
We're still trying to catch up with losses in athletics. And because we can't really use those dollars for those purposes. And the challenge right now, we're discussing right now the degree to which it may be that we will be requesting an extension of to the degree to which we can use those dollars at a later time. It's my understanding, Mac, that right now we would have to spend all of those dollars by the end of next fiscal year. And our challenge is using it for the reasons to which it was desired. And so there's a lot of restrictions, as I can appreciate, on how we can use it. But particularly in terms of enabling us to infuse more technology into the community, it has been, it has really provided a lot of relief for us to not only provide for students and faculty the devices necessary to engage with students, but to really mitigate or enhance and upgrade, you know, some of the classroom spaces that we are facilitating students in. And so I think the anticipated, I think last year this time I was saying that, you know, we had last year we had I think we enjoyed about a 7% increase in enrollment from first-time freshmen, but we lost continuing students. Students just did not come back, and so these dollars that we're using now are enabling students to continue their education. In fact, we have reached back to assist students who, for whatever reason, you know, was not able to respond to the financial challenges that they had. And so I would dare say that most of our dollars, and we've been pretty deliberate about it, you know, you may have heard of many colleges, and I think Shreveport has literally mitigated all of the balances for students since March of 2020. But we have been doing this all along. And so I think much of the dollars, and I quickly say, that's what the dollars are devised, what's designed for. So many of our dollars have gone right back to students, trying to ensure that they have a pathway to success, notwithstanding the challenges.
My second question is, I know tomorrow we're going to be talking about the impact of the master plan. The chair and I were looking at the impact on completers. I'm curious if you had to look into your crystal ball, and I know you're happily excited about retiring, but how long do you think it will take us to, I mean, can we quickly boomerang back in terms of the debt forgiveness and dollars to get more completers by this semester, next semester? Or do you think it's going to be a drag in the process to like rebound?
Well, I think we're catching back up. Okay. I think in terms of dual enrollment, we're seeing increases in dual enrollment. We've been able to initiate new programs to touch adult learners. We just this semester advanced the Stop Out program, where we're reaching out to students with less than 30 hours, less than 60 hours toward graduation, and re-engaging with those students. And we're using in many ways the CARES Act dollars to support that. And so I don't think, I think the support, the federal support that we have enabled us, quite frankly, to rebound. So I feel pretty optimistic that we're gonna have, that we have the infrastructure to move forward.
I'm just like Dr. Reed's second question. I'm always singularly focused. I'm so focused on this plan, our 2030 goal to have 60% computers. Right. What's the current graduation rate, 6-year, whatever rate at the Southern system?
For Baton Rouge, I think it's right at 31.
And what, with these new resources, have y'all looked in that where you think you can get with the new resources you have, how you can get that rate higher than it is right now?
Yeah, so one of the things that we have done, and again, I think it was as a result of the federal dollars that we've gotten, is we really built out. We started out with a initiative. We call it one would characterize it as first year experience for the most part, and we have since built a university college where now we are actually providing what I would call state-of-the-art services to our students. We have, and I think there's more, but I think we have populated it with staff, counselors, advisors, coaches who are working directly with students who own their first 30 hours now. And we are providing supplemental experiences to them. We began to introduce course redesign models that now enable the student to progress without having to be limited by simply courses that are developmental in nature. It's been my experience sometimes that developmental education is a bridge to nowhere. And so those courses are going well, and it provides the wherewithal for students to enjoy a more rapid time to degree. And again, under the auspices, and again, we have been very creative, but under the auspices of retention of students and increasing our time to degree, we believe that we are working within the guidelines of the COVID dollars to support those type of initiatives. And so I think as a result of that, we feel like we have the kind of wraparound services that would ultimately enable us to address retention and persistence at all of our universities.
That's your need support system. Do y'all have like a goal in mind, internal goal in mind, where y'all want to get, or?
I didn't bring it with me, but I can tell you we have a scorecard that not only am I measured by, but all of the chances are measured on an annual basis by the degree to which they meet certain benchmarks. And so I can tell you at any point in time what those goals are. And I don't mind sharing that with you.
Thank you.
At a later time.
Thank you so much. Welcome back, Chairman.
Not having been here for the entirety, I apologize.
I know, glad to have you. Let's see if any of our board members, remote board members have questions.
She doesn't have all.
No hand up, I don't think. Quiet voice today.
Okay. Oh, I see the chancellors are with us. Yes, great.
Yeah.
I don't have a question, but I wanted to congratulate all of you and all of them on the accreditation work, phenomenal work. We have been, it seems like we've been in the SUNO accreditation challenge for a very, very long time, and I know that was a full court press.
Yeah.
Mr. President, with you providing leadership and dollars and staff to make that sure that happens. So I know as commissioner, and I'm certain our board wants to see Suno move to a thriving, not surviving place, and whatever we can do to continue to support, we certainly want to make sure that happens.
Yeah, I think we benefit from exceptional leadership on all of our campuses, and you know, that's clearly the case in New Orleans. I think Dr. McMeans is really has really breathed a breath of fresh air into ag and extension. He has been very deliberate in terms of increasing the number of staff to support our extension agenda. So he's infusing more people across the state who have the wherewithal to engage with farmers or across the state of Louisiana. We're very pleased with that progress. The Law Center, it continues to grow. And we're seeing not only marginal growth, but significant growth every semester. But the good thing is that he's nevertheless achieving high bar passage rate, and he's integrating programming to ensure that students are successful. Pre-enrollment, something comparable to a very comprehensive orientation and opportunities throughout a student's matriculation, you know, to be supported by supplemental experiences. And so, and of course, the Shreveport campus, they have, under President Ellis's leadership, have begun to work in combination with all of the campuses. Some of the things that we had talked about, where we can enjoy more 2+2, 3+1 type of articulation agreements, and where he now has the authorization, as supported by SACS, COC, to offer more associate degrees in those proximities where we can partner. And so I really think that, the leadership matters. I say it all the time, but I really think we have a strong cadre of leaders who are really poised to ensure that the university system evolves.
Thank you.
This is Randy Ewing, and thank you for your report. I wonder, do you have a breakdown on the number of students that are on our campuses as opposed to those that are taking instruction through online services?
I can give that breakdown for you, because I think it varies for each campus. I can tell you on the Baton Rouge campus, we are probably about 80% of our classes are being facilitated on face-to-face.
80%?
About 80%.
So 20% are online?
Yes, sir.
Okay. What effect does that have on the economics of your campus insofar as other services, cafeterias? What other things that students would be spending money on if they were physically on your campus?
So it really brings us back to where we were pre-COVID. And so it stabilizes our revenue for the Baton Rouge campus. Of course, SUNO has remains a community college, but of course it has residential facilities, and I would dare say that it is my appreciation that their number of students being facilitated online is higher than what I just noted. And so so they are having to respond to anticipated or projected revenue based on that shortfall of students who are facilitating their instruction totally online. The same thing would be said about Shreveport. And again, Shreveport have residential facilities. I don't know how many, I forgot how many it was. I think it's about, I want to say maybe 400 beds or something to that effect. But because they are in many ways facilitating instruction remotely, even as we speak, they are subject to lost revenue in the meantime. And so I could provide additional data for you, Regent, with regard to each of the campuses in degree, what that ratio is with regard to the number of students that are being facilitated remotely as opposed to face-to-face, and the impact of that. 240 beds on the Shreveport campus.
You mentioned the, I don't know if anybody
Thank
else
you.
has a question. You mentioned the Ravine project, and I'm curious, is that a state, federal budgetary sort of match or support?
Yeah,
Trying to do it both federal and state?
I think we're trying to do it both federal and state.
Okay.
And Mac, I'm not sure if you could elaborate on that, but you know, there has always been a question about who owns that project, you know, whether it be the city of East Baton Rouge, you know, the state and or the federal government. But I can tell you, everybody's on at the table right now. And I think that's the good thing. And there's appears to be a level of collaboration amongst the respective agencies such that we could possibly get some relief.
Terrence, anything else that we need to do or could do or?
Well, I think General Honore is leading a group with the federal delegation, state folks, and of course, Southern is on your campus, and the city, because as you know, North Baton Rouge drains a whole bunch of water through that ravine, through that campus. And so that's what has caused a lot of the problems over the years. But I do know that that he has convened that group of individuals to bring this problem to the forefront, especially with the congressional delegation. And so I do know that Congressman Graves, I think it was, provided some funding or provided, we brought him to the campus and he looked at, he toured it and he got the Corps to do the assessment of what was needed. And so now that we have the assessment of what's needed and the dollar amount that's needed, I know that Southern, Chris Herring has also participated in some conversations.
Yes.
And we've also, we've been a part of that, but I know that they're looking at the division right now to get some of the dollars, the federal dollars, I think, that were allocated or to be allocated, hopefully to allocate to that project.
Yeah, we've secured about just short of $2 million for the planning and design phase of it, you know, through that diligence that General Russell Honore, Senator Fields, and our delegation, our Louisiana delegation is working for it. And so that's why I say there appears to be promise that we're going to move forth and everybody understand the severity of what they're witnessing on the campus itself.
Any questions? Any thoughts? Great. Yeah.
That's it.
All good.
Okay.
Y'all good to go?
Well,
Thank you so much.
all right.
Thank you, Dr.
Good. It's always a pleasure.
Absolutely.
Great to see you always.
We break for 2, and we had Dr. Tate and Leslie runs early, I suppose.
They left at about 1:15, 1:20, so they should be arriving pretty soon.
Yeah, I say we roll as soon as they
So
get
yeah,
here.
they'll probably be here by 1:45 if we want to break for at least 10 minutes.
Okay, so board members, take a break, and what we'll do is try to give you a 3-minute warning when we've got Dr. Tate and the LSU system in the room. So stand by. All right, everybody,
Thanks, Jen.
your 3-minute warning, your 3-minute warning. We'll get everybody seated and we'll get started again.
Dr. Tate, it's so nice to have you here. Pleasure to meet you. So we're continuing with our budget hearings today. The floor is yours for LSU.
Thank you. First of all, it's an honor to be here. I appreciate the opportunity to chat with you. I want to share something with you, something that is very special to me and why I think my job is one of the best jobs in this country. And I'm working with a great board of regents right here. This might look like something you see in your grocery store. You probably pass by something like this all the time. But there's a story behind this bottle, and it's directly related to you. This bottle, there's a restaurant, there are 13 of them called Fiery Crab. You might have seen it. During COVID, they thought they were going to go under because nobody's going into the restaurants. So their owners, one, a young woman who's from Louisiana, and another gentleman who immigrated here and has made his home here in Louisiana, they partnered together and they came over to LSU and they had a conversation about how to generate revenue during COVID. And they took advantage of what LSU had to offer, the faculty expertise related to research and supply chain. They took advantage of the agricultural school and its ability in the foodie center to help them actually bottle this because they didn't have that capability and manufacturing ability. They took full advantage of the fact that there were graduate students and undergraduate students who could help them get this done and executed. And they now have a product that is on the shelves all over Louisiana and probably will be all over the shelves around the country, given the taste associated with it. But it's not possible. And so often when we think about our jobs, we think about them in very compartmental ways. How many degrees do we produce, or this or that, the sort of the widgets. But we sometimes don't think about the people who are actually impacting every single day. And these folks actually are now a business here, a viable business is probably going to spin off from the restaurant business to a distribution business. And the restaurant employed a lot of people, but this is going to employ a lot more. And so as you think about workforce development, all your investment in COVID, all your investment in research, all those things are brought to bear in this context. So I wanted to share that with you. There are many, many other stories just like this one. You pick the food or you pick the ingredients, and I've discovered them in my first 60 plus days here. Well, we can go to the next slide. What I'd like to do is almost invert the document you gave me and really talk about vision as it relates to the items that you all asked me to respond to. This is partly historical, this part of the vision, and it's more of a thank you because there has been some investment as a result of last year's funding in our faculty situation and being competitive. I tell people all the time with faculty members, you're either a flagship or a farm team. Either you are bringing in outstanding faculty and waving the flag of research and outstanding teaching and learning, which is the scholarship first idea, great research, great teaching and learning, making sure that, and the fundamental foundation of providing actual scholarships to students, that's the scholarship first vision. You invested in that. It's important for us not to lose our best faculty to other universities. And that's what usually happens. We invest and sink costs into them early in their careers. And then because we don't give raises and can't give them merit increases, as they grow and progress into the middle part of their careers, other universities who want to be flagships come in and scoop them from us and treat us like we're a farm team of like in baseball. And that's just unacceptable. I think that what you did last year was extremely important. And I think it's going to be important for going forward on a going forward basis. So we want to increase our competitiveness just related to other universities in the South, that's the SEB. We also want to make sure our staff have a living wage. That was accomplished and we're moving toward that with the investment from last year. We want to make sure we have the best and most competitive faculty and staff. Also, funding related to mandated costs. I almost want to turn to my good colleague here and chat about that because the depth of her understanding is far greater than my own. But I will say this, if you want us to be strategic and be able to engage in reallocation towards strategic priorities, managing these things like retirement, group health insurance, et cetera, are extremely important part of the investments you make in LSU. Do you want to add anything to that? I know.
Well, one thing I do want to add is please, please, please include LSU first. We've got our own self-funded health plan that truly is an offshoot of OGB. And we, LSU, I take it very personally, we cover 75% of the cost for our employees and our retirees that are in that plan that is so very precious to them. And it helps us to invest in our other strategic initiatives when we can get those baseline costs covered.
Thank you. Next slide, please. As I continue to talk about the scholarship first vision, which I remind you is research, really being great at that, outstanding teaching and learning environment, and providing resources for students, graduate and undergraduate. There are some things that we want to get accomplished, but I still want to give you kudos because since arriving here, I've noticed the attention to our admission function and duly noted and wanted to state that this year's class is looking not only record-setting in terms of the total number, but also in terms of the exceptional ability of the students in terms of GPA and standardized test scores. And it's one of the most diverse classes we've ever had in LSU history. And so I think that that is what you have been pressing for LSU to do. And I want to let you know we're going to keep doing that and working really hard to make sure we have very, very high standards with respect to our admissions function. We're committed to expanding our research footprint. That's something that I think that really has to happen. To that end, in my synthesis of going across the campuses, I think we have some unique opportunities across our A-campus system. Clearly, we have opportunities in this STEM and STEAM area. Each one of our individual campuses, my first visit was Eunice and they want to have a STEAM building, and I think that's extremely important. I want to tell you what I saw there. Amazing, a two-year school with students really engaged in undergraduate research at a two-year school. Generally, we don't think of that as a possibility, but they're so committed to that. And those students were actually working on original research and attempting to publish articles in the two-year function. And that means they're first or second year students. That's really getting it done. And I think they deserve a great investment on that front. And we want to really be great across the LSU portfolio in the STEAM areas. The other thing that I saw we've got tremendous opportunities in the area of data science. If you look at the top 10 jobs in the United States that are going to be going forward, the future projections, almost all of them deal with some aspect of data science, informatics, computational science, and artificial intelligence. The beauty of our system is that in the medical centers, in Pennington, at our individual campuses, people are gathering massive amounts of data that actually could answer important questions here for the state of Louisiana related to the coast, related to cancer, related to all kinds of biomedical issues, including COVID. We have to build up and expand our data science and computational science AI function to mirror the great STEM work that's going on. And we often think of them as the same. They actually aren't the same kind of people. These are really different people, and we've got to build that up and make it stronger. You know about our work in the coast right now. We're one of the top 20 funded universities in the United States doing work related to the coast. Anybody that lives here knows that we've got to take that seriously. And we want to double down on that and build greater synergy. Energy and alternative energy are going to be part of how we expand, but also related to environmental science work as well. They're all linked for us. If I don't do anything here, we've got to deal with cancer. I don't know about your personal journeys. I've dealt with it in my own family. The cancer rates here are very high, and the disparities related to death are quite high. We need a coordinated cancer effort at LSU. We have excellence from animal models with our veterinary folks, all the way to population science across our medical schools and great clinical care. We've got to coordinate it. And I think the state of Louisiana deserves a national center that's designated as one of the very best in the country. So that is part of the vision. And related to that, we've got to grow our biomedical research footprint. This is something that I think is very important. We have 2 medical schools, we've got dental school, we've got all the pieces to be absolutely spectacular in this. And I think that's something that we're going to double down on going forward. The Agriculture Center. 64 parishes touched by this. This is an example of some of the work that's related to it. I could pull some other things out of my bag, but I won't do that to you because you might, I know you just had lunch, but you might want to eat again. The Ag Center, in my opinion, may be the most important thing we have to work on, because if we think about our communication network related to everything, not just agriculture, but just any kind of information, we actually have something special here with the Ag Center. The digital deserts, all those things can be changed through the Ag Center. They're doing many, many strong things right now, and I think we've got to enhance it and extend its presence. I know that the funding for that comes in various ways and somewhat complicated, but we've got to find a way to make sure that continues to grow. I think it's one of the most important things in the LSU portfolio. Keep going. Just a bit about what's happened. I talked to you a bit about the economic impact with this, but if you just look at the economic impact of the research enterprise, just pure dollars, every $1 we bring in on research is about $2.85 that manifests itself in economic development for the state of Louisiana. And that's quite a multiplier. So I want you to remember, every time you invest in research at LSU, that you're getting a huge multiplier effect in terms of what it means for workforce development and the economics of the state of Louisiana. We can go to the next slide because that's the big one. So just this past year, we had $1 billion economic impact with our research here in the state of Louisiana. Imagine you could bring a company that was going to get you $1 billion of economic revenue. You bring that company in a second. And if you scaled it and how much you actually invested to get it, this is amazing. I mean, that's just 1 year. Total impact of the system is, Donna, you can correct me, it's probably about $8 billion of total economic impact with everything put together, but just the research function alone. It's extremely important to understand that it's not only are we dealing in discovery, but we're actually changing the lives of families just on the bottom line dollars, because we're hiring people and they're getting engaged with our community through the economic development dollars that is generated at LSU. So you asked me some specific questions, and I told you I wanted to talk to you from a visioneering point of view. I will just give you my bottom line assessment. I know there's some numbers up there, but in coming to the job, one of the first things I thought about was obviously Title IX and the Office of Civil Rights. I was very fortunate that this body had organized professional development right as I arrived. And I think I attended 3 of those professional developments. I actually feel like I could give them now. You know, it was a good thing. And, you know, the discussion in that context about Title IX versus the power base and how they align or and not align were important discussions, not only about the law in the federal law, but also about a public health perspective that we ought to be taking and adopting here in the state to make sure we're taking care of people who are subjected to Title IX challenges. I don't want to get into the legal issues. You all have probably been through the PD, but I thought it was excellent and I really appreciate the opportunity. It also gave me a framework for understanding where we are on campus with respect to the Blackwell report. We are at a place where 11 of the 18 recommendations have been fully implemented. I want to say that I don't view this as some kind of check the box scenario. I'm really trying to understand the culture and climate of the place relative to what we need to do to get this done. But I do know that there are some bottom line things that you're expecting of us. We're moving in a positive direction with respect to the recommendations. I'm making great headway on that front. I know my colleague who was being responsible for Title IX, Dr. Cassidy, amazing. I wish she would take the job full time. I don't think I can convince her to do it. She's an outstanding leader. I know she's been involved with the state. Really a tremendous resource. Somebody says she's the best.
Thank you.
Donald.
Yeah, y'all mute.
Okay, got it.
Thank you. I was just going to say I agree with him. She is really amazing, and I think she's a music scholar.
She is a music
And so it's just she just brings a way of thinking about the world that is culturally sensitive and really extremely important. But she has the technical savvy to keep us moving in the right direction. We have done other things that I think are important. She reports to me quarterly. And even though she reports to me quarterly, when things have emerged, she does not hold on to them. She gives me a call and lets me know what's happening. So I feel very comfortable about the way this is working on those first 2. I will say that I've been at other institutions where often you do not hear about these problems until when they're just too far down the road. And she is not that kind of person. And we are searching for a person to fulfill that role, and we need someone exactly like that. We have a task force dealing with the prevention of sexual assault. Folks have been trained across the portfolio of LSU. We have mandatory training as well, and we're going to continue to invest in it. Right now, we have about $1 million invested in it to support hiring 10 new staff. What I would tell you is, as I transitioned from South Carolina to here, I know that many of the folks were jealous because the actual investment that we were making in this office was far greater than typically happens in higher ed. And so they were saying, can I work for you? I was like, no, but no, seriously, what's really important about this is that it's moving in the right direction. And it's something that we're going to prioritize and get right. And as I said, when I interviewed, I want to be a national model in this area. And I think we have a real chance to do that. Next. COVID has been an amazing run for us here in Baton Rouge, and I think at our other campuses as well. Most of the time we hear about what happens at the Baton Rouge campus because the scope and scale of the environment is a lot larger than the others. It's like a small city. And so what you see up there in terms of the mitigation strategies were what happened at the Baton Rouge campus. That was, in my opinion, as epidemiologists, to be able to pull this off right now on a college campus was, to me, the best in epidemiology. I felt like we had a lot of support from the governor's office and across the governmental structures in this area, the mayor and others. And we're able to put in an entry testing requirement, which was like a firewall in terms of vaccination and the actual testing requirement to get in, or you could get in if you said you had COVID in the last 90 days. That really helped us. I think there's some misconception about how all this works together. Once you enter into our geospace, if you will, the wastewater testing comes into effect. It's extremely important because whether you're vaccinated or not, if the wastewater turns hot for COVID, you still get tested. So everybody has a possibility of being tested, no matter what their vaccination status is. This has really protected us in significant ways. We continue to have a masking requirement as per the governor's regulation. And when you add in the testing protocol for those who aren't vaccinated, there are some who say, well, why are you testing the people who aren't vaccinated? Because it's a way to keep everyone safer. They're more likely, if they get sick, they're probably going to be the unvaccinated. And so that was a rationale for that. And they go into a system in which they're randomly selected for testing, but they will at least be tested once a month. Between that random testing and the wastewater, we get a clear picture of what's happening on campus. As of yesterday, I think our positivity rate was under 3%. It was like 2.5 or 2.6%, which is amazing if you think about it. If you look at the space around the area, this is all possible in a city context if you have these tools available to you. Finally, there was a requirement for Tiger Stadium. I've been to both games. Despite what you might read, it seemed to be pretty straightforward to get in and out of there. While we weren't playing in the SEC yet, so we haven't been tested with 100,000 people, we were able to get 65 or so thousand people in and out of the stadium with a vaccination requirement or with the vaccination, proof of vaccination or a testing requirement. We tested people at the stadium as well, and there were actually some vaccinations at the stadium, which is amazing. I can't imagine getting vaccinated before I go into a football game, but thankful that folks did that. And that combination is really probably what led to the White House invitation to talk about how we did it. And while the semester's not over, it is looking very promising.
So if I could add one thing about the COVID mitigation, our greatest allies are the LSU students who so want to be back on campus, who so want that residential experience. They want the clubs, they want the sporting events, they want the camaraderie. And I just have to give kudos to the students who have been very, very compliant. You can see that 81% vaccination rate. That's just, we could never have dreamed that the students would be that excited to be back on campus.
Right, I agree. And other campuses within the system also had their own push for vaccinations and their mitigation strategies. And so far, it seems to be going well for them. They're a little more spread out, less dense, but so, you know, I'm pleased to see where those numbers are, and I hope they continue to go up as more and more FDA approvals happen.
When you, on the vaccination rates, we've been in a conversation about making sure all of our campuses have access to the link system, or whether or not, I'm just curious about is it self-reported? Do they send their card, or are you connected to the LDH link system? Do you know?
That's a keener question.
I can tell you it is self-reported. Our Office of Student Health is connected to the link system.
Okay.
And what they're doing is they are pulling down the COVID records from the link system and entering them into the medical record system that we use.
Got it. Okay, thank you.
There are questions about IDA and the disaster recovery. I just want to thank the commissioner and others who were calling and texting and emailing during that period to make sure we were supported. I really appreciate that a great deal. It was my first hurricane, so, you know, buckle up, as they say. It was something. Anyway,
Welcome. You got the big one.
I mean, that was, okay, yeah, well, most of the damage was in New Orleans. The downtown campus had some damage to tiles and things of that sort. They were putting generators in at this time, I believe from federal support. So they didn't have generators ready to rock and roll at the time of the hurricane, but they were being put in. I'm sure they're going to be going faster now to get those installed. But the damage was such that it could be dealt with and we could resume classes, and they are back up and running. So we're really thankful for that. We didn't know how that was going to work out if we didn't have the physical infrastructure, but it looks in good shape. Next slide, please. This is about really merit raises and what was awarded in the relief funds. The relief funds are extremely important. Part of the relief funds, the one I was most pleased that we relieved some debt of students who found themselves, really hurting after during the pandemic and as a result of it. I don't know, Donna, if you want to talk a little bit about the relief funds and
Sure.
their impact.
So what I've presented for you is the total award for each campus, the amounts that have been distributed so far, and then what we intend to do with the remaining balances. The students have been awarded based on need, based on application for need. And then in our last round, we looked at outstanding debt from the spring of 2020, when COVID began, through the summer of 21. And we were able to relieve $7 million worth of debt using the COVID funds. With the Department of Education regulations, you have to ask the students if they are willing to repay the outstanding debt or to take the award in hand. And I'm pleased to say that out of that $7 million, only $253,000 went into student hands that didn't relieve their debt. And we believe that's truly going to help retention, because when everybody knows when you get behind on your fees, it's hard to allow students to keep digging that hole of debt. So we were able to get more students back in the classroom. And we're really pleased about that. And as we move into the spring next year, we'll be looking at the possibility of doing that again. Our awards have to be expended by April of 2022.
Did you see any, looking at the demographics of those students? Are they near completers, freshmen, a little bit of everything?
A little bit of everything. A little bit of everything. Many, and I didn't bring that data with me, many of them were in their first and second year.
And you all formally requested, or do you know anyone who's formally requested that any other state that those dollars be extended beyond April 2022?
I don't know that we can make that request. Is that?
You can ask the department for a 1-year extension, no cost extension.
Gotcha.
For the funds.
Okay, we have not done that. For the student, I can't say that if we would or we wouldn't. And you'll see in the next, excuse me, in the next slide, when we start talking about the institutional funds, we've actually had greater revenue losses and expenses than we've actually received the higher ed relief funds for. So we may do that with the student, but I would say it's probably unlikely.
Why don't we go to that slide and you can talk a little bit about that.
Okay, sounds wonderful.
So
So you can see by campus, we have displayed the total revenue losses. Total is $82 million. And I will say that does not include the athletics revenue loss, which was an additional $81 million. The total COVID expenses and uses to date have been $67,092,000. So our total impact related to COVID is about $150 million. And we've received $82 million in higher ed relief funds. Also note that the Ag Center and Pennington were not eligible for higher ed relief funds because they do not have students. We used the funds to offset revenue losses for our auxiliaries, for some of our self-generated programs that happen over the summer. They had 2 summers in a row that they were not able to have programs. Academic programs abroad is a big one. That is a huge experience for students, not just at LSU, but across the country that take advantage of that program. And then for the expenses, it of course covered all of our vaccination cost, our testing cost, PPE, protective structures that we put in offices and classrooms, plexiglass to allow employees to come back to work, to allow instructors to be back in the classroom. We invested in software so that we could stream our classes. We invested in technology to make sure that that streaming went smoothly. And the biggest thing we did for this fall semester was we installed HEPA filters, portable HEPA filters in all of the classrooms to give our faculty an additional level of comfort that we were doing everything that we could to make sure that they were safe.
That concludes the formal remarks. I'm happy to answer any questions you have.
Is there any questions?
I'm curious how you bridge the divide between the financial impact and the relief. How are the campuses making that happen, given that it's such a significant number?
So in our auxiliaries, they have had to dig into their reserves. We have utilized self-generated revenue to make up those shortfalls.
Some of them, though, have significantly less COVID impact than the federal relief received.
Correct.
So it's across the board. It's quite different campus by campus.
That would be our smaller campuses. Eunice and Alexandria are the 2 that come to mind. And what they will do if they have any funds that are not used for COVID mitigation, we have the ability to use those funds to assist students. So we will have additional grants to students in those campuses.
You can't move it between, you have to, but you can extend beyond what you've already given to the students.
Correct.
Okay.
Correct. In fact, we have done 3 different awards, and there are students that have been in all 3 pools.
One other question, and thank you for letting me ask. In your scholarship first approach, Dr. Tate, I noted that your mix of undergraduate and graduate students is far from your aspiration. I think it's single digit. I think your aspiration in here was 20%, if I'm remembering that correctly. Give me a sense of what's your timeline on that and how you get there.
So on graduate education, and in particular PhD education, we've started a process right now of analyzing how awards are given. We're going to tighten up how awards are given, because the key is to have a competitive award, not to have a lot of very small awards where people really can't study full-time in the way they should. And so we're gonna have to do two things. We have to shut the door and then open it again. So if we shut the door and stop the current practices, then we'll have more money to allocate or reallocate, if you will, towards larger stipends for graduate students so we can be competitive in the SEC. Right now, we can't compete directly with our stipend amounts that on average with many of our SEC competitors. I know for a fact, I put the program in South Carolina. We couldn't compete with South Carolina now. We can't compete with Florida. We can't compete with Georgia. Tennessee is going to be a problem. Kentucky is a problem. And so what we've got to do is get those stipend amounts up so people can actually live while they study. And then you have a greater chance of getting better students, which then enhances that $1 billion number goes up when you have better graduate students, because they help catalyze greater innovation. And so we're going to close the door, because what ends up happening is everybody wants to offer their master's student or student worker, $4,000 or $5,000. And it's just crushing, because there's money there that could have been allocated for PhD students at a greater scale. So we've been working on that process right now. That's the first thing. And then the second is that the physical infrastructure has to align so that our scholars can have more competitive grants. So the science building that we've been talking about, that's extremely important to build out that physical infrastructure with the right kinds of equipment, because then those folks can compete for better grants. And each school and college is actually working on, and we're going to be working on, what are the big things that you want to go for. The Cancer Center is another place where we generate more grad students. Biomedical science is, NIH is the biggest funder of grad students. So you saw the drivers, cancer, biomedical, ocean, that doesn't drive as much, but we're very good at it. And if we can begin to build synergy between what we do in the ocean and environment to some of our biomedical and other activities, we have a greater chance. Synergy is everything. I'll tell you, this product is a combination of the business school, ag, and folks who do just basic food science. So if we can begin to bring our synergies together, we have a chance to do much more together. And I think that's going to be the key for our operation. So I know that in looking at how you assign, I believe it's points, grad students seem to get more points than undergrad in a way. I just believe that a flagship should have elite graduate students. And they should be elite at the master's and PhD level, but the PhD students should be as good as any students anywhere in the country. And I think that's our aspiration. Not just numbers, but also quality. And you get the quality when you can actually compete.
Hi, Dr. Reed, I have a question.
Sure. Hello.
We just throw it?
Yes. So welcome, Dr. Tate. We're really excited about your leadership of the flagship campus, and just specifically want to comment that I think you'll find willing partners in the healthcare community to advance the cancer agenda. Certainly the research agenda and the structure around advancing that and really having a robust research agenda. Appreciate your comments and your immediate attention to Title IX, and just really know that the Board of Regents, as well as our exceptional commissioner, are here to support you in your efforts. So thank you and welcome.
Thank you very much.
You mentioned the LSU first as it relates to the mandated cost conversation. I also wanted to ask Terrence or Matthew or others, are there other examples where institutions or systems have their own version of that kind of benefit where we're trying to tie it to overall increases for mandated costs, since they're not necessarily same as mandated costs, but they're similar.
So generally campuses cover those, or they don't submit those in that form. LSU First is a bit unique because it's more of a, it's tied to a statewide mandate, which is of course health insurance. So no other institution, no other system has a health insurance program.
Is
like
it in
LSU
lieu of
First.
what the state would have provided for LSU had they not created their own?
Correct. Correct. And so that they're the only one who has that kind of setup. And so I think it's the timing issue, I think, because the actuary has to provide an estimate for the next year of what that amount is. That actuarial amount is generally not available when the budget request is submitted. So it's kind of we need to make sure and be very vigilant that we include it, but it's generally not ready in October when we submit this for the ensuing fiscal year.
Correct.
So you all, LSU have to get an actuary to come up with the amount, and then that amount has to be submitted. When we're submitting the budget request in October, it's generally not ready.
And so submitted like later.
Yes, and so we have to make sure that we're submitting it later, but I just want to make sure that everyone understands the timing of it. It's not that we don't want to submit it, it's just that that information is just not available.
It also does seek reimbursement.
Absolutely, as they should, right.
But what I would recommend is we're on the same timetable as OGB, is that we include the funding from the previous year and then make adjustments as the current information is available. And just to give you a better understanding of LSU First, it is a self-funded health insurance program. So we've got a $2 million stop loss for large dollar claims. We start with a health spending account. Everyone starts the year with $1,000. And if you use an LSU First preferred provider, someone that we have developed a relationship with, you can literally have no out-of-pocket expenses except for your health insurance premium. So it is very, very popular with our faculty and staff. To preserve the financial stability of the program, a few years ago, we pulled out the retirees. And the retirees are in a full indemnity program. So once an employee retires, they move into this Blue Cross Blue Shield, United Healthcare, whoever the successful bidder provider is. And once they become Medicare eligible, then they move into a Medicare supplement with that provider. So it has been very, very successful for LSU.
So the benefits are still the same for the retirees?
Correct.
Okay.
The benefits are exactly the same.
Transfer the risk out.
We're just, right, we just wanted to push that risk for that older population out of the self-funded plan.
So it's a timing and a cash flow conversation, not about actually making the expenses eligible for reimbursement. Is that my understanding that correctly?
It's more
I mean,
when,
globally, like the whole package together.
when we have the data available for the actuaries to determine
Right.
what the incurred but not reported is, to get pretty technical.
Thank you.
You're
Appreciate
welcome.
it.
I always kind of say it, the bird's eye view of some of this stuff with our master plan and this goal we have of getting 60% of our population with credentials. What's for your undergraduate population across your system? What's LSU's current graduation rate? If you know it offhand.
Someone just sent me,
Yeah,
well,
we just got it yesterday, 67,
yeah, I was in the 60s.
67, 68. We just got it yesterday. And it was preliminary, so I think we both looked at it and said,
I'm not going to talk about
we're
it.
not, yeah. 14th class day was just last Friday because of Ida, and we won't get the real numbers until tomorrow.
Gotcha.
Is there any plan within LSU to figure out ways we can ratchet that up even higher? I know you also have all these resources. We have everything we do. You all have a research component. You have so many different components of what LSU as a system does. But in our master plan, try to figure out how in 9 years we're going to get to where we need to be in the light of, pandemic and hurricanes and everything else. I'm just trying with every system that comes through, trying to find out what's your plan to maximize not only your enrollment, but your graduation rates.
Well, we have a really, I think, strong enrollment management system across the totality of our enterprise. There are a couple of things that are happening. One of the fastest growing markets clearly is our online learning, which, democratizes access to information. And so we've got great online learning going on in Shreveport. I think Alexandria is growing as well. And they're doing a wonderful job. And that's going to move our attainment rates up because people can be working and they still have access to an education. I also really believe that Eunice is doing a good job. It's a very fast growing 2-year school. So we've got that pipeline coming from there. And those folks are going to be getting degrees and also working in medical professions that are highly sought after right now. And so, when you say, I don't know what number, what do you want, 2-year degrees, 4 years? I just really want people to be able to take care of their families and add value to society.
Absolutely.
In that context, I think our online 2-year environment is going very well. We're having a record number of students who are being enrolled at the Baton Rouge campus. I think it's going to be incumbent upon us, and I think you should hold me accountable to this, that if we take a record number of students, that they need to be graduating at a very high rate. And we need to admit people who can finish and complete and add value, and not just have people who are going to be there for 1 or 2 years. Because the most expensive education you have is the one you don't complete. If you don't finish, you go into debt, and now you're behind the 8 ball, so to speak. And so we've got to make sure we're doing all the enrollment management strategies we possibly can to keep those students engaged. This debt relief is going to be extremely important for this cohort because if they're out of debt, they're more likely to stay. And so I think that's going to be an important part of it, although I think it's not going to be the Baton Rouge campus that gets a lot of that. It's going to be at the other campuses. That's important because that takes advantage of our opportunity to help students in rural communities, which is really the growth area for Louisiana. We really wanted to look at it. I mean, I know there are the big cities, but if you really thought about if we were going to grow and get to the numbers you're describing, we would have to have tremendous impact in rural communities. I mean, really strong. And I think that's something we should focus on as well.
I would say our investment in advising to make sure that we've got advisors in every college that are available to students when students are available. And this is one of the byproducts of COVID, is that much of our advising is now done online by Zoom.
Yeah.
So students have greater access to advising. We've also got a very robust academic center for students. And right now, our student support is all over campus. One of the next capital initiatives is what we keep calling a library, but it's not the library that is the stacks of books. It's more a learning center where we would have student advisors, where we would have the academic center, where we have the ability to bring students together and let them collaborate on projects and work together and learn together.
I think I asked this last year too, but maybe 2 years ago. Is there a software component now to where, especially with all the online learning, where you have a freshman student who comes in and maybe you could tell just based on the metrics that this student might be at risk, or maybe you can't, but then you see that this person who signed up for online class hasn't attended the last 3 classes, and it's clearly that this person's on a path to failure. Is there some software in the system anywhere?
Yeah, they use that.
Them up and get them.
I know Jose uses that. They get a alert. There are benchmarks in the system that trigger students being, boom, you're gonna get a text, you need to have a conversation with somebody because you're off your targets on what you should be doing. Faculty are asked to turn in information, and those trigger those students being contacted, and you try to get them back on track. I also want to highlight that Alexandria wants to have a success center as well. That's a big part of their portfolio to make sure that the students they get are actually successful, because the advising piece is really important, especially for a school their size in a rural community. They really need to have that kind of one-on-one, because we're dealing with first-generation students. The technology part helps, but you need that face-to-face as well, especially with some of those. And those are heavy investments that you have to make, but over time, it pays off. And I think that's the exciting part about, what we can do. There's still great demand and interest in LSU across the system, across the different campuses. And so we just gotta get them out. So I agree with you. And we should look at, I know I don't want to name any other universities or other places outside of the state of Louisiana, but there are places that use, apps. Boom, and your app goes off, and you're in trouble, and you've got to get in there. It's like a principle on your your watch or your phone. And so I think those are the kinds of things I think you're alluding to. I would love to have a conversation and be able to chat with you about exactly the technology we use here. Right. But we do have a program.
Okay, great. Thank you so much.
Would we need to contact students for any reason? The first system we look to, besides our emergency texting system, but if it's a subset of students, we look to the software that we use in enrollment management.
Yeah, it's very good. Well, that's how we went from, all those students who were not compliant with our COVID policy. I think it was like 2,000 a few weeks ago, to the 27 I have on my phone right now. Like, what are you doing? Because they were able to text them, call them, and really, get after them in ways that are part of the system and design.
Thank you. Any other questions from anybody else? Well, it sounds like
I think that's it.
Yeah. Well, thank you, Dr. Tate. Thank you, Don. It's a pleasure.
Yeah.
Thank you all. Appreciate you. Want to acknowledge the great work by the chancellors of our 8 school, entities. Just really outstanding folks. I appreciate them being on the call. They're all doing a great job.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Welcome.
I would leave this for you.
Are you auctioning that off?
But I'm gonna go take a dab later on.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you, Donna.
Mississippi State down there.
Mississippi State, don't mention it. Well.
How are you? Good to see you.
Don't leave your phone out.
Good to see
Your
you.
phone is there now.
Oh, red
Thank
phone.
you. Appreciate it. All right.
All right.
All right, and now we have our final act today, right?
That's right.
Dr. Henderson, thanks for joining us.
Well, it's a pleasure. Thank you for having us here. It's always a joy to go last when everybody is full of energy and ready to listen to more pontificating. But I'm Jim Henderson. I'm president of the University of Louisiana System. I'm joined by Eddie Mesh. Eddie is our chief financial officer who joined us in
4 months ago. June 1st is my first day.
Yeah, June 1st, and has just changed everything, and we're in great shape budgetarily. But Eddie has immense experience in the state of Louisiana, worked in the legislative auditor's office for quite some time, and then since 2008 with CFO at McNeese State. And McNeese has been, to be honest, one of the financial shining stars in our system, and it was a lot because of Eddie's leadership. And so we're delighted to have him with us. And,
we started this work almost 5 years ago. It's hard to believe that in January, I'll have been 5 years in this role. And it's been 5 years that have been marked by crisis, by unending crisis, whether that was social unrest, whether that was climatic, whether that was budgetary, or whether it was pandemic. And I have to tell you that working with the 9 presidents that are at these institutions has been quite a joy. They 4 of them are newer than I am. We're in the process of selecting a new president at Northwestern State, and which is my alma mater. And so I have just more than a passing interest in that. It's the most important thing that our board does, is select presidents for these institutions. And that the leadership of these institutions is important because we are a system, but we have 9 distinct entities. Each has its own history and its own culture and its own mission. We value that because we think it's leveraging that identity that's what gives us strength. Grambling continues to enjoy a renaissance. Excuse me.
Water?
I'll get you one.
Perfect time. Matthew?
Of course.
There you go. Thank you, Matthew.
I have my 3 grandbabies at my house, and I've been yelling at my wife to leave me alone to play with them.
We see them on the Twitter machine. Adorable.
But Grambling continues to have a renaissance there, and whether it's in academic programming, and thank you for the degrees that you've helped them develop, especially the PhD in criminal justice, where they continue to be the state's leader in producing experts, professionals in that realm. Louisiana Tech, of course. I may have talked to you about this, but as we worked through the pandemic, Louisiana Tech was asked by the Air Force Global Strike Command to help them predict the impacts of the pandemic on their base. And before they were finished, they were predicting the impact on 69 military facilities around the globe and helping them prepare for that. ULM, under President Ron Berry, Ron has long been the dean of the business college there. They're just got a new grant to look at rural workforce opportunities in partnership with the Delta Regional Authority. My alma mater, Northwestern State, last year graduated over 700 nurses and allied health professionals that are making a difference today in the pandemic. McNeese, overcoming a year where they were hit by Hurricane Laura, followed 6 weeks later, 15 miles to the east by Hurricane Delta. They are 95% operational. And I want to thank the commissioner because you've heard everybody talk about the master plan and the stuff that we do on an everyday basis. It's the stuff we do in response to the anomalies that sometimes really show who we are. And she's been a great partner, a great leader in facilitating the conversations that have helped McNeese come back. McNeese is at pre-pandemic, pre-hurricane strength. And that's a testament to them. And they're the bastion of success in that region. UL Lafayette, and I want you to hear these numbers. In 2013, UL Lafayette did $62 million in federally funded research. In 2020, they did $164 million in federally funded research. That story in and of itself is impressive, but when you think about what that research is, think about the Pfizer vaccine. Those of you who got the Pfizer vaccine, the preclinical research on that vaccine were done by faculty at the University of Louisiana Lafayette. They continue to help us with a statewide initiative to eradicate misinformation around vaccine safety and efficacy, and have helped us ensure that more than half of the students that have been vaccinated under the governor's innovative Shot for 100 plan have come from UL system institutions. And that's even with 3 that were offline for a considerable amount of time with the hurricanes. So we're proud of that work. Nicholls State, closest to the coast, luckily 50 miles north of where the eye wall made a right-hand turn for that campus. It's the bastion of recovery for that region. We know there's over 13,000 homes that are uninhabitable in Terrebonne Parish alone. And housing, temporary housing, remains the biggest need in Terrebonne and Lafourche. But Nicholls suffered surprisingly little damage. There are a couple of buildings that have some roofing issues that we're going to have to address. And of course, that leads to mold that has to be remediated. And same with Southeastern, same with UNO. But remarkably little damage considering one of the most powerful storms in history hit our coastline. but it's the surrounding areas, the habitats, the homes of our faculty, our staff, and our students that have been disrupted. And of course, that has a dramatic impact on our operation. Southeastern has one of the best facilities crews that exist in our system. They've been very, very innovative, doing things like using deep thermal wells to heat and cool facilities, tracking energy usage at all their buildings. You wouldn't have been surprised that less than a week after the storm, every piece of debris was neatly packed in some of the most orderly fashion ever. You wouldn't have known that that was debris from 200 trees that were laid down across that campus as the eye passed just to the west there. They continue to do amazing work. UNO is just leading a new research effort on socially engineered cyber attacks and protecting users from that. I think it's fascinating work. And then lastly, we can talk a lot about Southeastern and their products, but I'm just going to say Haley Arsenault and the youngest astronaut in space, and what an incredible story that is, and how representative she is of that university. And John Crane has done remarkable work there. So that's what they do independently. But it's what we've done systemically that I'm very proud of, because each of these institutions has come together and said, we're going to work towards some collective outcomes that are greater than the sum of our individual work. And that systemic work started a little over 4 years ago when we got the presidents together and started talking about a strategic framework of what we're going to do. But part of that systemic work comes in the aftermath of a storm. Right after Hurricane Delta and Hurricane Laura in Southwest Louisiana, we created the Cowboy Relief Effort, where 9 institutions, 8 sister institutions of an imperiled institution, came together to serve students, providing housing, providing academic support, providing access to technology, to learning resources, to counseling resources. We replicated that this year for 3 institutions that were impacted. We housed students at Louisiana Tech, at ULM, at ULL. And I would be remiss if I didn't thank people in Memphis and people in North Alabama who also rose to the cause. But it was the work of our system institutions that seamlessly reached out to each other and ensured that we were taking care of each other. The recovery is going to be there for some time. We're prepared for it because we are working collectively to achieve that recovery for these students. Go to the next slide, if you don't mind. I want to be responsive to the questions you asked, and you asked about the federal funding piece. And since this is a budgetary meeting, I'm going to go through some numbers for you and then talk about some stuff that's a lot more fun to talk about. But this is the federal funding picture that we received. And I have to tell you, if not for the federal funding, this pandemic would have been almost an insurmountable hill for us to climb. But because of the federal funding that was supported by our delegations, we've been able to succeed. In fact, last year, we graduated over 17,000 students in the midst of the pandemic, in the midst of unprecedented storms, our largest graduating class in many years across our system. You see the MSI funds, the minority serving institution funds, and the HBCU funds. That does not include a forgiveness of HBCU loans that came from the federal government. That has, Rick did a phenomenal job of riding the financial ship at Grambling. But just like when your income can cover your disposable expenses after you get out of college, you still got to retire that student loan debt. And if you're a lawyer or a doctor, that student loan debt can be quite big. That forgiveness of that HBCU loan was huge on their balance sheet. And it just supported them at a very, very particular time in their history. And so we're excited about that. But the way that we've used these dollars to support students and support learning, support technology supports, and done in partnership with Board of Regents. We've talked through this a lot, but the dollars that have come to us for bridging the digital divide was immensely helpful, not just in serving students, but in bringing faculty together to find some common solutions to common problems, right? When you're operating in isolation, sometimes you don't even understand what those problems are, but somebody might have already solved that problem for you. And it's been great to see that work out. We now have subject matter experts because of those resources for our system in key areas related to technology, related to student success, related to mental health counseling and instruction. And those subject matter experts are leading the way for us in our innovations. But these are the federal dollars. As you can see, we've exhausted most of them. The rest of them will be exhausted. We still continue to get evolving guidance from the federal government on what are usable, how you can use these dollars. And typically that language doesn't just evolve, it contradicts itself. And we have to stay on top of that. But this funding is going to cover the large part of the shortfall in terms of revenue and our expenses associated with the pandemic, assuming, of course, that we're able to defeat the pandemic. I apologize for my voice again. I want to talk a little bit about the state funding piece, and this is something that I think is important to constantly remind you of because it puts things in perspective. This is the formula distribution to our system, and the bottom total doesn't add up because it does include the system funding that we receive. And these slides are out of order to what you have, Commissioner and Terrence. So, but when you start with this formula funding piece, we have some mandated costs, and we've talked about mandated costs. But there are a couple of mandated costs that have nothing to do with operating institutions. And one of them is what we have to fund for the unfunded accrued liabilities. This is what we pay for legacy costs. You can click it again, go to the next slide. This is the unfunded accrued liability. This is what we pay annually to retire debt that was underfunded by the state of Louisiana for a couple of decades, almost 30 years. Luckily, this goes away in 2027. That's when the UAL will be totally retired. But this is the first thing that we have to pay. Another similar cost that's a legacy cost is post-employment benefits that we pay for retirees. Neither one of these mandated costs has anything to do with operating our institutions today. These are all about legacy costs that have to be funded today. And so when you take these two things out, what's left is what we have in net state support to operate our institutions. Now, understand when it comes to funding higher education, we are already near the bottom in state support of higher education. In fact, when you compare us to our friends in Alabama, we spend $130 less per capita in state support of higher education. We spend about $80 less than they do in Mississippi and Arkansas. And I don't know, and I don't want to be pejorative, speak of them in pejorative terms, but when you think of bastions of higher education, I don't necessarily think of Alabama, Mississippi, and Arkansas first. But when you think of Texas and Florida, we spend $35 less per capita, per citizen in state support of higher education in Louisiana than they do in Texas, and $20 less per citizen than they do in Florida. We have got to figure out how, as a collective group, and I think we've done this in large part, and we're making significant progress. And I don't want to be seen negative because the last 4 years particularly, we've seen investments in our universities that have helped offset the growth in mandated cost. And finally, we've seen some reinvestment in faculty. But when you put this in perspective, we are woefully under-investing in our future. And if we're going to realize the promise of the master plan, our collective work as a higher ed enterprise, if we're going to realize the promise that comes to the University of Louisiana system, we've got to find an answer to this investment question. Now, there's a couple of different ways to look at this. This is another way to look at this investment. If you go to the next slide, please. So the blue in these columns is the net self-generated revenue for our institutions, and the orange represents the net state support for our institutions. As you have seen, as you see, we are barely state supported. Now, I will argue that this is not necessarily all bad, because this does force you to be more innovative, more value conscious, more resilient, more responsive to the needs of students, because that's the only way that you're going to survive. But this does have some ramifications for us. Again, we cannot continue to balance the state budget on the backs of students. We did that for 8 years. Now we stopped in 2015, and I'm very glad of that. But we've got to reverse this tide. And I'll show you one of the repercussions of this, where this makes us non-competitive. Now, we got significant resources this year to help solve a problem with faculty compensation, but it was the first of what I hope is multiple steps to get this right. For us to close the competition gap with our SRAB peers, half of that would be $20 million. Now, that sounds like a great deal of money, and it is, and I don't want to diminish that. But when I tell you that we graduated 17,000 plus students in a year of pandemic and multiple disasters, we did that because of the faculty that are represented in those ranks there. Faculty that did the impossible in moving in less than 2 weeks to move students from a traditional environment to an online environment. Faculty who figured out how to navigate their own personal challenges. Remember, faculty just don't live and exist at our institutions. They have lives and families, and they were impacted by the pandemics and by the storm. They have earned our respect. They deserve our investment in them. We cannot be successful unless we recruit, retain, and develop world-class faculty. This is what it will do. This is what it's going to take for us to be able to do that. Not all of it will come from the state of Louisiana. It's just an impossibility. We understand the physical realities, but this gives you a target number for the state to look to and say, hey, we want to be a part of the success of these institutions. That means we're going to invest in our people. And we appreciate your support in the last couple of years for this. We look forward to it going forward. What's the next slide? Yeah. I mentioned the innovation piece. We have 653,000 adults in Louisiana that have some college and no degree. It was in response to that and our ability to innovate, we created Compete Louisiana. We now are working with over 5,000 students who have been out of school for more than 2 years, who are now working with a coach, working with an institution that they know and love. They could go to one of those that is constantly interrupting your Sirius XM feed with their advertising, trying to recruit our students. We're recruiting them to our institutions. And it's been a remarkably successful program. We expect to graduate more than 5,000 students over the next 5 years from this program. And I think that that's a relatively anemic target, but it's the only one I can put out there that my staff doesn't faint when I say it out loud. Compete Louisiana is an intervention that is targeted at a very specific population. And it's one that we've got to figure out how to get up to speed, because the future of work is going to demand it. And I'll talk a little bit more about that in just a moment. The other intervention we put in place is, on the next slide, is the Reginald F. Lewis Educational Equity Initiative. When we created that strategic framework that promised to produce the most educated generation in Louisiana's history, we did that because we knew that we fell well short of 49 other states in terms of educational attainment. But that's an aggregated measure. When you dig beneath the surface, you'll find that not all populations have been as successful as others in Louisiana. That's the equity gap that the commissioner eloquently talks about so often. And so we had to develop a targeted intervention. Well, Reginald F. Lewis is a model. Our board chair, James Carter, introduced me to Loida Lewis, the widow of Reginald F. Lewis. And Mr. Lewis was the first person to lead $1 billion leveraged buyout of a European conglomerate. He happened to have been an African-American who grew up on the streets of Baltimore from humble beginnings and took his own destiny into his hands. He was the first student ever to be admitted to Harvard University Law School without applying, because he went there for a summer internship and they liked him so much they made him a lawyer. He got tired of making money for Wall Street banks, and so he decided he was going to do it himself. And Loida blessed us with her presence, speaking to our 9 institutions. Loida is from the Philippines and remarkable in her own right. She she passed the New York bar in her first attempt and then took over Beatrice Foods after the unfortunate passing of Reginald F. Lewis. She came and saw our work and blessed it and allowed us to use her husband's name. It encompasses, it's an umbrella that encompasses all of our educational equity work. But the most exciting piece of that is the beginning of the Reginald F. Lewis Scholars Program. Mm-hmm. 2 rising sophomores from each of our institutions that have shown educational promise and drive were selected. They have come to us. They will go to a comprehensive program that includes academic support, social support, internships, mentorships, exposure to various occupations, and even travel abroad. We will take them to study in France next year, including a day trip to the Sorbonne, where they will have a lecture on democracy from the people that created democracy. We think this experience is going to produce the leaders of tomorrow. And each class, each year, there'll be 18 more. Each class will work with the previous classes. And in the coming years, in the coming decade, you will see on resumes and on political cards for people that are running for office that they were a Reginald F. Lewis scholar. And we're so excited about the promise of this program. Next slide. This is the newest advent for our system. And I know you heard from many others talking about the importance of education. You heard my friend Monty Sullivan talk about the need for short-term credentials. I will tell you that 75 days before Hurricane Katrina, I went to work for the Community and Technical College System as their vice president for workforce and economic development. We learned very quickly the need for short-term credentials as we had to produce 16,000 graduates that were credentialed to work in the construction industry. One of the most successful workforce development initiatives we've ever launched. That was a new topic for a lot in the community colleges, but the technical colleges that were associated with it had long been invested in that. The best instrumentation program in the nation was at Northwest Technical College in Minden. The #1 deep water welding program was at Morgan City at the Young Memorial campus. They had long been engaged in developing a workforce, and it's vitally important. It's one of the reasons why we lead the nation in the percentage of attainment in short-term credentials. But where we rank near the bottom is bachelor degree attainment and higher. And it's vitally important that we understand this because sometimes we can dismiss this. In the year 2030, when you compare it to the year 2016, McKinsey has done some great data work talking about the future of work. And one of the great things, we talk about lost jobs because of artificial intelligence and technological change and automation. We actually are seeing about a prediction of 5% increase in work hours in 2030 compared to 2016. That's pretty good, 5% increase. Here's the challenge with that though. It's not in all fields. And when you look at the hours that are voted to physical and manual labor and the hours that are voted to lower cognitive thinking, those are actually going to see a 15 to 16% decrease. And it's the higher level cognitive skills, it's the social and emotional skills, and it's the technological skills that are going to see a dramatic increase. And we're woefully ill prepared for that in Louisiana. So we decided we have to be much more conversant. We have to be much more articulate on what it means to get a bachelor's degree. So we got faculty together from all 9 of our institutions, faculty from different disciplines, faculty from education, from STEM fields, from liberal arts fields, and from practical skills, so practical fields like nursing and allied health. And I said, I want you to tell us what a degree from our institution will mean. And it doesn't matter whether you're getting a degree in art history or if you're getting a degree in engineering. When you graduate, these are the core competencies that will be associated with a degree from any UL system institution. Communication competence, cultural competence, critical and creative problem solving, adaptive resilience, self-reflective awareness. This was introduced to our board at our last meeting. You'll see a lot more materials come out about this. This will be embedded in every degree that we offer. And every graduate that graduates from our institution will have validated competencies in these areas. We think this is what's going to prepare the state of Louisiana, and most importantly, the students and the graduates we produce for that future of work. There's nothing that's more important. Yes, we have to think short-term and develop a workforce for today, but we have to be laser focused on that workforce for 10 years from now because you won't be able to catch up. And we want to be a critical player in that. All of us have a role in this work. And it's one of the great things the commissioner has done, being a convener of great skill and great patience, great determination, resilience. And she brings people together. Sometimes we have different agendas, right? And conflicting agendas, and that's okay because competition makes us all better. But that's one of the most important parts of her role and your role as a board is to ensure that our institutions are achieving world-class excellence within their mission and roles and scope. And so it's important to get back to that. You heard some stuff from Monty earlier. I don't want to repeat that. I know you heard from President Tate and Ray Belton, who I hate to see leave. Ray and I have been working together since 2009 when I was in Bossier and he was in Shreveport. His contribution to education, higher education in Louisiana will be told for many years to come, probably won't be fully appreciated for at least another decade. I hate to see him leave, but we've got a great team. And we work collectively to solve problems for the state, even as we advance our own systems and do our own work. I think that's a beauty of our structure that we have in Louisiana. The other issue that we wanted to talk about, of course, was Title IX and the idea of creating environments that are conducive to education for all. You know, we spent a lot of time in this last year giving testimony, listening to heart-rending testimony. 2 years ago, we started work in this area at the UL system. I'm pleased that we had made significant progress before the policy changes. I think the policy changes actually amplify that work, enhance that work, and accelerate that work. We have Title IX coordinators on each of our campuses. We now have a Title IX coordinator at the system office, our Vice President of Student Services. Erica Calais has done a fabulous job in organizing our systemic response, but she will have that as a formal part of her title. But Title IX is only one aspect of it. And Title IX is about compliance, and compliance is absolutely key. But we've got to do work on changing the cultures. And that requires more than Title IX coordinators. It requires champions at system presidents' offices, at the commissioner's office, certainly in the legislature, presidents at our universities and across the faculty and staff, to eliminate the culture of power-based violence. Title IX is a key component of that. But again, that's responsiveness and compliance. It's eliminating the culture that has inhibited the ability of too many in our charge to be successful in school. We take it very seriously. We've invested our dollars in it. We spend about $2.5 million annually, systemically, on Title IX in power-based violence areas. I expect that to continue to grow until we get it right. We're committed to working collaboratively with you as we have in the development of the policy, but certainly going forward, because the policy work is a lot of work, but that's the easy stuff. It's the implementation, the execution that's going to take all of us. And so with that, Mr. Chairman, I would be happy to answer any questions that you might have for me.
I'll let my boss ask the first question.
Well, thank you so much, Jim. And certainly delighted to see you and have you on board. I'm just curious about, we've been in this, as you've said, sort of protracted emergency response for a year and a half plus. And you talked about the investment in faculty, leadership matters. And I know we're laser focused, but what do you see as the impact of the disruption on the ability for us to complete students and educate? And do you think the disruption is short-term with a boomerang forward, or do you think it's a protracted long time to get where we were before?
Yeah, I think your question is right on point. In Louisiana, we have to remember that this comes on the heels of a decade of disinvestment, right? So we already had an exhausted workforce that felt like they were undervalued. I think that in some ways, when you go through these periods of scarcity or you go through these periods of upheaval, it actually can increase resolve. But that's in the short term. They have to see promise of things getting better in the future. That's why that investment in faculty salaries that we got this year helped immensely. That's why it's so important that we continue to invest in that. I worry about students. Students, we do a lot online. We've done a lot online. We've been doing online versions of online since my wife used to drive big Super VH tapes of science out of this world to local television markets. And so we've been doing this kind of stuff for a long time. Students learn best in the classroom, especially our traditional students that we serve. And that was disrupted last year. We disrupted the social fabric of higher education. There's so much learning. I know I learned far more out of the classroom, and we won't tell those stories, but I learned a lot out of the classroom. We missed a lot of that. And we saw the impacts on our own families, the pressure of social isolation. So I think that's weighed on them. And then you have a reality that we have to come to terms with. And it's been something that's been a kind of a political hot button for a long time. And I hate when science becomes a political hot button. But this idea of climate change, when you have 100-year events every year, that's an indication that you got a problem. And when you think about the 2016 floods here, and then unprecedented storms last year and this year, and the winter storm this year, a winter storm affecting Lake Charles, Louisiana. Climate change is real. The science is real. Now, you can argue about the causes, but we better start getting on the same board with solutions. All of those pressures are mounting, not just on our faculty and our students and our staff, but on us societally. I think we're actually the solution to a lot of that. We're the solution to the science piece, but we're also the solution to keeping our communities coming together. Look to Lake Charles. the shining star in the recovery of Southwest Louisiana, which continues to be under immense pain, that gets overlooked and has not been properly funded, and hopefully we'll get a response to that. But the shining star has been McNeese State and Sewella. And I got to throw Neil Aspinwall his props as well. But Darrell Burkell and Neil Aspinwall are more than leaders of institutions; they're leaders of a region. And I think that speaks to the importance of our institutions, but more importantly, the promise of our work. I hope that's fair.
Thank you. And the students you're educating, the people who figure out ways through climate change and all the other issues we have. I love the slide of the core competencies. I'm taking home and talk to my kids about it. But how do you implement that? There's so many students and so many professors. I mean, I love it. I love talking about that. We even had a person come speak at our Thibodeau retreat we had 2 or 3 years ago. And I forget the author's name, but it was all about this. Critical thinking and problem solving is going to be the answer in the future.
So, my son graduated from UL Lafayette last December. He got degrees in physics, math, and chemistry in 7 semesters. He couldn't go the rigorous route of journalism like his old man did, so he took the easy way out. But while he was going through there, he wanted to load his schedule up with more physics classes, but he had to take a philosophy of science class with Istvan Berkeley. Istvan is from he's British, but he's lived in Canada. He showed up at an event where I was speaking in jean shorts, the cutoff kind, and a chicken shirt, which, that's great. He captured this young man's attention, his imagination. And I sat in spring break with Nick, and Nick was feverishly working the whole spring break, trying to answer a single question on a test. It was a philosophical question that forced him to think outside of the confines he was most comfortable in. It was abstract. It was asymmetrical. It made him be a critical thinker. Earlier today,
The answer is jorts.
yeah, jorts and chicken shirt. And I don't know if Randy Ewing is still on. I adore him, but he mentioned Shakespeare. We have to be able to talk to the welding student why Shakespeare is important today. Right? When I get finished here, you might all say good riddance to me. Well, that's from Shakespeare. Right? There's also Shakespeare that says the first thing to do is let's kill all the lawyers.
And they still say that, though.
Yeah, and that hits people wrong until you realize it's a misinterpretation. The reason they wanted to kill all the lawyers is because the lawyers were standing between them and overthrowing the government, right? And so it's important that we understand these lessons that come from literature, whether that's from the allegory of the cave. And goodness, does that resonate in times of social isolation because of the pandemic? We all became prone to the allegory of the cave. But the Cassandra principle, I feel like we're Cassandras, right? We're all speaking the truth all the time and nobody believes us. It's important people that understand these aspects. And that's what comes from liberal education, not liberal in the political sense, but broad-based, where we're challenging people to understand social and moral and community impacts of education. But we haven't articulated it well. And that's the purpose of this work, is that we're all able to articulate that internally across departments, because I know business professors that say, man, you don't need to read Heart of Darkness, right? But I also know English professors that say, you know what, I never did like algebra. So if you get a C, that's okay. Right? It all is interlinked, and it's how we produce the leaders and the learners and the educators that are going to govern us. Eric Hoffer said that in times of change, learners inherit the earth, while the learned find themselves beautifully equipped to deal with a world that no longer exists. Because of that, we're creating learners. We're not creating the learned. And the people that are going to continue to learn and contribute for the rest of their lives. I think it's the most important work we're doing.
That's great. Okay, so now I got to ask you my same question as ask everybody else. So what is your current, for your undergraduate students across your system, what's your graduation rate right now?
Yeah, so all of our institutions are now at least in the 40s. Louisiana Tech is up in the high 50s, and UL Lafayette and Nichols are also in the 50s. That's a tremendous advance from where they were 15 years ago, before we started the disinvestment.
And you mentioned that we lead the nation in short-term
Credentials.
credentials. So what's that?
So when you look at levels of attainment in our state and you look at short-term credentials, associate degrees, bachelor's degrees, graduate degrees, we're number one in the country when it comes to short-term credentials. You can draw a lot of that to the drivers of our economy. You know, industrial construction, petrochemical industry, waterborne transportation, all of those industries demand credentials.
When you're talking about the 40 to 50%, is that four-year graduation rate? Or you talking about short-term?
No, that's just four-year bachelor's degree graduation rate.
Okay.
Right, a six-year graduation rate.
If you were to include the short-term credentialing, what would that, you know?
Well, so we don't do a lot of short-term credentialing. That's what the community and technical college system does.
I thought, okay, that's right. That's where you lost me.
Yeah, when I say we, I'm talking about the collective we as a
Got
state,
you.
we as Louisiana.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
That's where I was off a little bit.
But I think you're seeing increases in graduation rates because of some of the things that you were talking about, use of technology and understanding more about what students are doing. Using digital analytics, we created digital dashboards across our system where Claire Norris, who I stole from you, who now works with me, has brought together leaders in institutional effectiveness from across the state and created, I believe it was 850 dashboards. Now, that might be a little too many to process on a daily basis. But because we're using these data visualization tools, it allows us to drive performance, ask the right questions, and make data-supported decisions that impact student success, right? That's on the macro level. But on the individual level, everyone's worried about the vaccines being trackers that we're implanting in your arm. We don't have to inject trackers on you. You carry one around with you everywhere you go. And because of this, we know where you are. We use this in small little things because they got geosensors on them. So like with athletes, if you want to make sure they're going to class, you get an app on the phone that they have to check in when they get to class every time.
I was telling them, well, I can check my kid right now, he's 14, and he was on four-wheelers this weekend, and I can tell you how fast he was going every time he used the four-wheeler.
My 18-year-old has a nice souped-up Ford Ranger with big wheels, too big for the truck. And I know how fast he goes every mile he goes because of Life 360. Thank God it didn't exist when I was a student, right? But we've got data now, or we got the tools available to help students, right? And listen, part of the learning experience though has to be resilience and your own self-determination. At a certain point, students have to be responsible for their own destiny. Now, when you look at graduation rates and think about our institutions, some of what our graduation rates are based on the schedules that we produce. Some of them are about the students that we bring into our institutions, but a lot of them are about the responsibilities that students have outside of college. When you have students that have to work, when you have students in rural areas, when you have students that have families, that's a lot of pressures that can come down on a student. And when I was a student, I could work, I think 300 hours over the course of a summer and fund my entire year of an education. Now you have to work a full-time 2,080-hour year to have enough money to go to school. We've changed the pressures on students in an extraordinary way, and yet they're still succeeding at a higher level than they ever have before. I think it speaks volumes again about the faculty.
How's the UL system enrollment with all that's been going on? Is it up, down, flat?
It's a little bit down because of the three institutions that came offline. We'll know a little bit more when that comes back, but it's mostly been flat. We saw 92,000 students, I think, this last fall, which included, Northwestern had its highest enrollment in 137 years. And so we've seen some growth there. We've seen some growth in graduate programs. This year, it's been a little bit flat. I will tell you that the admissions changes that we've seen at some institutions in Louisiana have had an impact. When we have students that are probationarily admitted, that are fully admitted to the flagship, that can create problems. And I think that's a conversation we're having. I don't say that as criticizing, right? It's one part of a much larger conversation we have to have about role, scope, and mission, and then about funding. If we want to have a level playing field when it comes to admissions, then let's get a level playing field on funding and roll the dice and see who can come out ahead. I think that would be a lot of fun to explore. I think that when you put students in the future of Louisiana in the mix, I think that's a risk that we don't want to have. And so the structure provided by the master plan and by the regents is so important.
There's no doubt that the best bang for our buck our state will ever get is investing in students.
That's right.
What do you think is a realistic goal for your system going forward when it comes to graduation rate?
Well, I think each of our institutions should be over the 50% mark. I think Louisiana Tech on this trajectory, and when you look at the caliber of students that they're enrolling, they already have the shortest to degree in any institution in Louisiana. I think that you're going to continue to see innovations there, and Les Geis is doing remarkable work. In fact, my 18-year-old, and my apologies to everybody else, he will not even look at a brochure that comes from any institution that's not Louisiana Tech. So he's doing a remarkable job in that regard. I think UL Lafayette has some advantages, but UL Lafayette and Louisiana Tech, while there are two of our three statewide institutions, UNO being the other, they do serve different types of students. You think of UL Lafayette being in a much more urban center than Ruston. I know Lafayette's not what you would consider an urban metropolis, but it is much more urban. They serve a more diverse student body. They serve a region that has lower traditions of college going and college success. And then you look at UNO, an urban serving university, the only urban research university in Louisiana. They serve they built the middle class of New Orleans, and now they serve a working class population. And so you're going to see some variances in the 6-year plan, because the 6-year plan is somewhat of an arbitrary measure we put in place. It's how many graduates are we producing that we could produce. That's going to be the real measure. And so we're working on some metrics that are going to give them some aspirations to reach for, that are going to be stretches that they're going to seem like they're impossible to reach in our current resource base.
But you know,
I'm talking about all 9 of
the
them.
whole thing.
All 9 of them. Yeah, that's a fun conversation right now. But we're working on it.
Great. Any other questions or thoughts?
Yeah, I have a question. This is Randy Ewan. How you doing, man? Good to see you. I appreciate the good report you gave.
Yes, sir. I appreciate
was
North
interested in what
Louisiana.
You said about the number of hours you had to work to pay for a year of school and what you had to do now. And I do think that goes to the point that I've continued to be concerned about, and that is the expense of going to school, going to the 4-year institution. I think that the numbers show this year that we're down about 9.25% in enrollment in your system. And you mentioned a while ago about the number that are going into online, which is less expensive, and they can work at home. They can work, or they can stay at home. They do not have to be paying for apartments and expenses of being on campus. Do you think there's a new paradigm that is developing about the number of students that we will have that will? I know LSU showed that they still had full enrollment, but I don't know how many of those are online and how many of those are on campus. I know the Baton Rouge campus, I think, is probably pretty full. I guess my question is back to, is there going to be a new paradigm brought on by the expense of going to a 4-year institution and the availability of online courses that can take you to the same place that you would get, even though you don't get to enjoy and benefit from the on-campus residency?
I think that higher education has been in a constant state of paradigm shift for decades. But the online piece is interesting because it really doesn't affect traditional students as much as it does. It enables us to go after blue oceans, if you will, to new market segments, like we're doing with Compete Louisiana and our approach with adults. It allows us to serve those. I think there's always going to be a market for traditional students. And to be honest, we don't have enough students in Louisiana graduating from high schools prepared for college level work and going into college. We've got to figure that part out. A lot of people talk about there's an enrollment cliff. The data doesn't support an enrollment cliff in Louisiana. The data supports an enrollment increase in traditional students, provided we're preparing them in the K-12 environment, and then we're providing environments at the university level that they want to come to. So I'm one that's very bullish on enrollments. We don't have a 9% decrease. I think you're looking at a fall to spring number. When you get that, we have about a 4% decrease from fall to fall. That 9% decrease is normal because you have a lot of students that don't graduate in May, they graduate in December, and you don't fill that that bucket back up until the following fall. So you're going to see that every year, and that's been about the same. But I do think that students are more value oriented. And that's one of the reasons why with the Compete Louisiana program, we went with a flat rate, no fee, no surprises, no small print tuition structure. I think you're going to see more of that coming to mind. It's about having a business mindset in the way you deliver it. It's not about, hey, here is a public good that we're offering at a very deep discounted rate. Instead, now, which I think there was a lot of value in that. I think now it's more of a balance of being responsive to markets that can go just about anywhere. And I mentioned those that are advertising on SiriusXM all the time. Students have options. So you need to provide them the best value for every dollar that they invest. The cost of higher education is not going up. The price is. We've shifted the cost from the state and from the taxpayer to the students. Now, I don't think we're ever going to go back to where the state is funding the predominance of our operation. But I do think in Louisiana, when you compare us to our peers, or better yet, when you compare us to our competitors, we better start investing more in the development of our people if we're going to be successful going forward. So that's a long-winded answer to a very specific question. Yes, sir, you're exactly right. There's a paradigm shift. I think we're ready for it, but we just need to be resourced to be able to take advantage of it.
What is the average cost in your system for a student to attend a university for a year?
Yes, sir. Just in tuition and fees, it's about $9,000 a year. That's on average. That ranges from a little bit over 10 to just under 9.
Okay, then you have living cost.
Oh, yes, sir. That doesn't count. Yeah. That doesn't count living. Now, remember, only about 20% of our students live on campus. So most of them don't incur a new cost for living when they come to us.
20%?
Yes, sir.
Live on campus?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Oh, yes, sir, Mr. Ewan. Thank you.
And Carlos have a question.
Yes, thank you. Appreciate it.
Yes, sir.
How you all doing? First of all, I want to thank everybody who's physically present for this marathon of budget hearings. I'm very proud of all of you all. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Dr. Henderson. Amazing presentation. I love how you hit on every single school and university. Question. I love the Reginald Lewis. Now, I remember that before. Interestingly enough, I just happened to be reading a book about Reginald Lewis. How exactly was that connection made? And you made you just talked about how prestigious that this program was going to be going forward. If you can just speak to a little bit of that, that'd be much appreciated.
Well, it starts with a governor that gives you good board members. And James Carter, who is a tremendous lawyer, graduate of Harvard, of Howard University. He would be so mad at me if he was watching. Luckily, he's in court right now. He's not watching. Of Howard as an undergrad and Howard Law School. He's a remarkably accomplished attorney, and he does work all over the world. In fact, we had a long conversation when he gave a lecture at Oxford, which is the bastion of education in England. But he was in New York working on some things and met Loida Lewis. And he called me and he says, listen, he goes, have you ever heard of Reginald Lewis? Well, it just so happens in 1990, I did a paper on leveraged buyouts for a business class. It focused on Reginald F. Lewis. And I said, well, yeah, I've heard of Reginald F. Lewis. And I tell him all the things I know about him. He says, well, I'm about to meet his widow. And then he says, let's think of something we can do with her. And that's how it led to where we are now. We brought her to Lafayette for our system conference. She addressed 600 faculty and staff from across the state. She came to some business classes and talked to some students. She liked what we were doing so much that we found out she liked classical piano. So we had a classical pianist come in and play her favorite tune during the meeting where she was. And she put her hand back on her shoulder and grabbed my hand. And she says, you thought of everything. You may certainly use Reginald F. Lewis's name on your programs. So that's how it worked. And she's opened so many doors for us. It's been remarkable.
Great. Okay. Appreciate it. Thanks.
I don't have a question, but I certainly, first of all, appreciate the leadership, really appreciate the campuses who have just stayed at it. You know, we talked about, we don't stop, right? COVID, hurricanes, racial unrest, we just keep moving But I want to give a special shout out on the research side. We talk a lot about the master plan and completion. You referenced the Pfizer work, the UL systems growth in research dollars. And obviously leadership matters, and you know, we're very fond of TJ over
He's
here.
okay. He's
But I just
coming along.
want to give a shout out to that work, and I'm sure you have even bigger aspirations than he does too. But that ability for us to really infuse significant research into our state will continue to create new jobs and help us to fill great jobs and move our state forward.
You know, I would never compare myself to T-Joe, but we have some things in common. And that's when we can come up with a vision, but we also know we have to find people to execute that vision. And he's got a guy named Ramesh Kalaru that works with him, who continues to just drive things. And listen, this is for all of our presidents. They surround themselves with great teams and empower them with vision. Each one of these presidents has a different leadership style, right? And each one, and it's perfectly suited to its institutions. I have to adapt my style to them. But we understand the importance of leadership. So one of the things I didn't mention was our Management Leadership Institute. We've got our 5th cohort of developing leaders in our system. Each school nominates a staff member and a faculty member that have leadership aspirations. We put them through a rigorous 9-month program where they're on each of the campuses. They've got a litany of books to read. They read everything from Good to Great and Reframing. This year, they also have to read Walden from Henry David Thoreau. Last year, I made them read To Kill a Mockingbird. I always throw something else in there. They've read Toni Morrison. They've read Maya Angelou. They've read Langston Hughes, and they've read Simon Sinek. So, I mean, it cuts across the gamut. Each one of them has a year-long project. They divide them into groups, and they have to come up with projects to advance our system. Those cohorts remain in contact with each other. Leadership is what matters, right? It matters here in our group, of course, but it really matters at those levels that are having the impacts on students. And that's got to be key. So, Commissioner, thank you for pointing that piece out. And T-Joe I'll never be able to repay him. He's been my mentor for a long time. Don't tell him. I know he's not watching. He's stuck on the bridge trying to get here.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr.
It's been a
Solomon.
pleasure.
Appreciate y'all.
Absolutely. Thank you, everyone. I think this concludes our presentations today, our marathon, as Regent Temple called it. I want to thank the staff, especially for all their work. Terrence and Meg and all your respective teams and all of our IT teams that are helping keep us plugged in and connected to our virtual attendees as well. As a reminder, our board does meet tomorrow, Wednesday, September 22nd, to review and consider acceptance of the 2021-2022 operating budgets. And we will begin our virtual meeting tomorrow at 9 a.m. So we'll see you there. Everyone have a great night.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Solomon.